A Bid to Rule by Novi Kalem. Text copyright 2022 by Novi Kalem. Audiobook copyright 2025 by Novi Kalem. All rights reserved. This audiobook is digitally narrated. Dedication. To everyone who found themselves later in life. To everyone who needed kindness instead of shame. To everyone who needs to see themselves and know they are loved. This book is for you. Author's note. A Bid to Rule was originally published as the Seritarchus, a prequel serial to the Stars and Green Magic series, covering episodes 1 to 107, the complete book. While it was first intended to be a stand-alone and, quite honestly, less than 50 pages, it took on a glorious life of its own. This book changed the course of the main series in many ways, deepening the characters, interweaving new plot lines, and showing me the story I was building toward all along. So, this book has been renamed A Bid to Rule, been given a proper place within the series, Book 3. And as of this moment is the longest book in the series. It's also a spy novel inside a court intrigue thriller inside a family saga, and I'm deliciously happy with that. So don't skip this book. So much in here is woven into the story moving forward. I deeply hope you enjoy reading it as much as I enjoyed writing it, and that Homaj, Iata, Jong, and Jalava will find a happy place in your heart too. As far as changes, I made some moderate editing changes from the original serial version, most notably that one of the rival family's last names is now Delore. I combined some chapters too, and there are now 104 chapters, not 107. I also added my beloved header quotes. These are all new, and were not in the original serial. This book features several characters who use gender-neutral pronouns. They, them, their. Fey, fair, fair self. Heir, or other neopronouns. This book, barring the occasional and inspired burst of strong language, is PG-13, with a note that it deals with grief, parental death, and mistreatment among family members. Chapter 1. News. The death of a ruler is a cataclysmic event in the life of a truth spoken, but also it's only to be expected. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 8 as quoted in the Change dialogues. Homaj Rhialden, second truth-spoken heir to the interstellar kingdom of Valoris, sat rigid in a wingback chair in his sitting room. He stared down at the single square of quality cardstock in his hands. Creamy paper, the writing cramped and hurried. There was a smudge of dirt near the edge. Or was it possibly blood? His hands, despite all his efforts, were shaking out. He looked up at the messenger, a young woman who'd introduced herself as Sergeant Vi Zhang of the Palace Guard, she and her pronouns. She wore a maroon and silver uniform, dark bobbed hair framing a heart-shaped face. She couldn't have been much older than he was, maybe mid-20s at most. She stood stiffly at attention, waiting for him to speak, to react. Anything. This. He cleared his throat. This is from Commander Tavin's own hand. From the scene, Sir Truth Spoken. It was handed off to me at the palace gates. The commander is on their way back to the palace now, and I'm to relay it's their first priority, to make sure the palace is secure and you are safe. Homaj stood, unable to sit still with the storm welling up inside him. Yes. Fine. I'll go meet them. He couldn't stay here, not with the walls too solid, not knowing that just down the hall sat his parents' apartment, which they'd never inhabit again. Sir, the guard said, startled into a less formal address. "Sir, you must stay here. I'm to stay with you, in your quarters. The Ceratarchus, your father, is dead," Homaj said softly. His hands steadied by his sides, but his insides roiled, and he couldn't gather his thoughts enough to soothe them. It was what the note had said. The Ceratarchus and the Ceratarchus consort were dead, assassinated in an explosion in the city during a tour of one of the city's hospitals. A hospital. And his older sibling, the truth-spoken heir, wasn't in the palace and wasn't responding to calls. And him? Was he safe here, in his sitting room, in the royal residence of Palace Rhialden? Was he, a truth spoken, ever safe? He needed focus, a purpose, a direction at which to aim. Zhang shifted. "Sir, truth spoken, please stay in your quarters. We have 2 guards at the doors, and myself, and more on the way. I was the fastest runner. They'll be here shortly." She was adamant, but not losing her cool. Homaj examined the rank pins on her collar. "Yes, Sergeant." "Sergeant Zhang, what is your assessment of my immediate situation?" She tilted her head, calculating. 2 prime targets down, 1 missing. The truth-spoken heir was last seen in a meeting with Lord Shavi Burka, with whom they're known to have casual intimacies. We've been unable to contact Lord Burka as well, or the heir's blood servant, who is also missing. The palace is on lockdown. We are searching and strengthening the perimeters around both the palace and the residence wing. You are exactly where you need to be. I advise you to go into your bedroom, which has no windows. We will guard all doors, including the doors into the back passages. You, at least, will absolutely be safe. She sounded like she knew what she was talking about, but Homaj read uncertainty in her voice. His truth-spoken training in reading people, and all their subtle cues, left little room for lies. Not that he thought she was lying to him, only that she wasn't so sure of events herself, because it was logical, if you assassinate the ruler, and possibly the heir, to take out the only other truth spoken in existence as well, which would be him. "You don't trust the other guards?" he asked. Could he trust her? If there was even a chance that any of the palace guard had a hand in all of this, could he afford to? She narrowed her eyes, her shoulders shifting uncomfortably in her uniform jacket. "They are the guard. We are the guard. We'll protect you." She also didn't believe that. Zhang looked down and away before bracing herself and meeting his eyes. She knew he'd seen through that statement too. Was this a game? Something she was trying to tell him, but couldn't say outright? No, she just couldn't bring herself to say that it might have been someone in the guard who'd betrayed his family. Homaj drew in a long breath. He had to change. He was dressed now in his own court finery, an embroidered blue silk blouse, flowing white trousers. His long black hair was braided in an elaborate asymmetrical pile, set with tiny diamond and Nova heart pins. All flow when he needed command. He didn't know if he was in command, and he couldn't think it. Not yet. His sibling hadn't been contacted. Might be alive. Might be fine. Had to be fine. Adeus. Had to be fine. His hands were trembling again, and he squeezed his palms tight. What could he do? Who could he be that would most effectively shield him from any attack and allow him to direct the outcome of events? Let him know what the hell was going on. He started for his bedroom, and Zhang followed. Chapter 2. Change. I'm good at change. I like change. It's a core part of who I am. Homaj Rhialden, Saratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the change dialogues. On the way to the bedroom, they passed through Homaj's prep room, with the closet door open and cosmetics scattered across two separate vanity tables. Then into his bedroom, which didn't feel nearly as safe as it should. Homaj glanced through the open doorway to his blood servant's bedroom, adjoining his. Where's Iata? He vaguely knew that his blood servant, Iata, had gone to take care of the things he usually took care of, in managing Homaj's daily life in the palace. But Homaj wasn't in the habit of tracking his blood servant's daily tasks. Iata managed his life. He didn't feel the need to manage Iata's. He scowled. Iata should be here right now. Iata should be here when he needed him. Zhang raised her ringcom and spoke a few quick words in code, wrapped around Iata's name. Homaj quickly translated, "Verify Iata's whereabouts." Zhang listened as the reply came into her earpiece, and it irked Homaj that he couldn't hear that too. "Iata's in the kitchen," she said. "Verified." "Send him up." He wanted his blood servant now, but the kitchens were in the basement, 2 floors below where he was standing, and under the administrative part of the palace, not the residence. It would be at least 10 minutes before Iata made it back. He needed to start his change now. Homaj shut the door to his bedroom, locked it, and moved toward the large, 4-poster bed. "Watch me, Zhang. I will be vulnerable in the trance." "Sir," she said, startled, "please wait until the reinforcements have arrived." "Do you think there's time for that?" "I don't. This will be a quick change only. But I must start it now." He lay down, his thoughts already racing ahead to what he would change. His facial features, surely. His skin pigmentation. Not his height or overall body shape. There wasn't time for that sort of structural change. But he'd shift some of the musculature in his legs, so his walk would be different. He'd... a deus. He hated beards, but it would be useful now. With one last glance at Zhang, who had her pistol out and was facing the door, he sank back into the soft mattress and closed his eyes. The change trance came easily to him, and he slipped just below the level of consciousness, his body carrying out the changes his mind had assigned. He knew it was only minutes later when he opened his eyes again. The bones of his face ached, his skin feeling taut and prickly. He hadn't had the concentration to block all the pain and discomfort of the change, especially a quick change. But he sucked in a breath and diverted his concentration there now, only breathing out again as the discomfort eased. Zhang looked back, did a double take. Oh. Homaj levered himself out of bed, hands already combing through his long hair, gathering it into a bun. He hadn't changed the length or texture, but he had changed the color from black to a dark gold. He stepped into Iata's room, which held a wall mirror. His own was in his prep room, and he didn't want to leave the bedroom just yet. His features were blockier, brow thick, nose longer. He had a small gap between his front teeth now. His face was paler than his usual tan skin, scattered with freckles. His eyes were wider, though he hadn't changed the color, which was brown. The color mattered far less than reshuffling his features. His enemies, whoever they were, would be expecting him to change. It was what truth-spoken did. It was how truth-spoken ruled. They might not be expecting him to change this fast, though. Truth-spoken rarely accomplished a change in under an hour. But then, He'd always been a prodigy of the one thing he was supposed to be good at. Homaj finished tying up his hair, smoothed down thick brows and the golden brown beard. He was shaky. He needed to eat and replenish his body's reserves after expending so much in a fast change. He pulled open a drawer in the stand beside his bed, grabbed an energy bar, and tore open the wrapper. He'd have privacy in his own bedroom and prep room, but when he went beyond it, he would be this new person, and this new person would definitely not know how to change. "Is it safe to go to the prep room?" he asked. The door would have locked behind them as they'd entered the suite, and it was nearly as secure as his bedroom. But the walls of his bedroom felt more of a fortress just now, one he was suddenly reluctant to leave. Homaj cleared his throat. He hadn't changed his voice yet. That was a more delicate change, but he moved it down in pitch, burred the edges. "Please, check the prep room." That was better. Zhang blinked at him, then waved him back, out of sight of the door, and ducked into the prep room. He waited impatiently for her to check the room and the closet. "Clear," she said. Chapter 3. The Uniform. The maroon and silver of a palace guard uniform signifies the blood our ancestors shed to reach their new home on Valon, and the stars in which they traveled. Mujarini Ral in the Symbology of Palace Rhialden. Homaj swept past the vanity tables and headed for the closet. No, he needed to strengthen his walk, not his usual flow. He needed to project more awareness of his body, of the weapon it could become. His closet, as a truth spoken, held clothing of every size, every cut, from every gender presentation and economic class. He moved toward the back where there was a rack of maroon and silver uniforms, and a box beside them holding an assortment of rank and service pins. Zhang, half watching him, half watching the closed prep room door that led out to the central hallway of his apartment, frowned. But she didn't comment as he skinned out of his silks and into the lightly armored fabric of a palace guard uniform. He buckled the belt and ran his hands up the front buttons with practiced ease. "You've worn the uniform before?" Zhang finally asked, then remembered herself and added, "Sir." Homaj didn't have to answer a familiar question like that from a guard, but a dais. He wasn't that petty. Not now. And he was about to be a guard. He had to function, for a time, as her equal. A few times. Not as who I'm about to be, though. An identity which he was rapidly formulating, with as much plausible backstory as he could. Lieutenant Carter Rain, newly detached from the Valon City Municipal Guard, sent to back up Zhang ahead of other reinforcements. Zhang was nominally in charge because of her familiarity with the palace and palace protocol, but as an officer, he was her superior. That would nicely entangle the weird dynamics they were about to face. He scooped lieutenant's pins and a municipal guard experience pin from the box and fixed them to his collar. Then he pulled out a palace guard issue ring comm and fitted on his index finger, left hand to keep his firing hand free, and fit the small, transparent earplug in his left ear. Glancing at Zhang's pistol, he went to the very back of the closet, keyed a code into a safe door, and retrieved a pistol of identical make, complete with the wear from constant use and cleaning, which his blood servant Iata did, or one of his own rotation of guards, not himself. And where were his own guards just now? But they'd been set to change their monthly shifts today. They would have gone back into rotation, new guards being assigned by Commander Tavin this morning. No guards were supposed to form attachments to the truth spoken they guarded, not for the two heirs, at least. His father had a steady complement of personal guards, but then his father didn't have anyone to usurp but himself. Homaj closed his eyes briefly to shut out thoughts of his father. He couldn't go there yet. Not yet. Zhong watched him bemused. "Sir, I'm Lieutenant Carter Rain." He gave a quick summary of his ad hoc backstory, and when he finished, her face was a little pinched, but she nodded. "Rain, then." Zhong surveyed him again, then straightened, relaxed a little even, as if she was not in the presence of a truth spoken, but a comrade in arms. Oh, he liked her. A knock came on the outer prep room door, then he heard the lock thunk open. Zhong whipped around, pistol up, striding for the closet door. Homaj made quick steps to press her arm down. "It's Iata, my blood servant." She hovered in the entrance to the closet, holding out an arm to bar him from passing. "Do you 100% know that, sir?" The knob turned. The knock had been Iata's, but as truth spoken, he should know that anything about a person could be simulated with enough skill and practice. And before he had any other chance to think, the prep room door swung open and Iata strode in, a cooler in each hand. So the cook had decided the palace lockdown might be a while, and had sent up food. Or Iata had insisted. Iata would know he'd likely change. Iata spotted them just inside the open closet door. Homaj watched him quickly survey them both, and their tells to determine which, in fact, was the truth spoken. Iata's dark brown eyes met his, and Homaj searched the nuances of his blood servant's face. Iata was taller than him by a few centimeters, and Homaj hadn't changed his height. He was just under 2 years older than Homaj, a whole lot stiffer all around, and light years more responsible. Iata had always presented firmly masked, and his long black hair was neatly braided and wound into a knot at the back of his neck, held with 2 titanium spikes. His extremely expensive bespoke indigo jacket had little ornamentation, but fit him in every angle. Iata wasn't disheveled. He didn't look frantic or scared. But then, Iata had much of the same training as Homaj did, in schooling his emotions off of his face and out of his mannerisms. Did Iata know what had happened? The news had come to Homaj by Zhong, but had that been in strict confidence? Was the death of the Saratarkas public? No, Homaj didn't think so, or there wouldn't have been the handwritten note. But Iata would certainly know something was wrong. The palace was on lockdown. Iata's mouth twitched, the tiniest betrayal of distress. Yes. Iata knew. "Is the truth spoken still in his bedroom?" Iata asked. Homaj's heart slammed into his throat, and for the first time since Zhong had handed him that note in the sitting room, he stopped to consider what he was actually doing. He'd known he'd needed a change, yes. He'd just had a vicious reminder that truth spoken were not safe anywhere, especially as themselves. And he'd known that the safest persona to be right now, the one with the best chance at getting actually useful information, was a palace guard. Beyond that, Iata was asking him what he wanted to do. Iata was asking so much with that single question. If he said no, the truth spoken was not in his bedroom, then Iata would drop the pretense right now. He'd assume Zhong knew Homaj was truth spoken. He'd break out the coolers, Homaj would eat, and they'd plan their next steps. Iata, as his blood servant, had a limited capacity to change. He was from a service branch of the Royal Rhialden line, a distant cousin to Homaj. Not a full truth spoken, either in training or ability, but he could enact smaller changes to himself if needed. He had much more training in body language, accents, and all the little things that could divert attention from one persona to another. but few people outside the royal family knew that particularly volatile detail about the duties of a blood servant, and Homaj didn't want to add Zhang to that list just now. And if he waited for Iata to make the barest possible change to be unrecognizable, for them both to pass through the palace unnoticed, it would be half an hour at least. Could he afford that time? Could his sibling, if his sibling was still out there? He was going to find his sibling. He hadn't consciously thought about that, but yes. Yes, that was what he was going to do. What he'd already been moving toward. If he didn't wait for Iata to change himself, Homaj would have to go through the back corridors alone. Search alone. And then what? A lone, anonymous guard just now, with absolutely no ties to anyone, no identity in the system, would have little traction, would invite more suspicion than anything. Adeus. He was running on adrenaline. He hadn't thought this through. Homaj glanced at Zhang. He'd had to trust her enough to watch him while he changed, but did he trust her to take her through the back corridors that wound in and around every room in the palace? No guards went through there but the guard commander, and occasionally the Saratarkas's personal guards. He had the gut sense that wasn't what was needed right now either. Not a back corridor trek anyway. He had to work his way into a visible group. He needed the safety and resources of others because he had no idea who'd attacked his family, and there were ways certain people could identify even the most skilled truth-spoken. In a crowd, he could do his best to deflect attention from anything that might give off his truth-spoken nature. Yes, he said to Iata, deciding on his accent and interweaving the city cadences with every word, leaning into this new persona. The truth spoken is in his bedroom. I'm Lieutenant Ryan. This is Sergeant. Zhang. We'll be in the hall watching the main door until reinforcements arrive. Iata hesitated the barest second, then nodded and pointed. Out then. I won't have you bothering the truth spoken. There were no cameras or microphones in Homaj's prep room or bedroom, but Iata wouldn't know if Zhang was safe or not, and he would have marked the tentative glance Homaj had just given her. Yes, she did know who Homaj was and what was going on, but he wasn't ready to drop all his walls just now. It's an emergency. We should be here to guard the truth spoken, Zhang protested. Was she getting into the spirit of this, or genuinely displeased Iata wasn't more concerned? Iata's brows rose. And you will be. In the hallway. No, I mean that. Homaj touched Zhang's arm. Sergeant. He and Iata had just had an entire nuanced conversation, but Zhang would only see they'd had an awkward exchange. She glanced at him, then her face cleared. She nodded. Please, let us know if you need anything, he said to Iata. But Iata had already turned away, carrying the coolers into the bedroom. Homaj's stomach churned. He'd just done a quick change, and the energy bar hadn't been enough. He really needed to eat a full and hearty meal. But he was in good enough physical condition that it could wait. And what would Iata do? He should stay here, and make it seem as if the truth spoken was in his bedroom. Maybe after a time, he could come out and announce that the truth spoken had gone out through the back corridors. Yes, that's what Homaj would do, as it would then allow the guards to disperse. And Homaj could go with them. As Homaj's blood servant, Iata's highest mandate was to protect Homaj by giving him cover, whatever form that cover might take. But would Iata do that? He'd certainly follow the logic, but there'd been something in Iata's eyes that Homaj wasn't as sure of as everything else. Okay. He needed to recenter. Reinforcements, he asked Zhang as they moved toward the prep room door. Have they arrived? None of this was any good if he'd have to try to explain why an unknown guard had just emerged from the Truth-Spoken's bedroom suite. That would be tricky enough as it was. She tapped her ring comm and spoke to the guards at the apartment's outer door, then shook her head. Only Iata has come in. Okay, good. He had to get out there and establish himself as lieutenant. Carter ran before the reinforcements arrived. The apartment, of course, was under security surveillance, so that was a risk. But the door to the prep room was in a deliberate blind spot in the apartment's security systems. It was just possible that he himself, as Homaj, could have been scared enough just now, and tired of waiting for reinforcements on his own, to go out and bring back another guard through the back corridors. Not likely, and incredibly foolish, but possible. It was even, mostly, in character. Homaj Rhialden wasn't known in the Rhialden court for making the wisest decisions. So there was some leeway, and in the state of chaos the palace was in, the sudden appearance of Lieutenant Carter Rayan might not be as noticeable as it might in the normal, everyday. He was used to taking days and weeks to carefully craft and insert his truth-spoken personas into the daily life around him, but he had been trained to craft on the fly too. The door guards, he'd find a way to bluff his way past the door guards. His new persona didn't have to hold up indefinitely. Just long enough to get him out there and get some answers. I'm Lieutenant Rayan, he reminded Zhang as he reached for the door. Yes, sir. She met his eyes, steady and determined. I'll vouch for you, sir. She glanced back after the closed bedroom door. There was a question in her eyes, but she didn't ask it. And Homaj, at least, thought he owed her the answer. Yes, he knows who I am, and what's happened. Zhang nodded tightly. He didn't say more as they stepped out into the hallway, and she didn't ask. She didn't have the lifetime of training that he did, but she was catching up fast. Chapter 4. Deflection. The friendly rivalry between the Palace Guard and the Valon City Municipal Guard sometimes escalates to brawls, most often to their superiors' chagrin, started by members of the Municipal Guard. Those who avoid brawls, however, might find themselves with a chance to transfer to Palace Guard training at some point in their career. Valentina March in Habits of Successful Law Enforcement Officers. Homaj and Zhang took up different positions around the bend in the apartment's central hallway, standing so they covered both the doorway to the prep room and the main apartment doors at the end of the hall. Except for them, there were no other guards in the apartment, and Homaj had never liked having servants around at all hours of the day. They only came in during the middle of the day to clean and change the sheets. So he and Zhang were, in theory, alone, besides Iata in his own bedroom. And when were Zhang's reinforcements coming again? It had been more than a half hour since she'd arrived with her news. Well, he could establish himself as lieutenant. Rayan, in the meantime, start leaving a trail of doubt for anyone who might be watching. Very few people had access to the security feeds from his apartment, but he couldn't afford to trust any of them. So, Sergeant, he said, what do you all do for fun around here? After hours, I mean. Zhang shot him an incredulous look. He shrugged. What? I'm new here. He holstered his pistol and shook his arms out, stretching his shoulders before grabbing his pistol again and settling back into a ready pose. None of those motions natural to him. I mean, I know it's a crisis and all, but afterward, right? Is there a bar somewhere in the palace? Fucking municipal guards, Zhong said under her breath, and he relaxed a little. She understood. She got his need to settle into this persona, and she was following him there. No, Lieutenant, she said in a tone that was clearly annoyed. There are no palace bars. You think we get drunk on duty, and we're always on duty here. You should have looked into it more before you signed up. What? The pay's a lot better. And the chance for promotion, I'm sure. That too. And he made himself blush. I met one of the palace guards in a bar in the city, and after the fourth drink, she told me I should give it a try. I already have the training. I took all the advanced courses to be able to pull diplomatic duty. Zhang snorted. Who? Who told you that? Ina Vogret. Oh, a deus. You know Ina likes to lead people on, right? She'd tell you to join because she thinks it's funny. He shrugged. Did she also mention that fraternization among the palace guard is not allowed? A brisk knock came from the main doors, and they both stiffened, abandoning the riff. He didn't recognize the knock. Stay alert, Zhang said as she moved toward the corridor doors. Homaj followed, covering her from the other side of the hall. Reinforcements, Zhang said, looking through the peephole. Do you know them? Can you vouch for them? I don't know you, she retorted, which was true enough for him as lieutenant. Rain, well, and for him as himself, too. Yes, I know them. The smallest hesitation. I vouch for them. Not all of them, then. Homaj would be on guard. Zhang tapped a code into the door lock and it clicked open, the new guards coming in with a rush of cooler air. There were 4 of them, all in maroon and silver, all with pistols drawn, red lights on the pistols' sides, glowing with the warning of their lethal rounds. Bandoliers crossed their chests, holding crowd control gear. The new guards nodded at Zhang. And one, a short and stocky androgynous person with pale skin and a neat crop of white blonde hair, frowned at Homaj. Zhang, I don't know this person. Who's the lieutenant? Homaj had seen them among the palace guard before, but he didn't know them well. Jalava, he thought their name was. Zhang looked back at Homaj, face pinched again. This is, oh hell. She didn't remember his name as a guard. Lieutenant Karda Rayan, Homaj said, coming down hard on that Valon City accent. He and him. Just transferred yesterday from the municipal guard. I'm still in training here. Jalava, junior lieutenant, though they were to his own full lieutenant's pins, narrowed their craggy gaze at him. And now you just happen to be in the Truth-Spoken's quarters. Forgive me, sir, but has anyone vetted you? He's been shadowing me all day, Zhang said. He's got diplomatic training. And please keep your voice down, sir. The Truth-Spoken's in his bedroom. Rain and I are watching the door to the bedroom suite. I'm in command, Sergeant Jalava. I'm senior here, among anyone I trust. Another glance in Homaj's direction. And I have my orders to see the Truth-Spoken is safe. I sent the door detail down the corridor to form an extra perimeter check for this section of the residence. You two go outside and take up positions outside the apartment. Municipal guard, huh? They studied Homaj. Are you ready for door detail in a crisis? That was the door guards taken care of then. Homaj wouldn't have to bluff his way past them. Depending on where they were stationed, he'd just go the other way around. Actually, I'm senior, Homaj said, raising an apologetic hand. Zhang grimaced. Respectfully, sir, you're in training, and we are in a crisis. Please defer. Jalava, sir, the truth-spoken asked me to guard him personally, and I'd like to continue to do so. Sir. Jalava huffed, rocking back on their polished heels. Fine. Not as interesting as standing out here, admiring all the scenery, I'm sure. Go. It was a delay, and Homaj would have to find a way to maneuver the group itself outside if Iida didn't show, or at least get Zhang outside with him, and on some mission or other. But for the moment, establishing himself was still the priority. The safety of the group would do no good if they suspected who he really was. Zhang turned back toward the prep room, Homaj moving to follow, but then she paused. Sir, any word from the commander? Nothing new, Jalava said, their mouth pulling tight. Tavan will call us when they know more. Our job is to keep the truth spoken safe and alive. There was a very soft thump in the direction of the bedroom. With the sound dampening in both bedroom and prep room, that had to have been loud for him to hear out here. Homaj, nerves spiking, looked at Zhang. They both took off running. Chapter 5. Okay in there. The security measures of Palace Rhialden are a secret as deeply hidden and speculated on as our ancestral origins. Chengguang SP, political feed commentator, in a post on their feed. Zhang swore as she reached the door to the prep room, which of course was locked. She banged on the door. Truth spoken. Are you okay in there? An indistinct voice came from within. Homaj strained to hear any other voices, which shouldn't have been possible. There would be no other voices. The only other way into that room was through the back corridor entrance in his bedroom. And only the truth spoken and their blood servants had access to the back corridors, and Commander Tavan, and a few of his father's guards. Shit! Another thump. But were there intruders? Right now, anything was possible. And if there weren't intruders, what the hell was Iida doing in there? Homaj glanced at Zhang, his own rising panic reflected in her eyes, the sourness of her breath as they bent their heads close to the door to listen. Jalava came up, radiating tension, weapon ready. The other 3 guards they'd brought with trailed behind them, also alert. Well? Jalava asked. Homaj held up a hand, still listening. He could reach for the door handle and open it. All the locks into his bedroom suite were both biometric and genetic, but he was truth-spoken. He could change his palm and only his palm back to his own DNA and unlock the door. Not without giving himself away, though. Lieutenant Rayan had no business being able to open that door. Was his secrecy worth Ida's life? Was it worth his own, if Ida was under attack, and that attack had been meant for Homaj? Then he barely had time to step back before the knob turned, and the door swung open. Iata looked out, glaring at Homaj and the assembled guards. He was holding a deus, a truly priceless artisan shirt, one of Homaj's, and he'd been intending to wear that this week, to his upper arm. There was a red blotch on the cream cloth, and a red smudge on Ada's face. Or rather not Iata's face. Homaj stared, his stomach clenching. That hadn't been 10 minutes, but Iata had done a quick job of making broad changes. He'd pushed his features more Royal Rhialden, more like Homaj's own. Homaj's lips drew tight. If Iata was going to change, and that hadn't exactly been Homaj's plan, he was supposed to change himself into someone innocuous, someone who could move around the palace with ease to help the truth spoken he served. That lie about the truth spoken still being in the bedroom. That was supposed to be a smokescreen, not a freaking reality. He wasn't supposed to make it look like he was the truth spoken himself. He wasn't supposed to make himself a target, and he truly shouldn't have been able to accomplish all that in 10 minutes. Zhang shot a panicked, "What the fuck?" look to Homaj, who, in character, shot the same look back. Truth spoken, he asked. Is there anyone else in there with you? My blood servant, Iata snapped, who left a cooler on the floor where I could trip on it. He nailed the accent and intonation. I need some quick heal, he shouted in the direction of the guards, all of them. If you've got any... Was Homaj that shrill when he was angry? Homaj took a step back as Iata leveled his gaze on him. Lieutenant, give me your quick heal patch. Homaj patted his uniform jacket inner pockets, but he didn't have any emergency patches, as a guard should. He'd forgotten that detail. Small detail in a dizzying chain of events. But he should have been better than that. And was quick heal a good idea with a cut like Iata's? Quick heal came laced with stimulants, and Iata already looked a little wild around the edges. But was that actually blood on Iata's arm? Why hadn't he already healed it through change? Zhang touched Homaj's arm, but it was Jalava who said, Truth spoken. You have a medical cabinet in the hall, like in the Truth Spoken Heir's apartment. Forgive me. I haven't been in this apartment before. Yes, Iata said. Bandages and sealants. Jalava snapped a finger and sent someone off. Homaj nodded. Right. Nodded again. That's good. Jalava gave him a flat look and Homaj shut his mouth. This was quickly spinning out of any kind of control. Iata grabbed his shoulder. I need a patch, though. Now. Homaj blinked, and focus crashed back in on him. Oh, hell. Iata had changed far, far too quickly for his ability and skill. There was a danger. When a truth spoken pushed too far in a change, too fast, of unbalancing the body's vital systems. A quick heal patch would pump Iata with stimulants, but the smart readers in the patch would identify the imbalances too, and release the right drugs to correct them. Iata's cut was only a means to get to that end and get him out of danger. Homaj nodded. He turned and waved to the guards. I didn't pack my patches today. Forgot. Does anyone have... But they already had patches out, and 3 patches were thrust at him. He took them, tearing open the first with his teeth, while he reached for Iata's arm. Truth spoken, may I? He asked. Yes. Iata hissed as Homaj lifted the shirt he'd been using to staunch the blood. The shirt tried to stick to the wound. Was the cut that deep? No. There was no cut. And this close, Homaj smelled the faintly sweet smell of the makeup he sometimes used to simulate blood, if a specific truth-spoken mission required it. Iata had only ripped the sleeve and liberally poured the fake blood. Homaj motioned Zhang back and shielded the rest of them from seeing that too, as he pressed the quick heal patch over the fake wound. He could feel the slightest tremble in Iata's arm as he held it, and that twisted his gut all over again. Iata was always in control. Iata shuddered and leaned against Homaj as the patch took his vitals and began pumping drugs. His skin was clammy, his face pinched. Homaj shuffled a half-step sideways and awkwardly managed to sink Iata down to sit against the hallway wall. Another patch, Iata whispered. Another patch might kill you. Truth spoken. He met Iata's eyes, saw fear and pain mixing with a staunch anger. Iata's lips twitched in a grimace, one of Homaj's gestures. He nodded. The guard Jalava had sent to the medical cabinet came back with an armful of bandages and ointments, which Zhong scooped up and knelt down beside them on the floor. "Truth spoken?" she asked, shooting another glance at Homaj. "Thank you," Ida said, nodding at the bandages. "I'll need that when the patch is done." "Sir, truth spoken," Jalava said. "We should clear your bedroom. The only person in there is your blood servant." Iata held up a hand. "Yes, this lieutenant and his partner will go in. I cleared them before. I wish to keep visits to my rooms minimal just now." Zhong stood, and so, reluctantly, did Homaj. "Jalava, sir, can you keep watch on him?" Zhong asked. "The patch is working." Jalava didn't look happy about not being able to check the situation for themselves, but they eyed the truth spoken on the floor and nodded, crouching down where Homaj had just been. Zhong nodded to Homaj, and they both slipped through the open doorway, back into the prep room. Chapter 6. Count Me In. Subterfuge is the highest art form, as the canvas is the mind. Homaj Rhialden. Seritarchus 8, as quoted in the Change dialogues. They checked everything in the prep room. They had to. There were no cameras in this room, but the door to the hallway was still partially open, and the guards could see a small way into the room. Homaj didn't want to close the door with Ida's status still uncertain. The prep room had some drops of red on the pale blue carpet. Blood? No. There were matching drops on Iata's vanity table, though he'd stashed the bottle of fake blood away again. On the floor, clothing was strewn in a path to the closet. Iata must have come out, poured some of the fake blood on a cloth, and then gone to change into some of Homaj's clothes, because he hadn't been wearing what Homaj had seen him in 10 minutes ago. A dais. So less than a 10-minute change. 5. Homaj's heart beat a little faster. What had Iata been thinking? Was the shift toward Homaj's features only supposed to be a resemblance? Or had Iata been aiming way above his training to try and actually form Homaj's likeness? Iata was a few centimeters taller than Homaj, but had he been in the corridor? No, he hadn't. A dais, Iata. And he'd tried to do all that quickly. Even Homaj had known not to make that sort of change quickly, and he had all the training and inborn ability to accomplish it. Iata wasn't a royal Rhialden, and he wasn't trained in much more than the basics of change. Had he been trying to train himself in private? But no, that wasn't like Iata. He wasn't one to break the rules. He'd risked his life just now trying to carry out what he saw as his duty. Homaj wouldn't be as much of a target if no one was looking for him, because Iata as Homaj was already there. The bedroom door was also ajar, and he and Zhong stepped inside without a word. Homaj pulled the door nearly shut behind them. The need to process this was outweighing the need to see to Iata's safety. Iata had the guards, and Jalava seemed competent enough. If they were loyal, Iata would probably be fine. There was a heavy, broken vase on the floor. That had to have been the first crash. There were a few shards that could have made the kind of cut Iata was feigning, though the angle would have been weird. Iata hadn't been going for accuracy, though, so much as speed. And after the change Iata had just done, it was a wonder he'd thought that far ahead. Homaj knew what a dangerous change felt like. He'd been pushed there in training before, to know the signs and be able to treat them if he had to. So had Iata, though Iata had more training in what to do if Homaj made a dangerous change than how to handle his own. Apparently, the part about needing to get to a quick heal patch had stuck. Homaj didn't keep them in his bedroom. He'd never felt the need, with Ida around, to go get them from the hall cabinet. He was going to stock a case in the low cabinet beside the bed, and there were better drugs in the hallway med cabinet for dealing with an over-change too, which if Ida had been tending to Homaj while he was changing, Ida would have gone to fetch. But since Ida had been alone in this, he couldn't have asked for them himself, and Homaj certainly couldn't have shown his knowledge. Not show a vital weakness in the truth-spoken armor, or expose Ida's need. A quick heal patch was effective and also innocuous. No one would question the need to put it over a cut. They passed from Homaj's bedroom into Ita's, where Ida's trail had begun. The bed was neatly made, as if Ida hadn't just used it to attempt a dangerous change. "What happened?" Zhang hissed, glancing back at the series of almost closed doors. "Is this part of some plan?" Homaj debated whether to act like it had been, but he'd been reading Zhang since he'd met her, and he decided he needed another ally just now. He'd worry about the consequences of that decision later, after they all survived. Change can be dangerous, if done too quickly. She waved a hand like that was a given, though it certainly wasn't. "Your blood servant is truth-spoken too, but I thought, there's only supposed to be 3. The ruler, and the heir, and you." Homaj grimaced. So very few people knew the true extent of a blood servant's abilities and duties. He hadn't wanted to widen that circle, but, well, he's not truth-spoken. That's a title given by holy mandate, and yes, there's only 3. Legally. 2 now. Maybe only 1, if his sibling wasn't yet alive. And were they? Oh, Adeus, were they? He shoved the thought aside. Blood servants have a very limited capacity to change, and that is a high-level piece of information. I'll have your life if you share it. Zhang stiffened but nodded. So he tried to change too fast, is that it? And it made him bleed. Made him sick. He isn't cut. He feigned the cut so he could get a quick heal patch, which can help balance his system again. That was the blood on the vanity, she said. Ah. It wasn't blood. No. She tilted her head, studying him. He looked like you did before you. She waved at him, at the appearance he wore now. Close, anyhow. Homaj glanced around Ida's bedroom, at the neatly made 4-poster, the walnut trunk at the foot. The framed shadowbox hollows of Ida's favorite flowers from the terrace gardens. Ida loved working in the gardens and took every chance he could to work with the plants. He'd taken those still hollows. Homaj felt his body start to tremble. Had Ida really almost died while on a complete fool's task, a heroically foolish task, of changing into Homaj so he could be a decoy? He blinked slowly as he kept turning around, gauging these familiar surroundings. Or had Ida known that there might only be Homaj left among the royal family, and had he just made an attempt to take over Homaj's life? But blood servants were unfailingly loyal. They were raised knowing it was their holy duty, mandated by Adayas and the Adayam, to serve the truth-spoken, their cousins. He knew Iata. He'd grown up with Iata, though Iata was just under 2 years older. Iata was, in some ways, like a brother. A subservient brother who could never stand on equal footing with him. Sure, but a brother, more than his older sibling had been. But then, that was part of the bond of truth spoken with their blood servants. They had to be close, had to trust. Iata managed his life, and he'd trust no one else with that. Had he ever done anything to turn Iata against him? Had Iata ever shown signs of ambition? He didn't think so, but he couldn't discount it either, could he? Not when his world was still in the process of being upended, and the assassins had yet to be found. "Do you trust him?" Zhang asked. Homaj turned back to her. She knew the question was a dangerous one, and she'd still asked it. He didn't know whether to curse or praise a deus that he had a guard with the cunning to see deeper into truth-spoken plots. "I do. As much as I can afford to trust anyone just now." Zhang nodded. "So, what's the plan?" "I think—" His mind went blank, and there he was again, that point at which he had to think, and he truly did not want to think right now. But he couldn't plan, could he, without viewing the entire scope of the chaos. Oh, Adios. The Ceratarchus was gone, and the Ceratarchus consort. His fathers were both, in an instant, gone. Yes, he'd trained for this. He'd prepared for assassination attempts, and he'd already outlived a few milder attempts. Truth spoken were not fated to live long and happy lives, not when they stood against a kingdom that secretly wished to see them fall. Was his older sibling, the Heir, still alive? He hoped so. Oh, he hoped so. Vatrine hadn't wanted to marry yet. They'd wanted a few good years with their lovers before they took an officially sanctioned spouse. And their father, the Ceratarchus, after a long and heated argument that had made everyone in the residence wing miserable for weeks, had finally agreed. But because Vatrine hadn't married yet, they hadn't produced their own heirs. And if Vatrine was gone, then Homaj was it, wasn't he? The only truth spoken left. Well, save for his aunt. But that hardly counted, did it? There were only ever 3 officially sanctioned truth spoken, like he'd told Zhang, when the truth spoken heir had their own heirs, and the oldest heir was judged fit to make the choices it would take to rule, usually at 20, the legal age of adulthood. The second truth spoken would renounce their position and forswear their ability to change, as mandated by the Idaeum. Because his father was the Ceratarchus, his aunt shouldn't have had to renounce her title until Homaj turned 23 years ago. But she'd left when Homaj was 8, after a fight with the Ceratarchus. She'd sworn off change and had left the capital of Valon to wander the worlds. Homaj wasn't even sure if she was still in the kingdom or had gone to live in another nation, though he was fairly certain his father would have known. That did him little good now, though. Homaj drew in a long breath. He pulled himself back into his own persona, his training and control, then flowed back into the persona of Rayan, the guard. Whatever else, no matter how bad it was, he had trained for this. We have to. First priority. Verify if the heir is alive. When we've verified that, then we can gather resources to protect the heir. Zhang shifted uneasily. And if they're not alive, if you are the new heir. Homaj fiddled with the rank pins on his collar, straightening them in Ida's mirror. Then, there are 10 days before the new ruler chooses his title and a style of rule. There are 10 days when the new ruler has the legal sanction to hunt down and punish the ones who speeded his ascension to the rulership. 10 days while revenge is considered good and moral, And if he can't manage it in 10 days, he's not deserving of it. Zhang watched him with narrowed calculation. If it comes to that, sir, count me in. A warmth, a very small warmth, blossomed in his chest. He wasn't entirely alone in this. He didn't even know where Iata stood. But Zhang, her loyalty, her sincerity, nearly sang to him. He clapped her on the shoulder and headed for the door. All clear, Sergeant. Best get back to the truth spoken. Chapter 7. Names. A name is an introduction, a gateway to who a person can be. Anhi Ishi in a history of Valoran trends in names. Outside the prep room, the guards had grabbed a delicate wingback chair from the sitting room and brought it into the hall. Iata sat with exhaustion in every line of his body, but he looked up when Zhang and Homaj came out. I need to eat, Iata said. There are coolers with fresh food in the bedroom. Homaj held up a hand. I saw them. I'll get it. He couldn't have brought them on his own initiative. Latina Rayan wouldn't know their necessity. He detoured back into the bedroom while Zhang spoke with Jalava and the rest of the guards, though leaving them again made him twitch. Yes, Iata had intensive acting training, and some training in direct impersonation techniques, the best training in the kingdom. But to Homaj's knowledge, he'd never put it to this much of a test before. Truth spoken were the ones who impersonated people to keep the kingdom in check. When the ruler could be anyone or anywhere, control was constantly established and maintained. But blood servants were meant to support those roles, and sometimes to make subtle changes themselves, adopting their own roles. But could Iata truly impersonate him? Got it, Homaj said, holding up one of the coolers as he came back into the hall. He set both down on the floor beside Iata and knelt, breaking the freshness seals. He peered inside. Jalava looked over too. Does this food need tested? Straight from the kitchen, Iata said. Carried by my blood servant. And the blood servant, he's absolutely loyal. Homaj looked up, but Iata didn't even blink. Of course. Iata took the sweet roll and container of slaw Homaj handed him. And where's your blood servant now? Jalava turned to Zhang. Did you see him? I heard you verify he was in the kitchens over comm. He went out through the back corridors, Iata said. I sent him to gather more information. Iata pried off the lid on the slaw. But I don't know what he'll find on his own. He's not trained as a guard. We must go out and find out what happened to my sibling. The reasoning was clumsy, leaning too heavily on the fiction that blood servants were just loyal valets. Anyone who spent any amount of time in the residence would know differently, of course, though most still wouldn't know the full extent of it. But Jalava's mouth pulled tight. They were certainly buying it. We're not going anywhere, Sir Truth spoken. I know better where to look for my sibling than any of the guards. Which was probably true. But Iata wasn't pressing that for his own benefit, but Homaj's. Iata was telling him he wasn't about to let Homaj go out there alone. Homaj opened his mouth, but Iata held up a hand. It might be a long day. Please, everyone, if you haven't eaten in a while, take what you need. I want all of you in your topmost shape. The cook packed these with several meals. Jalava's expression soured. They looked around at Iata and all the guards, and at the coolers, which were giving off a tempting aroma. Have you had breakfast? Iata asked. All of this happened early today. I was about to go off shift this morning, Jalava admitted, looking down at the coolers. They grimaced. Okay, but eat in shifts. They counted out 2 of their guards and themselves to take the first watch, which left Homaj, Jong, and another of Jalava's backup, Ag, a tall man with a healing nick on his upper lip, his hair braided in tight rows. Homaj sat cross-legged on the floor, pulling out containers, sorting the hot from the cold. Did they have time to eat? Yes, he decided. They had to make the time. For Iata's sake, to give him time to eat more, and for his own. He wasn't thinking as clearly as he should be, and just now, that could get him killed. He read the labels on each container and handed 2 more to Iata, and set aside 2 each for everyone else. And Adios, no matter how tight his stomach was with tension, he was starving. A change like he had accomplished should have required a much larger meal than this, and any benefits from the energy bar were long gone. But Iata needed it more. Some of the vitality was coming back to Iata's face as he started into his second round, some of the life coming back to his posture. What in the worlds would Homaj have done if he'd lost Iata today, too? He couldn't think it, just could not think it. Ida's hand brushed his arm as he reached for a napkin. Sorry, Homaj said, jerking back. Forgive me, truth spoken. Iata made a small shrug. No matter. Your name is? Carterayan. Lieutenant. I'm new. Sir. Series. Truth spoken. He felt his cheeks heating, exactly at his command, and looked down. I'm V. Jong, Jong offered. She, her. And this is AJ. That's Jalava, Chadrakur, and Bozde. Iata made note of all of them. Homaj watched the flick of his eyes as he committed names to memory. Homaj was doing the same for those he didn't know. Neither of them would forget. Training. Sir, truth spoken, Jong said. Forgive me for being blunt, but you're injured. We need to be able to move swiftly and stealthily. We might need to fight. Iata flexed his shoulders. The patch helped. I'm good. Homaj finished his last container and stood, waving one of the others over. Yes, and we're glad of it. Sir, truth spoken. But you're also still recognizable. If we go out there, some people will know who you are. I'm not an amateur, Iata snapped. Give me 10 minutes. I don't think it's a good idea to change again, Homaj said quickly. Iata leaned forward, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. What do you know about change, Lieutenant? Homaj looked down. Nothing, Sir, truth spoken. I just thought. Iata waved a hand, and maybe that was a bit much. Homaj didn't wave that much, but who among these guards would know that? In any case, Iata said, we don't have time for more change, or the time needed to refuel afterward, and we're out of food. Cosmetics will get me there. And they would. Iata, like himself, was a master. Iata often applied Homaj's makeup as he prepared for the truth-spoken jobs his father sent him on, though Homaj usually did his own in the day-to-day. Homaj's meal churned in his gut. He couldn't think about his father's right now either. Jalava came over, tapped Homaj on the arm. Can you take the main door? Jong looked like she wanted to protest, but she didn't have a good reason why a guard lieutenant shouldn't guard something. Sure, Homaj said. Chapter 8. The Performance. I crave the performance of a good role. It is immensely fulfilling to become another person for a time, feel what they're feeling, live a life completely outside my own. In Homaj Rhialden, fictionalized, in the biopic Venorum 4, The Life of an Iolorius. Homaj took up where Jalava had been watching, at the hallway's bend toward the apartment's entry. He could see the main double doors, and his heart sped up just a little. Yes, he'd had training in being both a palace guard and various branches of the military. Not enough to pull from a lifetime of experience. Not yet. His training in most professions had been just deep enough to impersonate someone for an afternoon. It was his earnest hope that was all he'd have to do now. He knew how to use the pistol in his holster. He knew how to fight hand to hand, if it came to that, and likely win. On the other side of those doors was the corridor that ran down the center of the royal residence wing of the palace. Out there was a lot less safe than in here. Unless someone decided to attack the palace with artillery, or bomb the support beams, or bombard from orbit. He wrenched his thoughts away from those scenarios and focused on the conversation just out of sight behind him, which was falsely cheerful. Jalava was trying to get Iata to tell the places where the Heir might be. If the Heir had caught wind of what was happening and gone into hiding. Iata was having none of it. Good. He knew the value of keeping his usefulness intact, and none of them knew how much they could trust the palace guard. When the meal was finished, Iata called Homaj back, motioned to Zhang, and headed for the prep room. Homaj didn't like leaving the rest of the guards to roam free in his apartment, not with Zhang's unease, but he just as surely didn't want to leave Iata alone. He suspected that feeling was mutual. "Close the door. This is private," Iata said, settling himself before Homaj's vanity table. Homaj let the door click shut and heard the lock engage. He hesitated a moment, then touched the control panel beside the door and turned on the active sound suppression fields. The prep room and bedroom weren't under surveillance like the rest of his apartment. And the sound dampening was already good, but he wasn't about to take any chances. He turned back to Iata, who now wouldn't meet his eyes. Yeah, he knew he'd overstepped. Far, far overstepped in trying to change toward Homaj. But that was done. Homaj didn't have it in him to be angry just now. Not when his sibling might still be out there. Homaj came around the vanity table, gauging what Iata's appearance needed, grabbing up jars and opening them. "Let me. It'll go faster." Iata's brows twitched in protest, but after a moment, he nodded. Yes, they were both masters at cosmetics, but Homaj was still better at changing the shape of a face, camouflaging with misdirection. Iata sat still, his eyes closed, while Homaj worked with as much speed as he dared. Questions flitted through Homaj's thoughts, and admonishments. He didn't ask his questions, though, not because they weren't alone, but because he wasn't sure he wanted the answers just then. Like, "Did you, oh person who's like a brother to me, just change so you could try and take my place? Or were you stupid enough to try and draw any attack against me on you?" Okay, yes, he was angry. He just didn't know where or how to direct his anger. He couldn't afford, even here, to lose control. "Zhang," Homaj said, "can you go into the closet, pull out a palace guard uniform in his size?" "No," Iata said, opening his eyes. "If we produce a magic uniform for me, they'll suspect you also. We'll need to ask one of them to lend me their uniform. Bring out something one of them can wear." Zhang peered into the closet. "Like what?" "There's one of everything in here." Homaj snorted. "To the right, near the back, there's light tactical street gear. That's innocuous enough." He finished softening Iata's features and pinned a sheen of gloss on his lips. Ugh, Iata said. I hate the cherry one. Too bad. Red liner or blue? Red. Homaj uncapped the blue. That will make me look bruised. The red will make you look bereaved. Iata tightly gripped the chair arms. He looked up. Homaj, I am bereaved. It was a plea for Homaj to understand why Iata had done what he'd done, and what Iata was feeling now. No, Iata hadn't just lost his fathers, but the Ceratarchus had trained them both. The Ceratarchus had been a big part of both of their lives. Homaj closed his eyes against his own flood, against the growing tightness in his throat. He'd been trying not to think about the card that still lay on the table in the sitting room, notifying him of a successful assassination. Explosives just don't get through like that. Iata went on in a low, heated voice. Not when the guards are doing their jobs. I know, Homaj said. Well, and that answered that question, didn't it? There was no way Iata could have changed to try to replace him and have that much emotion quivering in his voice, truth spoken trained or not. Homaj sniffed hard, capped the liner again, and surveyed his work. Maybe not his finest work, but serviceable. Lean more, femme, he asked. Iata studied himself in the mirror. He nodded. Homaj grabbed a comb and pulled Iata's long hair back. He'd loosened it from his braid in another of those elusive minutes in which he'd had to change, twisting it into a high, knotted style more popular with femme presentations just now. More importantly, it was a style Homaj found uncomfortable and pinching, so he never wore it himself. Iata would just have to deal. He secured it all with an array of nondescript black pins that anyone could have used. Zhang emerged from the closet, holding up an armful of discreetly armored streetwear. I didn't know what size exactly. I'm not good at measuring by eye. Half of what I buy doesn't fit me. Iata stood as Homaj finished the last hairpin. Iata took the bundle from Zhang and sorted it quickly to find what items he wanted, draping them over one arm. He rolled his shoulders once, and on the relaxation his posture shifted, became more flowing, his movements much broader than Homaj used when he himself was presenting femme, which was good. Every bit of distance they could put between Iata and Homaj was good. Name? Homaj asked. Mir, Iata said. Or, no, Sky. Mir is better. Doesn't stand out. Iata nodded. Okay then, Mir. Mir Shajan. He pitched his voice a little higher, softened the edges, added an accent that held notes of the rural county outside Valon City. Zhang had watched Homaj do this before, but she watched Iata do it again now with furrowed brows. Okay, Iata said, bobbing his head. Okay. The only thing he'd done so far to betray that he was nervous. He truly didn't look at all like Homaj, or himself. Homaj had applied heavier cosmetics, obviously so, though not as obvious on the heavy contouring, and with a deliberate lack of artistry that would absolutely not say truth spoken. Slanting femme had been a good choice, too. Iata was mask in his own presentation, but Homaj had seen him do femme before in training, and he did it with excellent ease. And with Iata, always with Iata, the performance would carry the rest. For Homaj's part, though he wasn't really feeling it anymore, he'd keep pushing his current persona mask. He scratched at the beard, grimaced, shrugged. It was camouflage, that was all. Okay, Homaj confirmed. Let's go. They made their way back out to the corridor. Chapter 9. The The corridor. I don't always take the back corridors. Sometimes I want to walk among the people as myself, not around them. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. It was Jalava whose size best matched Iata's, and an unhappy Jalava, now dressed in discreet tactical gear, surveyed Iata one last time before jerking their head toward the door. If we're going to do this, best get going, Lieutenant Shajan. Iata shrugged and gave an edged smile, patting Jalava's gun now holstered on his own belt. Jalava's face puckered. A deus. Iata shouldn't bait Jalava. Would Homaj bait them if he was himself? Well, yes. Yes, he would. Should we take the back corridors? Zhang asked. Would that be safer? No, Iata said with tight finality. Those are reserved for truth spoken and their blood servants alone. There was an uneasy glance among the guards, which Homaj shared with Zhang. But yes, Iata should absolutely have vetoed that suggestion. If the back corridors were compromised, the whole palace would be compromised if it wasn't already. Unless there's no other choice, Iata amended. Agreed, Jalava said. Though, we'll go in at the first sign of trouble. I'm not gambling with your life. Agreed. They waited for Iata to reluctantly nod, then turned the inner ring on their ringcom, listening through their earpiece. Homaj tensed. Would Jalava alert someone that their squad was on the move? But they didn't, not even in code. Good. Homaj didn't like that Iata's stumbling out from the prep room after his botched change, and then switching clothes just now with Jalava, would be caught on surveillance. His own transformation into a guard was more credible now, with Iata's Homaj coming out at just the right time to establish that both Iata and Homaj had been there, and that Iata as Homaj had been the one to come out. But that also wouldn't hold up to close scrutiny for anyone who'd seen the surveillance and knew what to look for. There just hadn't been time to properly set up the identity of Rain and establish the inroads into the palace he normally would have. And who would have access to the apartment surveillance? His father, the Seritarchus, would have, and his father's blood servant, Omari, who helped with the administrative end of ruling the kingdom, and who would also have been with the Seritarchus at the hospital. He was always near the Seritarchus. Tavan's note hadn't stated that his father's blood servant had also been killed, but a blood servant wouldn't be formally listed alongside a ruler, would they? That he hadn't been named as a survivor was more telling. Homaj swallowed. So that left Palace Guard Commander Tavan with the only access left to the apartment surveillance. Possibly one of Tavan's trusted seconds if Tavan was still out and the palace was in a crisis. Or maybe not. Would Tavan have remembered in this crisis to transfer those permissions? Could Homaj trust for absolute certainty that no one else had gained access to the system? Or that Commander Tavan himself hadn't been compromised? He wasn't at all used to mistrusting the palace guard's ever-present security. Jalava waited, listening to their ring comm, then touched their ring again and waved at the door. They'd sent Age and Chadrakur to guard the door outside the apartment, while Homaj and Zhang had been helping Iata in the prep room, but they'd recalled them back when Iata announced he needed a uniform change. Now Jalava waved the pair back out. Hey, Chadrakur, check if we're clear. Tall Age and willowy Chadrakur carefully cracked the door, then opened it wide enough to slip out. They all waited while the two ran opposite directions down the corridor and came back. "Clear," AJ said, then added, "All the doors are closed." "No one in sight. Didn't see the door guards we sent down the corridor earlier either, or anyone around the bends." There should always be someone. Doubly so in a crisis. Did Commander Tavan think that sending Jong and Jalava's 4 would be enough to guard him? Or was Tavan trying to deflect attention from him, concentrating their guards somewhere else? Jalava grimaced and made to touch their comm again, then hesitated. They met Homaj's eyes. "Don't want to announce we're on the move." Homaj nodded. "We'd do the same in the Municipal Guard. Were the door guards recalled, do you think?" "I don't know. Everyone, be on guard." Jalava glanced at Iata, who was thumbing the safety off on his borrowed pistol. "Please tell me you know how to use that." "Of course I know how to use it." Iata glared at Jalava, daring them to defy him. "This is a bad idea," Jalava said, scrubbing a hand through their short hair. "And I might not yet be the heir," Iata said. "If Vatrine's out there, I'm not willing to give anyone else leverage over my sibling, over the kingdom. We're going." "Yes. Yes." With that, Homaj fully agreed. Jalava took a breath. "Okay, clear enough." They filed out into the residence's main corridor. The air was cooler outside the apartment. Too quiet. Everything too still. Homaj tapped his own comm earpiece on, turning the inner circle on his ring to tune to the main guard channel. It was mostly quiet, with short bursts of code. No one would risk more, not knowing who or where the enemy was. From listening and parsing the code, Homaj gathered that the palace was being searched in earnest for his sibling, Vatrine, and those who'd last been seen with them, Vatrine's current lover, Lord Shavi Burka, and Vatrine's blood servant, Eros. The status of the second truth spoken, Homaj, was listed as secure, and Jalava didn't make any move to update that status. All of the residence wing had been searched and cleared twice, though no one yet had cleared the back corridors. The guard commander was the only one besides the royal family, the blood servants, and a few of his father's personal guards who had access there. So Commander Tavan wasn't back yet. And either his father's guards weren't back either, or they were dead too. Homaj fought to keep his posture in a normal state of alertness, not the itching, crawling dread that was winding up his spine. A new thought grew and loomed large in his mind. His apartment's internal surveillance was extremely secure, but more people had access to the residence corridor feeds. If anyone saw them come out from the Truth Spoken's apartment with different guards than had gone in, that was an exposure too. He'd been hoping to plant some doubt with the door guards Jalava had sent out to make a checkpoint, but that wasn't an option now. Well, they were out now. He eyed Iata ahead of him, walking that very fine line between being Homaj and being Homaj, being someone else. He checked his own posture, his body language, his performance, and subtly shifted what he thought might help push even more distance between them. If it came to it, if Iata drew fire, would Homaj be able to stand there and let him take it? Even knowing that was part of a blood servant's purpose too. Deflection and support. And what if whoever came for Homaj came with an explosion too? Would it matter if Homaj wasn't himself just now? If he was still too close? Should they split up? Should he sacrifice Iata to save himself? A deus. Of the two of them, with the Ceratarchus dead, and the heir possibly dead or compromised, Homaj had the bloodline and training to become the next ruler. He was supposed to be the second heir, but now he might be up. Between him and Iata's lives, purely pragmatically, Homaj was far more important than a mere blood servant. But Adeus. Iata was hardly just a blood servant. He was like a brother. He was a friend. Iata might be the only family Homaj had left in all the worlds. How could he possibly let Iata go to draw fire and escape himself? He swallowed bile. He should make that choice. He really should make it right now. But instead, he moved just a little closer to Ida as they walked down the corridor. Chapter 10. The Pastry Chef. Truth-spoken take personas and truly live in them. A persona isn't just a role we play. It's a facet of ourselves that we become. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 8 as quoted in the changed dialogues. The Adeum, Iata said as they neared the bend in the central corridor. Have we searched the Adeum? Homaj had been wondering too, though if his sibling was there, surely Commander Tavan would know. The Adeum, the religious seat of the kingdom, sat across the back courtyard from the palace. He'd spent many days there training with the Truth Speaker growing up. He knew the Adeum as well as the palace itself. If the Truth Spoken ruled over the minds of the kingdom of Valoris, then the Truth Speaker equally ruled over their souls, both in the eyes and will of the god Adeus. Equal in their separate authority, balances to each other. The kingdom might have just lost the Seritarchus, its truth-spoken ruler, but it hadn't yet lost its truth speaker. But was taking refuge with the truth speaker even safe in this crisis? If the Seritarchus had been assassinated, was it a stretch to assume the truth speaker was in danger as well? Another thing to worry about. Yes, the Adeum was searched, Jalava said tersely. The heir isn't there, and we searched the administrative offices, and the guest wing, and the terrace garden, though not the grounds gardens yet, not fully. Iata was a few steps ahead of Homaj, and didn't look back, though Homaj could tell by the tiniest twitch of his head that he wanted to. Iata didn't say what they'd both be thinking. There were places in the Adeum that the speakers could hide a truth spoken, if they wanted to. If the truth spoken asked them to, or even against the truth spoken's will, for their own safety. There were other places in the palace that Vatrine might be as well that weren't obvious to the guards. Jalava held up a hand, and everyone stopped. Homaj kept his pistol down, but stared at the corridor bend just ahead. Jalava signaled Chadrakor and Bozd, and they ran ahead, close to the wall, weapons ready. Homaj tensed as Bozde eased to the edge, extending their pistol past it, just enough to get a visual reading on the pistol's tiny screen. Clear, Bozd said, and went around the bend. No one ahead. That shouldn't have been clear, either, Jalava said, glancing at Homaj, who they seemed to have adopted as their second, no matter the tangled ranks involved. Homaj agreed. In a crisis, guards were supposed to checkpoint every defendable point in any area where a truth spoken was. He didn't know if this was a sign of disorganization or something yet more sinister. Where to? Jalava asked, a soft question, not looking at Iata. Iata hesitated, glanced behind him as if looking back the way they'd come, his gaze passing over Homaj's. He jerked his chin the tiniest measure downward, down exactly toward the palace kitchens. Homaj waited a heartbeat before dipping his own gaze down, rubbing the back of his neck. Not as blatant as a nod, but Ida would read his body language and know that was his assent. Now wasn't the time to preserve Vitrine's various identities as a truth spoken, no matter how long they'd taken to build. Jalava, Iata asked, do you know Siv Glotty, the overflow chef? Yeah. Yeah, you mean the one who makes pastries. They bring the extras to guard HQ after a gala. What does that have to do with... Do you know where they are now? No, I know they work at the palace during the big events. Jalava glanced at the bend in the corridor, where Chadrakur had come back and was waiting, keeping an anxious watch on both corridors. Homaj grimaced. Wrap this up, Iata. Just say they needed to go to the kitchens. I don't think Siv's in the palace. We haven't had a gala this week. Why are you... Jalava coughed. Do you mean Siv is an excellent chef, Iata said smoothly. We should head to the kitchens. I'll call it in. We'll search for... No, sir, Jong broke in, moving past Homaj. No one else should know until we find them. Yeah, that's the point, Sergeant, Jalava said, wheezing as they pounded their chest. We have to actually find them. I'm new here, Homaj said, but even I can tell when the chain of command is thoroughly fucked. You didn't tell anyone we're on the move. Jalava's fist tightened and eased again. A wave of pure exasperation. Okay then. The kitchens. They made it finally around the bend in the corridor, then took a sharp left to an auxiliary staircase, also not guarded. What the hell, Commander Tavin? But on the way down, they did meet 4 of the palace guard jogging toward the stairs on the first floor, and then up them as they passed, only giving the barest nods of acknowledgement. One glanced toward Homaj, and at the municipal guard pin on his collar. Homaj tensed, but the guard looked past him to Jalava, who nodded. When they reached the basement kitchens, an enormous room with dozens of workstations, and several full chef teams, the staff was keeping busy. Palace lockdown didn't mean there were less mouths to feed, apparently, or that those mouths were less hungry. Everyone who'd been in the palace when the lockdown started was still here. Homaj inhaled stewing carrots and ginger sauce, an array of thickly sliced printed meats, and freshly baked rolls. He snatched a hot roll from a basket and took a bite before one of the cooks could swat him away. And, well, maybe he shouldn't have done that. That wasn't what a guard would do. But he grinned and turned up the charm on his smile, even while his eyes were scanning everywhere, looking for Siv Glotty. Or at least his sibling Vatrine's tells on whoever they might be. Vatrine might not have had time to change much, like Homaj hadn't had time. Could Vatrine accomplish a drastic enough change to the taller, thinner Siv, if Siv was a genetic signature and form they knew well? Maybe. But then what about their lover, Lord Burka, who was also still missing? Homaj's gut said they'd be together. Vatrine might be able to do a quick change on themselves, but they couldn't change Lord Burka. Only truth spoken, well, and their blood servants, could change. And they'd have little or no cosmetics to work with, not the kind that could shift appearances. And what about their blood servant, too? Vatrine's blood servant, Eras, could be anywhere, and also anyone as well. Vatrine had never been as close to their blood servant as Homaj was with Iata, but that didn't mean Eras wouldn't protect the heir with her life. Hey, we're looking for Siv Glotty, Jalava yelled over the kitchen din. The pastry chef. Have they been in today? Has anyone seen them? Chapter 11. The Kitchens. If you're in the palace and get a chance when they're working, Definitely try anything made by Civ Gladi. Just ask any of the staff, they'll know. Adeus. Their pastries are fucking heaven. Anonymous 89446-D7 in the chat sphere. I'm at the palace. Now what? Jalava's shouted question hardly made a dent in the noise of the large kitchen, but a short woman with thick, dark brows, wearing a brightly patterned apron, dried her hands on a towel. She was a newer chef, one Homaj hadn't spoken to personally before. Civ. No, they haven't been in this last week, she said. Coming in a few days for the next ball, though. Well, or they would have been at least. The chef's brows drew sharply together, as she must have remembered what was going on. Is there any word? We've heard something happened to the Saratarkus, but no one's told us more than that. Jalava shot a look at Iata that said clearly, this was a waste of time. Thank you, sir, Iata said, making a delicate wave to the chef. We don't have any more information at this time. Adios, Iata, toned down the aristocratic air. Wearing Jalava's uniform and rank pins, he might plausibly be in command of the group, but that was a bit too courtly for a guard. Either Iata's lack of full truth-spoken training was showing through, or Iata was trying to establish another line of misdirection away from Homaj to himself as Homaj. Knowing Iata, it was probably the latter. Jalava's face was turning sour. Without knowing the extra layers of what was happening, all they'd see was that their charge was drawing too much attention to himself. The chef looked bemused. Well, okay. But why do you want Civ? What did they do? Nothing, sir, Homaj said. Iata shot him a look and cut in. We have a group of VIPs upstairs who are getting restless. We were hoping to bribe them with Civ's pastries. The chef rolled her eyes. Yeah. Well, we have rolls here. Some sweets in that cabinet over there. But don't take too much. It's between meals, people. Her voice cracked, and her careful composure was threatening to crack as well. Her whole posture was lined with nervous tension. Maybe she didn't know exactly what was going on, but there wasn't much short of an assassination or a coup that could shut the whole palace down. People need consistency in times like these, don't they? Homaj said gently, finishing what she couldn't. She turned shining eyes to him. Her name was Hadfin, he thought. Or was it hadn't? His throat closed, and he had to blink hard. No, look away. Don't engage with the emotion. He couldn't engage with the emotion, not and still function. Thank you, Zhong said. We'll take the rolls and won't trouble you any more. She made steering motions toward where the chef had motioned, and she and Edge hefted a basket of rolls each. Homaj grabbed a stack of disposable plates, knives, and a tub of butter, because he knew the rest would forget, and someone would ask. He snuck another roll in the meantime, and was starting to feel more himself again. Iata snuck another roll, too. Okay, Jalava said when they were in the corridor again. Now where? Again, Iata hesitated. If his thoughts were following the same lines as Homaj, he was thinking about Vatrine's palace guard persona. But Vatrine wouldn't be among the guards right now while the whole palace was looking for them, would they? Not that Homaj and Iata were any indicator of that particular game, but Vatrine had never particularly enjoyed their time spent among the guard. They always preferred the more personable roles, the staff, the diplomats, the lesser nobility. If Vatrine had changed and hidden themselves among the palace staff, that was much more plausible to Homaj than Vatrine trying to maintain a persona they typically struggled with even under low pressure. and that still left the question of their lover. "The Idaeum," Iata finally said. Jalava started to protest, but Iata held up a hand. "I guarantee you no one has fully searched the Idaeum. We'll go there next." And if Vitrine wasn't there either? How much of the palace had been cleared as thoroughly as it should be? And cleared looking for a truth spoken who didn't necessarily want to be found? The thought of going room to room across hundreds of rooms, looking for just the right tells that Vitrine would be doing their utmost to hide, maybe going through the back corridors. But who knew if even they were safe? And Homaj certainly couldn't enter them as a guard, and couldn't take Zhang, who he was growing reluctant to part with on the principle that he might trust her a little more than anyone else in the palace. He felt his chest start to constrict, and consciously made his thoughts drop, relied on years of training to take him into a light walking change trance to calm his body's reactions. If Vitrine wasn't in the Idaeum, they'd all assess the situation then and go from there. Either conduct their own thorough search of the palace, which would likely be questioned by Tavin at some point. Adding that complication Homaj wanted to avoid for the moment, or branch out toward the city, which was a much larger field of play. Homaj's gut, though, was tugging him toward the city. A truth-spoken's greatest offense was their ability to hide among the crowds, and his fathers had been killed in the city, not the palace. Homaj knew of several safe houses in Valon City, where he'd had training or been on various truth-spoken missions. Iata had been to a few with him, too. They both knew where to start looking if it came to it. Some of the houses, too, were known to the palace guard, and Vitrine would know not to go there. He hoped. Others were known only to the truth spoken, and not even Iata had been there. Or Vitrine could have fled the city altogether, could have fled the world, and all of this was assuming they were even still alive. Homaj's stomach clenched, and he had to force another light trance to ease it. The Idaeum, he told himself. First, thoroughly check the Idaeum. Assume Vitrine was still alive and somewhere on the planet, in the general vicinity of the palace or the capital, Valon City, across the river. He couldn't help the feeling, though, that with every minute that passed, his chances of finding his sibling alive were slipping through his hands. Chapter 12. The Encounter. I propose a law that grants the truth speaker equal listing with the truth spoken as the ruler of Valoris, because it's true. And yet, though they're the very living will of a deus among the stars, the truth speaker is often spoken of in the second breath, not the first. Count Sima Kazemi, from the Collected Speeches of the General Assembly, 4th edition. They trekked back up the service stairs to the first floor, deposited the food with a harassed-looking staffer to distribute among the palace guests, and went out the back delivery doors to the courtyard behind the palace. The courtyard of Palace Rhialden was nestled in the U of the palace, with the residence wing to the left of the back exit, a separate guest wing building to the right, and an administrative wing as the palace's core. At the open back of the courtyard was the Idaeum, jutting up with creamstone and asymmetrical blue steel and glass peaks, the seat of the religion of Idaeus, the god of the kingdom of Valoris. That was where the truth speaker held his office, and though the truth spoken technically didn't answer to anyone else in the kingdom, they did answer to the truth speaker, and by proxy, Idaeus themselves, and vice versa. Homaj found himself tensing as their small group of guards approached the massive building. Other palace guards were milling about, questioning speakers draped in gray and indigo robes, depending on their ranks. The guards were questioning anyone in sight, really, which was interesting. They hadn't been actively guarding the royal residence, yet they were out in the courtyard in droves. If Vatrine had come to the Adeum like Homaj was doing now, out in the open, no matter the disguise, they would have had to cross the courtyard. Someone would have seen something, even if not who they were expecting. If Vatrine had come through the back corridors and the tunnels that ran beneath the palace, courtyard, and Adeum, well, that would be a bit harder to track. As they approached the entry gate to the Adeum's own narrow courtyard, one of the gray-robed Adeum speakers glanced toward their group. Homaj sucked in a breath. Seor Gatri, her back straight and poised, a chin-length cut framing her angular dark brown face. She was in training to become the next truth speaker, with all the highest forms of evacu training that entailed. The same evacu training in the art of reading people and shifting your own self-expression to manipulate them that Homaj had. That was technically illegal for anyone but the kingdom's rulers to know, though most nobles had picked up some form of it too. Seor absently scanned the group, then her gaze razored back to Iata, narrowed, then shot to Homaj, all without her expression changing. Homaj held her gaze for a second longer than he should have, then looked away. Because though Homaj had done a fair amount of training with her, helping her pick out his tells from among dozens of personas, Lieutenant Carterain wouldn't have met her. So soon from the municipal guard, he just wouldn't have had time, and Valon City had its own Adeum with its own speakers. Though not its own truth speaker, there was only ever one truth speaker. Seor broke from her conversation with the guard and strode over, her gray robes flowing around her as she walked. Around her neck she wore the heavy silver seal pendant of a truth speaker in training. She didn't hold a truth speaker's authority yet, but she would. She was as much an heir to the truth speaker's position as he was to his father's. More. There was no backup truth speaker in training. She wasn't a spare. Adeus. Seor shouldn't be out in the open just now. Homaj had to resist the urge to survey the courtyard again, take stock of where a sniper might hide, or someone with explosives, or a weapon of any kind. "May I help you all?" Seor asked, making a show of scanning rank pins before focusing on Homaj. He waved to Jalava. "They're in charge, Sir Speaker. I'm in training." Jalava cleared their throat, stood a little taller. "Sir Speaker, we'd like to search the Adeum. Will you guide us on this search?" Seor tilted her head. "The Adeum's been searched twice already. Commander Tavin was just through on his way in from the city. They went back to the palace just now. I led that tour myself." Was that why she was outside the Adeum, in the open just now? Had Homaj just missed Tavin and their senior palace guards? Did he dare ask? Seor's cheek gave the barest twitch. Homaj didn't think those statements were lies. So, what was she trying to convey with them? "Yes, well," Jalava glanced toward Iata. "We have some new information. If you could please lead us on the tour again." "That would be a waste of my time," Seor snapped. "However, if any of you would like to enter the sanctum to pray, I will certainly supervise that." Did she want to speak with Homaj? Was that what she meant now? But he didn't know how to say that yes, in fact, he wanted to pray, without it coming off as clunky. As Lieutenant Rain, he was on duty. Religious matters seldom outweighed duty in a crisis. Prayers to Adeus, or any other god for that matter, seldom produced actionable results. When no one said anything, Seor spread her hands, She glanced around as if looking for someone else on which to fend off their group. Then she stiffened, a tension around her eyes and a slight bracing of her shoulders that Homaj doubted anyone had noticed but himself. He followed her gaze to where the truth speaker was emerging from the entrance to the Adeum, brown hair braided and wound into a tight knot, his red and violet robes bright in the sunlight. Tall and fit, he'd always been a physically intimidating person, and his scowl now compounded that impression. Homaj noted the truth speaker but watched Seor. Her breath had quickened, and he'd bet her pulse had too. Why? She was the truth speaker's protege. Truth speaker Aduel Shin Myrna was her teacher. Homaj had never been particularly fond of the truth speaker, and the feeling was mutual, but he respected him well enough and trusted his judgment. Was Seor afraid for the truth speaker's life? But no, the cues weren't right for that. The truth speaker's eyes caught Homaj's, and after a moment, his thick brows rose. He'd know Homaj, of course. He'd know Iata. He'd know every truth-spoken and blood servant on site in every situation. Aduel had conducted some of their training in Ivaku. He was their confessor and confidant. He advised the Seritarchus on how best to balance the kingdom, and his advice was usually sound. So why did Homaj feel a chill that the truth speaker could see him now? That look wasn't safety, wasn't acknowledgement or reassurance. Aduel could see through the different face and body he wore now to the reality of who he was, and he wasn't looking away. And he should have. The truth speaker had as much Ivaku as the Seritarchus, but he wasn't reading the situation now. He should be protecting the truth spoken, not putting Homaj on the spot here among dozens of guards. And was that why Seor had tensed? What information, what nuance was Homaj missing? Jalava was frowning at Homaj, confused at the truth speaker's attention. But that confusion wouldn't last long, would it? Speaker, Homaj said, and Seor turned back. Yes, thank you. We would like to pray. All of us. Of course. Follow me. And she took off at a brisk pace for the entrance to the Adeum, taking as wide a path around the truth speaker as she dared. The truth speaker finally looked away, turning to confront two nobles who were lingering near the Adeum gates. Homaj noted them, noted that they rated the truth speaker's attention. 2 minor lords only, both, he was fairly sure, from off-world. He would have centered them in his attention if they'd been anything more. Was that turnaway a snub? And if so, what did that mean for him? What the hell? Jalava hissed, coming close to Homaj as they passed through the Adeum gates and into the lapis-tiled courtyard of the Adeum grounds. A veritable garden of overflowing planters were intermixed with small outdoor altars, each bearing an androgynous stone statue of the god. What happened to my being in charge? I do outrank you, Homaj said quietly. And didn't you notice the tension? Something is off here. I've been around enough diplomats to know that. Being a municipal guard and all. I want to know what's what, don't you? Jalava swore under their breath, but didn't say anything more as they returned to the head of the group. In silence, together, they stepped into the entry, to the Adeum itself. Chapter 13. The Sanctum. Sometimes I come into the sanctum, often at night when there are few petitioners, and lay down on the floor. I stare up at the constellations above and try to understand how Adeus, who brought humanity safely through our journey through the stars, decided that their entire will should be centered in the focus of 4 people. Seor Gatri, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Inside the Adeum, the restless sounds of the courtyard cut off to an anxious hush. "Shoes off," Seor said quietly, and voices down. "We are in mourning." Then someone had released an official statement about the Saratarkus' assassination. Had the truth speaker? Had Commander Tavin, or one of the military commanders? Shouldn't Jalava have received word of that over comm? Homaj's own comm was still open, but the channels had been quiet. Tavin must be using a different channel for guard communications. Damn. Homaj should know about this. Whoever had released the statement should have at least tried to consult with him, as the next in line if Vitrine was still missing. Well, then maybe they had tried. Maybe Tavin had sent another runner like Zhang to his apartment, and he hadn't been there. What would Tavin think of that? The truth speaker and Speaker Seor now knew where he was. He wasn't completely off the grid. Would they tell Tavin? Of course they'd tell Tavin. Homaj paused and removed his shoes at the door, giving them to an attendant speaker acolyte in indigo robes, who slipped a tracking clip into each pair, then gave them each a matching chit to claim them again. The carpet was soft beneath Homaj's socked feet. He padded behind the rest into the sanctum proper, a vaulted space with pillars swirling with raw lapis lazuli, ruby, and jade. Mosaics lined the base of the walls, and lacquered wood ran the rest of the way up to an indigo ceiling full of painted stars. The faint scent of astral incense wafted from braziers set around the room. At the front of the Adeum stood a large hologram, a representation of Adios, which was a reflection of whoever approached it. It rippled through several variations in features, skin tone and hair color and texture, as they all filed into the open space. Seor led them past several groups in prayer to the far wall, motioning to a rug that had seen better days. As the others knelt, Homaj took his place on the side closer to the sanctum doors, Zhang beside him. Seor was last to kneel down, placing herself carefully in their group's center. Homaj made the opening gestures of supplication to Adias, a tracing of the constellation of the same name as the god, and no one spoke until they'd all done the same. Then Jalava said, "Speaker, what's this about? Couldn't you speak in the courtyard?" "The sanctum is acoustically dampened," she said. "It's very hard to hear what other people are praying for." Her gaze flicked to Homaj, then settled on Iata. "Truth spoken. You won't find your sibling here, though they did come just before we received word of the assassinations. Perhaps 40 minutes before." Homaj pressed his lips tightly together to stifle the urge to speak, but Iata was quick to the questions. "What did Vitrine say? Did they speak to you? Did they know they were in danger?" "Yes and no. They didn't have a defined feel of danger, but a sense of unease. You know, truth spoken. They read something in the people around them, though they couldn't say what, or from whom." Homaj did know, and so would Iata. Truth spoken could read a lot from a person, even when the things they were reading and the conclusions they were making weren't obvious. That Avaku training didn't go away when they weren't actively using it. It cataloged details in the background, presenting a vague extra sense of the mood around them. Homaj usually tried to ignore that sense of mood, which was within his court persona as the sharp but apathetic second truth spoken. If Homaj hadn't been so intent on not paying attention to the moods of the palace, he might have picked up on the same unease as his sibling. He might have been able to do something about it. "Was Lord Burka with them?" Zhang asked. "He's missing too. And the heir's blood servant?" "Yes, Lord Burka was with them, and Eris," Seor said. "They all came to us." Homaj went on full alert at Seor's slight emphasis on the word us. Came to us. To her and the truth speaker. There was absolutely something going on there. Seor didn't trust the truth speaker, or he'd made a bad move. But the truth speaker was always on the side of the truth spoken. That was most of his purpose, to be a counterbalance to the truth spoken rule, a direct line to a dais. Where did the Heir go when they left? Homaj asked hoarsely. I can't tell you that. I'm sorry. Jalava grunted. Speaker, if you know where they are, and hell, you know this is the truth spoken here. They glanced at Iata. We need to find the Heir to keep them safe. Keep both truth spoken safe. I can't tell you, Seor said slowly, because I don't know. I was excused from that part of the meeting. Iata hissed out in frustration. Then, an idea of where. Another safe house. A place where the truth speaker might send them. She turned her palms up, clearly not liking any of this. All I can tell you, truth spoken, is you might be safer disappearing right now. Go underground. Go deep enough even a Ceratarchus would struggle to find you. Or a truth speaker. But she hadn't said it, and Homaj knew she wouldn't. Whatever she was feeling, whatever he was feeling, there was nothing substantial yet to back it up. And yet, Vatrine had come here on less information, hadn't they? He ignored the everyday mood of the palace to keep himself sane, to not be consumed by the muchness of it all. But he certainly couldn't ignore it now. Chapter 14. Enough. Are we prisoners? Are we prisoners of our own control and our own power, when we have to hide in our palaces everything that makes us ourselves? Homaj Rhialden, Ceratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. I can't go underground, Iata said to Seor. I'm biding time only. If Vatrine isn't found in the next few hours, I'll have to step up as the next, as the truth-spoken heir. There can't be a power vacuum here. And no, he was right, there couldn't be. Shouldn't be, unless it had been engineered. There were 3 ad aeum-sanctioned truth spoken at any given time, to allow for fluctuations such as assassinations, and to keep the ever-power-hungry high houses from swooping in to make their own claims to power. Was Seor a part of these machinations, pushing the truth spoken to go underground? No. Homaj thought the fear tensing her posture, tightening her mouth, was sincere. She was genuinely afraid for his life. He wasn't sure whether to be touched by that or if it drove his own fear deeper. Zhong let out a soft breath beside him. She met his eyes. Oh, she was following this. At least the important parts. She wasn't liking any of it either. Seor looked up a split second before Homaj felt the shift in the room. The truth speaker had come back into the Adeum and was making his way toward them, trailing a retinue of mostly gray-robed speakers and some of his own guards in their own indigo and gray uniforms. Homaj's heart began to pound. The truth speaker wasn't looking at him now. Not yet. But he would. Wouldn't he? He was walking with grim determination exactly toward Homaj, and he either hadn't spotted Iata, which Homaj didn't believe, or decided he wasn't going to acknowledge Iata, who was just now doing everything he could to scream, I am truth spoken, to anyone who'd be able to see it. The truth speaker stopped, then crouched down beside Homaj at the edge of their group. His scent, heavy with cloves, made Homaj's nostrils flare. Come on, son. The municipal guard just found Lord Burka's body, shot down in an air car. We have to assume the worst. Vatrine's either dead or compromised. Either way, You're the heir now. You'd best get yourself ready to announce your bid to rule. Soonest is best. Truth Speaker Aduel stood again, wincing as his knees audibly cracked. Homaj kept his breathing steady only from years of training in soothing his body's fight-or-flight responses. He concentrated on slowing the flow of blood through his heart and his veins through the barest grasp of a change trance, even while his ears rang. Zhong's eyes could spit fire. Sior's lips were drawn tight. Jalava was looking between Iata and Homaj in bafflement and growing rage. Fuck, the truth speaker could have found a way to call him aside, to talk to him without outing him like that. That had been very deliberate, and Homaj wasn't convinced it had been for his benefit. And that shouldn't be the case. He stood slowly. Zhong rose with him, her look questioning. I want you with me, he said to her. Looked around at the other guards. All of you, with me. You are all, from this moment, my personal guard, until I say otherwise. But... Jalava was still slow on the uptake, or maybe too proud to admit they'd been fooled. Homaj didn't have time for that. Vatrine's lover, Lord Shavi Burka, had been found, and he needed to know where and how, and why he was shot down. He needed to know what was happening out in the city. He needed to find his sibling, because there was still time. There had to be time. Once he made his bid to rule, it could still be contradicted within the mandatory 10 provisional days if the heir showed up and proved to Homaj and the truth speaker that they weren't compromised. But the truth speaker himself might be compromised. So what the hell would constitute an acceptable resolution in that case? He couldn't rule this kingdom. He just could not. He wasn't built for it. Trained, yes, but he'd spent the last few years proving to everyone, including himself, that he wasn't someone who should ever be given a kingdom, because he just didn't care. Listen, Homaj said in a low voice. Others in the sanctum were watching now, clued in by the truth speaker's retreating presence that something important was happening. I don't trust anyone, but I trust you a little more than anyone else. Keep me alive until we figure this out, okay? He was still speaking in a city accent. He'd continue to speak in a city accent until he changed back to himself, which he'd have to do soon. The truth speaker wasn't wrong, and neither was Iata. Power in the kingdom of Valoris couldn't be left in a vacuum. There were too many nobles just waiting to pounce, and that wasn't counting the nations outside their borders. He'd known that when he'd changed to the body he wore now, and ran out to find Vatrine. He was desperate to find Vatrine, so he wouldn't have to rule. Homaj surveyed the faces around him. Zhong's determination, Jalava's anger, the rest of the guards watching him with a mixture of confusion and resolve. But all of them nodded. All of them. Even Sior. When Homaj announced his bid to rule, he would have 10 days to figure out what had happened to his parents and to his sibling, and punish those responsible. He hoped, Oedeus he hoped Vatrine was still alive. But he had the aching feeling in his gut that this wasn't going to end well. He had 10 days as well to decide which style of rule he would use, and which title accordingly. Would he be the new Melisori and rule with the force of momentum? Would he be an Iolorius and rule with fluidity and adaptability? Or would he be a Seritarchus like his father, a scion of absolute control? He'd thought of it before, of course. He thought he'd most likely be an Iolorius, if it ever came to it. Vatrine had been leaning hard toward Melisori, full of projects and reforms. But with the kingdom on such shaky ground, was fluidity what was needed? He'd never, ever wanted to make that kind of decision. Didn't these people, with their loyal gazes, he hoped their loyal gazes, know he was the absolute last person anyone should want as a ruler? His eyes stung, and the flood of emotions sat just behind his throat again, pushing hard to come out. He viciously shoved them back down. "I'm with you," Seor said quietly, a ragged edge to her voice. "Never doubt that. I'll do my own part to keep you safe." He met her eyes, nodded. He didn't doubt her sincerity, at least, or her quiet rage at the actions of her truth speaker. Whether her help would be enough, though, they'd all have to see. Chapter 15. These Games. Anyone who associates with truth spoken for long, those who marry them, who befriend them, who guard them, who work beside them in any capacity, have a steep and painful learning curve just to function enough to understand the level on which the truth spoken work. Orala Swiftwater, Chamberlain of Palace Rhialden, as quoted in the Change Dialogues. It was a long and mostly silent walk back to the residence wing. Jalava, once aware of the actual situation, had proven adept enough to keep their group's current arrangement. If anyone asked, Iata was still the truth spoken. Homaj was simply a new hire, farther back in their lineup, though court gossip sped like lightning, and the identity of Lonterain was already way past compromised. Zhong stayed close and painfully alert to him. She twitched whenever he so much as sniffed. When the doors to his apartment were closed, though, and locked behind them, the silence broke. "Why the hell didn't you tell me who you were?" Jalava demanded. "Why the masquerade among us? We're palace guard. We're supposed to protect you, not be a part of your truth-spoken games." Iata held up his hands, still using Homaj's gestures. "We can't speak here." "And you," Jalava rounded on him. "You're the blood servant, right? How the hell are you also truth-spoken?" "He's not," Homaj said. "And the roles of a blood servant are not for listening ears. We must go into the prep room. There are no cameras or microphones there." Jalava's face flushed, but after a moment, they thrust out a hand toward the prep room. "After you, truth spoken." Jalava's attitude was dangerously insolent, but Homaj was inclined to think they had a right to their anger just now. He read the panic there, too, fueling that anger, knowing they were caught up in something far more intense than they'd thought, that they could have lost Homaj on their own watch by not knowing who he was. Homaj waved to Age and Bozd, who'd stationed themselves by the main door. "You'd best come in, too. Being one door over won't make the difference here." They looked at each other, then followed the rest into Homaj's prep room, a private place that was quickly becoming too open and crowded. He'd best make this quick in any case. Zhong closed the door and locked it like she'd seen Homaj do before. Iata took the chair at his own vanity table and sank onto it backwards, arms leaning over the back. He looked exhausted. Homaj turned to Jalava, still keeping his voice and mannerisms as lieutenant. Rayan, loose and friendly. He didn't need anyone clamming up just now over his status. "Are you religious, Jalava? Are any of you very religious?" Jalava made a face. "Yes, I am. And I get that the truth speaker just outed you. And that's not good. I'm not about to follow a sour truth speaker blindly, if that's what you're asking." but the thought that a truth speaker would go sour is... They grasped at the air. They looked almost as exhausted as Iata. Do you really think truth speaker Aduel had anything to do with the assassinations? Ah, then they had followed all of that, or at least pieced it together on the way back up. I don't know. I aim to find out. Homaj held up his hands, his own gesture, and so much an echo of what Iata had been doing that he saw Jalava flinch. Before you ask more. If we're suspecting the truth speaker of being less than loyal, can you still question why I wouldn't want to expose myself to any of you? Zhang knew, and Iata knew. Now, you all know. I'm going to go into my bedroom and change back to my original appearance. It will take around a half hour. I changed quickly once today, but it would be too dangerous to attempt a quicker change again. A half hour is too fast as it is. I'll need you to guard me, and to wake me at the first sign of trouble. Iata will remain to be me if needed. Iata smiled sourly. Actually, Iata, you should go out to the sitting room and carry on the conversation as if you are me. It's another layer of diversion. And it put Iata at risk, but Iata knew that. He'd known that before he attempted to change himself into Homaj. Iata made a waving shrug. I can do that. I can't, Jalava said. I'm not truth-spoken. I don't have training in these games. Iata pinned them with a flat stare. You've been doing it with me the last 2 hours. You can certainly do it some more. Yes, but I thought you were the truth-spoken. Then think it again. Iata had let some of his control slip when they'd entered the prep room, but he brought it all back now, speaking in Homaj's crisp tones. He sounded more like Homaj than Homaj just now, who was still using the city accent, still carrying more common mannerisms. Jalava's gaze darted between them, at a loss again. Homaj sighed, pushed off from his own vanity chair, which he'd been leaning against. I'll be in my bedroom. Zhang with me. Jalava, guard the rest of the apartment as you see fit. Work with Iata, please. Be natural about it. We must get through this next hour. Then we can go from there. He hesitated, almost asking Iata to send for more food from the kitchens, because he'd need it, but he decided against it. A smart observer would know that more food sent to the truth-spoken's apartment would mean there was change involved. He didn't want to give any more clues to his actions than he already had, than Aduel had. Homaj brushed a stray strand of blonde hair out of his eyes, then nodded to Zhang and headed for the bedroom. Do you want me to bow to you? He heard Jalava asking Iata. No, because as a guard you wouldn't bow anyway. At least, not how a courtier bows. Homaj shut the door, and without hesitation, he locked it too. Same drill, as before. Guard me. Zhang rubbed the back of her neck, looking around at the pieces of broken vase still scattered on the floor. Do you want me to clean up? No, I need you alert. He undid his hair, stripped out of the guard's jacket and shirt, then trousers. He wore his undershirt and shorts, and she didn't look away, but he didn't feel any discomfort at that. Her look wasn't invasive, only attentive. Zhang checked her pistol and took up a position where she could see both the door to the prep room and the open door to Ida's bedroom. But that really wasn't the door she should be guarding. Homaj hesitated, then moved beside his bed and gently touched the satin-smooth wall beneath the white chair rail. There was no discernible place to show where to touch. It was pure spatial memory. But if Zhang knew the general vicinity, she could at least know where to direct him if he was prematurely awakened, and they needed to exit fast, or where to aim if someone did come through. It won't open for anyone but Iata or me, or Commander Tevin. Vatrine and their blood servant Eris could still use it too. He held up his hand. We can shift the DNA in our hands. He let that sink in. But if we need the door, it's there. It's the only access point to the back corridors from this apartment. Zhang gave a solemn nod. She knew what level of trust that bit of information required. She glanced between the dual entry points to the bedroom and shifted to better cover the panel door beside his bed. He pulled back the bed covers. "A half hour," he said as he lay down. He scratched his beard. A deus. At least that would be gone. That was his last coherent thought as he drifted quickly into a changed trance. Chapter 16. Absolute Control. Change isn't just switching from one set of attributes and features to another. Change is the responsibility of another life, and the intersections of that life with the people around you. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Homaj woke and knew the comfort of his usual body. Its boundaries he knew better than any others. Sitting up, he touched his face and grimaced at the loose beard hair that had come off during the change. He brushed his face off, brushed his undershirt as best he could. "Are you well?" Zhang asked, stepping toward the bed. "Yeah." His voice came out a croak, and he coughed to clear it. "Yes. How long?" She glanced at her ring comm. 28 minutes. He didn't ask her how things were going out in the rest of the apartment. She wouldn't know. Unless there'd been trouble and Ida had come back. But her ready posture showed no indication of that. "Okay," he said, getting up and stretching. He waved to the adjoining bathroom. "I need a shower and to dress. Then we'll go out." He hadn't bothered with a shower the last time he'd changed. But then, the last time he hadn't been going to make his bid to rule the kingdom. Her nod was tight. "I'll keep watch, Sir Truth Spoken." He wished he could make the water as hot as possible, and just not come out for a long time. But he needed speed just now, not steam to drown his sorrows. Homaj was out of the shower in 2 minutes, spent the barest minute under the drying light for his hair, then wrapped himself in a robe and headed for the prep room closet, Zhang trailing him. He frowned at the racks of his own clothes, what he would typically wear daily in the court. These clothes were, in many ways, as much calculated to project the persona of Homaj Rhialden as the clothes on other racks were meant to service other personas and identities. Everything meant to project different social messages and moods to those around him. Most of what he wore as himself was flowing, in a variety of gender codings and styles, a mix of dark and subtly flashy materials, and soft, frilly pastels, which he was fond of at the moment. He needed continuity with that, certainly, but he also needed something else today. He touched a jacket he seldom wore that had a bold floral pattern. Vatrine always wore patterns, always wore bolder colors. Should he do that? But his father, the Seritarchus, always wore the more severe cuts, less adornment. Burgundies and golds and golden greens, which wasn't his style. But he couldn't just wear his own style. He'd invested too much into associating his style with his snarky, artfully apathetic personality at court, and that wasn't what he needed people to see right now. He needed their trust, if that was even possible at this point. Homaj chose a pale lavender silk shirt and a jacket in his usual frilled cut, but a bolder royal blue. A calf-length pleated skirt hemmed with diamonds, which shifted between blue, violet, and green hues, that's stolen from a different rack. Much more formal than he'd normally wear. He hooked 3 gold rings in his left ear, and a single sapphire in his right. He combed his still damp hair out and pulled it up deftly into a twist, pinning the edges with practiced ease. He rolled his shoulders once and he was fully back to being himself. But he needed more than that, didn't he? More than the subtle difference in clothes, too. He needed to project more of his father, the Ceratarchus, today. Show anyone who dared to approach him that he would not, in fact, bend with the tides, but would stand like stone against anyone who tried to tear his kingdom down. Homaj stared at himself in his closet mirror, dismay too plain on his features, because he was not that person. He wasn't his father or his older sibling, and he'd been trying his hardest the last few years to be anything but them. He could simulate it for a time, though. He knew that. He'd been trained to inhabit any personality he needed. And he told himself this was temporary. He'd find Vatrine, and then Vatrine could resume their place as the heir. Vatrine could make their own bid to rule. Homaj looked askance at Zhong, raising a brow. Zhong shifted. Are you asking for my opinion? I don't have an opinion, truth spoken. I don't know fashion. She did nod to his hand, though. You still have the guard ring comm on. He glanced down at the ring comm. A plain brushed steel band with a movable, darker center band, 2 tiny white indicator lights on the rim, and an engraved sigil of the Royal Guard Phoenix along the edge. At a touch, the band would display a tiny hollow of basic output. He hadn't taken it off in the shower or the earpiece, not wanting to lose that connection, even for a moment. He didn't have the comm on active now, though, not knowing Tavin's new preferred frequency. Should he remove the ring? Most people would know it was a ring comm, not a piece of jewelry. It was on the same finger that he'd wear a ruler's signet ring, and the truth speaker had called him out in the Edeum when he was dressed as a palace guard. What would wearing this palace guard's ring comm on his signet finger say to everyone around him? He curled his hand around it, then pulled a simple ring from his tray of rings, a gold band with a single, small sapphire, to go on the opposite hand and balance things out. Everything, absolutely everything, had meaning. Homaj decided against any scent but what he'd used in his shampoo. He wanted a more sober and austere showing today. Then he surveyed himself again in the mirror. He was a visual blend of his fathers, Rhialden and Xiao, dressed but without cosmetics yet. Still beautiful. Still too much the court rake. But that was who he was who he'd been. He couldn't just erase that in an instant as himself. Could this person in the mirror be the next ruler of the kingdom? He looked away, swallowed hard, and swept into the prep room. At his vanity, he lined his eyes in the same blue he'd used on Ida's, shadowed his eyes with gold and indigo, gave his lips a pale rose sheen. He was gender fluid, usually within the general vicinity of male, and feeling a more femme presentation just now. He squinted at himself, then went back to the liner and added a flourish beside his left eye. As truth spoken, his skin was flawless unless he wished it not to be, and today he wanted it flawless. It set him apart. He was unnaturally beautiful. He had to assume he was, right now, the truth-spoken heir, soon to be the next ruler of the kingdom of Valoris. As he worked, he made small adjustments to his body language and posture. Not so far from himself that it was implausible, but it was an opening of self, an inhabiting of space that he normally tried to slip through, not linger in on his own. Yes, in fact, his appearance could say, "I'm your next ruler." He took a moment to calm his racing heart, steady his breaths. This was a performance. Just another performance, but it wasn't a performance. It couldn't be. Not fully. This might be the person he'd need to become for the rest of his life. A person that billions of lives depended on. A person who the nobility feared. He knew Zhang saw the shift, the last hardening of that royal armor, because her demeanor took on more deference. And he hated that, too. Yes, he'd been trained for the possibility that he might have to rule someday. As the second truth-spoken heir and the palace being what it was, he'd always known it was a possibility. What he needed now was both to center the attention of the kingdom on himself, give them a center to look to, and keep his enemies off balance. In the kingdom of Valoris, there were 3 legal styles of rule, all associated with different personality types and likely actions. The court and general public had speculated on his personality type for years, and had generally settled on an Iolorius type, which he generally agreed with. An Iolorius would rule with movement and change, and that was him. He was fluidly moving into this new phase of himself, but he was certain that as an Iolorius, he wouldn't be nearly as effective against the powers arrayed against him. Not when he might have to stand against a rotten truth speaker. Not as effective as a Seritarchus like his father would be. A pillar of absolute control. And there was more than one way to demonstrate absolute control. Homaj stood and waved Zhang toward the door. "Go out and get Iata and Jalava. I'm ready." Chapter 17. Public Face. It's the nature and duty of truth spoken to never show who they really are, except to those they intimately trust, and those they trust are vanishingly few. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the changed dialogues. Zhang opened the door and stepped out while Homaj hung back, out of view of any cameras he knew about. Their fiction that Iata was Homaj was in shambles at this point, but they still had to try to maintain the illusion that Ida, as a blood servant, couldn't change nearly as well as a truth spoken. From across the hall, he heard Ita in the middle of a droning account of all the trees he enjoyed in the terrace gardens. Oh, Adeus. He must have run out of things to talk about as Homaj a while ago. Iata stopped, presumably when Zhang stepped into the sitting room. And Homaj would have to remember to add a few details about the garden to those he talked to in the next few days, for continuity, for the sake of anyone who might have been listening. Which could be anyone, at this point, depending on where the breach in loyalty was, but especially any among the palace guard. Homaj stepped back as Iata and Jalava came back into the prep room with Zhang. Iata's face was pinched, Jalava's tense, with maybe a hint of relief. Jalava opened their mouth, but Homaj held up a hand, only lowering it once he'd made sure the door was secure. "Iata, please give Jalava back their uniform. I do want you in uniform too. We don't have time to change you back to yourself, but I think we can shift the cosmetics, and anyone who saw you before will assume it's all a well-executed disguise, and not an actual change. You have enough recognizably Rhialden features on your own." He paused for breath, painfully aware that he was close to babbling. That was a habit he'd trained out of himself in childhood, but it came back sometimes, particularly during great stress. "Get another uniform from the closet. he said, his voice slower, words more measured. Get different rank pins. Iata headed for the closet, while Jalava looked about with equal parts discomfort and curiosity. Jalava would have had the last hour to come to terms with now being an integral part of the truth-spoken world. Zhang, near the door, seemed to have already accepted this, but he could tell she was nervous. None of what was happening right now was ordinary. Homaj, feeling everyone centering on himself, and knowing that he had to be that center, found himself off balance. Yes, it was necessary. It was the effect, the charisma he was trying to project. But he was used to people centering around his father or older sibling. He had crowds that followed him, yes, but his purpose and persona at court was to be the foil to Vitrine, was to be not anything like his father or sibling in any way. Where Vitrine was friendly and always inviting discourse on ideas, Homaj was the airy socialite who let ideas slip around him. He was artful, he was approachable, but always out of reach. He was an insufferable flirt. He'd never played down his intelligence, though. He'd weaponized it. His wit was cutting, and his insults legendary. He knew how to get from that persona to an Aelorius. He'd rehearsed that before in his head. He'd hoped he'd never have to do that. Oh, a deus. He had hoped. But how did he get from there to being a Ceratarchus? How did he go from deliberately fickle to steady as steel? He couldn't just be a different person. Continuity was everything. And he was building a life he'd have to live in. And he'd never been anything other than fluid in everything he did. He looked between Zhang and Jalava. What did they think of him? Zhang had a different perspective of the truth spoken by now, certainly, and Jalava would have seen different sides of him through the whole tangle with Iata. Would they understand that Iata's impersonation of him earlier, before they'd been to the Idiom, had been spot on to Homaj's own original personality? Not the public image he projected, not Homaj Rhialden, but Maja, the person he could only be in private among family, among those he trusted. He took a breath. I need you both to understand that the public face of a truth spoken is not the private face. Zhang and Jalava exchanged a look. Jalava shifted their weight, watching Homaj warily. I came up from the ranks, and I've been around long enough to see you're not what you first seem. You haven't insulted me once today. I never insult beneath my station, Homaj said. Well, or beneath the general bubble of nobility. Zhang coughed. Sir, truth spoken. If it's not too forward and because Jalava brought it up, and it's a good point, are you going to keep doing that? Insulting people, I mean. Because you'll make a lot of enemies really quickly if you're insulting from the position of a ruler, not a second truth spoken. Homaj sucked in a breath. Yes, that was very much too forward of her, but not untrue. Her face flushed. Sorry, She waved a hand vaguely around her. I don't know how you want me to act around you. You asked my opinions earlier. Do you still want them? Very much so. In private. You too, Jalava. Jalava's slim brows rose. Is this a promotion? Sir, truth spoken. Homaj flailed in his thoughts. Could he make that decision? He'd never before been in control of his own guards. He wasn't sure how to handle this. I can't adjust actual rank until I'm the ruler, and I might still not be. But, yes, consider it part of your guard duty. Your opinions right now will help keep me alive. Jalava gave a tight nod, then grimaced and gave a fuck it sort of wave. If you really want to know what I think, Sir Truth Spoken, I think Zhang's right. Your reputation is as a court player, but I don't think that's who you are, is it? They waved a hand at the entirety of Homaj, though he hadn't been projecting that air now, he was sure. I don't think you can do that anymore, but you weren't like that earlier, as the lieutenant. Homaj tilted his head. I agree with you on the whole, and it's not quite as simple as turning it off, but I'd like to know your reasoning. Jalava rubbed the back of their neck, slanting a look at Zhang. People know you're smart, but forgive me, but you come across like you don't care. They'll underestimate you and think you can be used. My brother is like that. He likes to play down his strengths, so people won't give him as much responsibility. It backfires, though. People try to manipulate him all the time, and he usually lets them. It's caused a lot of drama. Jalava blinked and focused on him again. Sorry, Sir Truth Spoken. I didn't mean... Homaj's smile twisted. You're not going to insult me. And that is all a part of my personality. Yes, but no, it's not fully me. I very much lean on those attributes in my public persona. It's what I'm trained to do, and it's highly effective. He paused, took a breath. He was still too off balance. These people he was confiding in, they might be who he trusted the most right now. But what about when the crisis passed? They couldn't just walk away knowing all of this about the Truth Spoken, especially if he was about to become the ruler. A deus save him from that, but this was quickly becoming more reality than he knew how to handle. Homaj spread his hands. Point of no return. I've already told you too much, but I don't believe it's fair to tell you more without warning that you'll be attached to me personally from here on out, even if Vatrine's found and can rule. Yes, this is a promotion. A big promotion. You're under oath as Palace Guard to not share anything you've learned from us and about us as Truth Spoken outside of the Guard, or below you in the chain of command. But I need another oath now. To me. Personally. Under the eyes and will of a deus. I'll be letting you into information that only Tavin and a very few others in the Guard know. Those who guarded the Ceratarchus personally. He didn't say, and look how that turned out. He didn't point out at all that the truth speaker almost certainly wasn't the only one who was rotten. And he really needed to get out there. He needed to go make his bid. Give the kingdom back that little bit of stability. But he had to know the ground he stood on first. You won't be able to leave my service after this, and the consequences for letting information slip will be dire. Zhang looked unfazed. She'd already worked this part out. Jalava inhaled slowly, nodding. Homaj had them raise both hands and repeat the oath his father had taught him for swearing in oath-bound guards. He'd never had to use it before, his own guards being part of an ever-changing rotation. And that was part of the point. Sometimes truth-spoken heirs got too ambitious. Loyalty was a thing reserved for rulers, not heirs. The next rotation of his guards would have been that morning, and was that convenient timing that he would have had all new guards today anyway. Were Jalava and their squad supposed to be among his new guards, or had they happened along in the crisis? But Jalava repeated the oath along with Zhang. If Vatrine was found, Homaj would just have to work it out with them, that he would keep his own permanent guards. Somehow. Homaj felt the weight of their lives, now tied to him. He'd better not screw this all up and get them killed. "Thank you," he said, his mouth too dry, and cleared his throat. He looked up to see Iata in a palace guard uniform of his own, much better fitting this time, leaning against the open door to the closet. He gave Homaj an unreadable look, which was something, because Homaj could almost always read Iata. But the look passed, and Iata approached Jalava, holding out their neatly folded uniform. "Thank you for the loan, sir. I'm sorry it picked up the scent of my perfume." Jalava glanced at Iata's new, crisp uniform and the closet Iata had emerged from. They didn't say that the use of their own uniform hadn't actually been necessary, but it had been. The less anyone knew of exactly how truth-spoken slipped in and out of personas, the better. Especially that they had a stash of guard uniforms and insignias at the ready. Jalava sniffed their returned uniform, but shrugged. With the unself-consciousness of a guard, they stripped down right there and quickly dressed again, picking the tactical streetwear back up with distaste. So now, for the moment, he had 2 guards he could trust. Well, and nominally, Iata, if Iata would be functioning for the next hour or so as a guard. He was fairly sure about Zhang, unless she was a master of Ivaku herself, and he hadn't seen any signs. She was easy to read. Mostly sure about Iata, who had been trained in the use of weapons along with everything else. A blood servant doubled as a bodyguard when their truth spoken went on change missions. And Jalava. Homaj had been reading them all afternoon, and hadn't yet detected a note of insincerity. He wasn't sure he liked Jalava, but he did think he could afford to trust them to protect him, for the moment. Jalava, at least, hadn't made any moves to ingratiate themselves with him, either now or when they'd thought Ida was the truth spoken. Jalava had been honest, often caustically so. That could be an act, true. But Homaj hadn't yet found any signs of Ivaku training in Jalava either, beyond some of the basic adapted things the palace guard taught their own. Zhang and Jalava were now sworn to him. Iata had been sworn to him by a different, deeper oath, since Homaj was 8 and Iata 9. He couldn't fully trust anyone, he knew that. But he couldn't get through the next few days alone. He might not survive the next few days alone. "Okay," he said and nodded. "Okay. I should tell you all. When my 10 days are up, I'll be announcing myself as Seritarchus." Chapter 18. Happy. The 3 different styles of rule, Seritarchus, Iolorius, and Melisori, focus on basic personality archetypes throughout the history of leaders. There is a broad range within each style, however. A truth spoken doesn't necessarily have to be a natural in a style to employ that style, though an unnaturally styled ruler will have a much more difficult path. Dr. Indari Hedi Essen in A Societal Morphology, Truth Spoken in the Modern Age. Ida rocked back. "You're not suited to a Seritarchus rule, Homaj." Adeus. He didn't want that much honesty. Iata didn't shrink from his glare, though. "You're Iolorius, through and through." "That's not what's needed right now." "Yes, but you can't change your base personality, no matter what you layer over it." "No," he agreed. "But there's more than one kind of control. The kingdom needs that kind of control, and that kind of continuity. If I decide to change my style of rule later, I can give my notice and announce that then." Any ruler could change among the 3 legal styles and their corresponding titles when it best suited their needs and the needs of the kingdom. but it required 3 months' notice, unless the circumstances were dire, and it was a legal hassle. It almost always wasn't the best move. People tended not to trust a fickle ruler, and it would take time to regain that trust. Homaj scowled. I won't have a rulership to worry about if I can't hold on to it now, or if Vitrine comes back. But this doesn't leave the room, not even a hint. I'll carry on outwardly as if I'm aiming for Ialorius. Some people might see past that, and that some of my next actions won't completely match, but I'm counting on most of them being surprised when I announce the title I'm taking and my style of rule. And by people, you mean the truth speaker, Iata said, a muscle in his neck twitching. Nervous shifts all around. Yes, Jalava had said that they weren't willing to follow a sour truth speaker, but they hadn't been happy about it. Zhang had been livid in the Adai when the truth speaker had outed him. Homaj himself was religious enough, in the most secular sense of the word, and Iata was much the same. They believed in the structure of the Adeum in relation to the truth spoken. They believed in the nature of a dais among the stars, sure, but not in all the superstitions more devout sects took as truth. He didn't truly believe that he, as a truth spoken, was the actual will of a dais in the kingdom. He met Iata's gaze. Iata's dark eyes were bright and burning, his jaw tight. Iata had never liked the truth speaker, even more than Homaj, but that was beside the point. You didn't have to like the truth speaker to respect his position and guidance. You didn't have to like the person to trust the office. Truth speaker Aduel broke that trust when he outed a truth spoken, maybe the only truth spoken left, in a public place, without permission, without any obvious need, and with a much more obvious need, truly, for continued cover. If that was all he had done, even that would be enough grounds for Homaj to set his path on taking him down for working against the best interests of the kingdom. Maybe truth speaker Aduel had never liked Homaj as much as Vitrine, had considered him a degenerate, an impression which Homaj had worked to stoke. But Aduel knew the game too. Aduel had helped train him in crafting personas that could sway perceptions, creating a public reality around himself that was only partial truths. The truth speaker had absolutely known what he'd been doing. He was one of the most skilled, maybe the most skilled now, practitioners of the Ivaku arts of subtle manipulation in the kingdom. Not even the death of the Seritarchus would have rocked him that far from his own training. So, what message, what threat was he trying to convey? Homaj pushed off from the vanity chair he'd been leaning against. They were all watching him, waiting. How much of his thoughts had betrayed themselves in his expression, in the tightness of his shoulders? And they were tight. You didn't casually contemplate forcing out the second most powerful person in the kingdom. Oh, disturbing thought. The first most powerful person in the kingdom, until Homaj fully stepped into his rule, even if the truth speaker's power was more religious than political. Religion was politics in the kingdom of Valoris. He would need his facts straight. He would need evidence. He would need a good share of the nobility on his side. And he was starting from the public perceptions of a rake. A truth speaker never, ever outs a truth spoken in public, he said, not without setting themselves up in contention to the truth spoken's authority. If truth speaker Aduel has broken faith with the truth spoken, I can legally remove him from the Adeum. As an Adeum sanctified truth spoken, I have that power and that right. It's part of the checks in the system. His throat was tight, but too dry, and he couldn't find the focus to ease it with a light change trance. Some believe the truth speaker literally speaks with the voice of a deus. Those people, though they knew about the checks in the system, that truth speaker and truth spoken both could unseat the other, given enough reason within the law. Those people would always stand on the side of the truth speaker. Yes, Iata said. And some believe the truth spoken act with the direct will and see with the eyes of a deus. But, you're right, those people would still count the truth speaker as the highest authority. Those people won't be on our side. Jalava slowly kneaded their hands together, something Homaj suspected they never did unless deeply distressed. Did they believe either of those things? We're with you, Zhang said quietly, eyeing Jalava. Jalava nodded. Yes, we're with you. We will protect you from any enemy. A portion of the knot in Homaj's stomach eased. They'd both sworn to him, yes, but he'd witnessed conflicts of loyalty before, and they never ended well. He was about to witness a lot more conflicts of loyalty over the next few hours and days, wasn't he? As the kingdom shook itself out into a new rule, whatever shape that took, and very possibly a new truth speaker as well. A deus. Homaj wished the truth speaker hadn't played that card, and he wished he suspected anyone, absolutely anyone other than the truth speaker who'd trained him. How could he think Adewell had anything to do with the death of his father, and whatever had happened to his sibling, and now the death as well of Lord Burka? Adewell had told him of Lord Burka's death, and that thought now was ice in his gut. Had that also been a threat? Stone. Homaj had to be stone. He couldn't bend around this wind. He straightened, pulling more of his father's bearing as the ruler into his own. One more step on the path to a rulership that would be as farther, from his own personality than the public persona he had now. And whether Vatrine was found or not, came back or not, was compromised or not. Homaj had to sell this, and he had to sell it to himself. Okay, we've taken more time than we have. Iata. Ida sat down at his vanity and quickly pulled out what he'd need to push his makeup as much as he could in as short a time possible. Right. We'll have to move quickly from here. Follow my lead. Always. And he spread his hands, looked back at the two guards. Trust me. I have been trained for this. Whatever I do, it has a purpose. Did he trust himself? If he was in their place, would he trust himself? His mouth felt stuffed with wool. His stomach growled a hollow gurgle. Zhong, Iata said, slashing over one brow with quick strokes. There should be some energy bars in the cabinet beside the bed. Bottled water. Can you get those, please? Zhong looked to Homaj and he waved toward the bedroom. He hadn't wanted to show vulnerability just now, because a Saritarchus never would. Iata gave him a troubled frown in the mirror. You still must take care of yourself. This all falls apart if you do. Homaj wet his dry lips, shifted his weight as Zhong came back and handed him 2 water bottles and 2 bars. He glanced at her, then took a drink. Iata was right. There was no room for mistakes now. His training was good and truly over. What about the others? H and Bazd and Chadrakur? Jalava asked. Will you swear them to you too? You brought them in here before. Homaj paused. Yes, he had brought them in before. And yes, they would know more about him than any others of the palace guard besides Tavin themselves. They'd have to, if they were to guard him effectively. and maybe he'd bring them further into his confidence later. Or maybe not. They were, all three of them, ranked lower than Zhang, so he wouldn't have any problems with the chain of command. He'd already decided to keep his inner circle of confidence very, very small right now. I'll swear them to me personally. Yes, you will all be my personal guards, as I said in the Adeum. We'll go do that now. But you two, you have the higher clearance. Jalava, you're in command of my personal guard, under me. With Zhang as your second, you have my personal confidence. You'll treat the information I give you directly with care. Jalava gave a tight nod. They didn't look happy. But then, none of them were happy just now. Okay then, Homaj said quietly. Let's go make a bid to rule the kingdom. Chapter 19. The Question. There are seldom formal invites to a new prospective ruler's bid to rule, as so often the bids are made after tragedy, or political necessity, not planning. Levi Komendar in The Troubled Path, From One Ruler to the Next. The official ceremony would be held in the reception hall, where all the highest court functions were held. Because the palace was still on lockdown, Homaj didn't bother with formal invitations. After he'd sworn the rest of his guards to himself, he sent a brief message on his comm to both Guard Commander Tavan and Yaliran, the master of ceremonies. They were to gather what nobility and notables were still in the palace and escort them to the reception hall, with a healthy contingent of guards. Sending a message was risky. His enemies would know where he would be. But he didn't see any other way around it. This ceremony had to be as public as possible at the moment. And now, Homaj stood on the dais at the front of the reception hall, playing with a wire mesh ball he often used to divert attention in one hand, waiting. The hall, only slightly smaller than the palace ballroom, was chilly, making him wish he'd worn a thicker jacket. The gauzy skirt had seemed like a good idea 20 minutes ago. He boosted his body temperature the slightest amount, not enough to cloud his mind, just enough to take the edge off the cold. Iata was on his left, still changed away from himself, every bit the alert guard. Zhang stood on his right. At floor level in front of Homaj, Jalava and Age watched the tall double doors at the back with their pistols holstered but hands ready. Chadrakur and Bazd were at the end of the dais to his right, covering the doors that led to the royal antechamber and the staff antechambers. On the way down from his apartment, they'd all crowded around him, alert and twitchy. And now? Steady, he said softly. I don't want anyone shooting the first noble that walks in. Jalava made a noise but didn't take their eyes off the doors. Then the tall, light gray doors with their inlaid silver patterns opened, and Commander Tavan stepped through, along with several higher-ranking guards and a group of gawking courtiers. Homaj watched the first moment that Tavan registered. He'd already picked his own personal guard, and Tavan hadn't been a part of that selection. Sarin Tavan had always been an ambitious person, and at 40 was young to hold the post of commander of the palace guard. They would, of course, have wanted to put their own people into Homaj's immediate confidence, one of the wannabe puppet masters who'd wish to attach strings to him. He'd like to see them try. But Tavan was also a professional, and they reoriented their priorities quickly. They strode toward Homaj and bowed deeply, their long gold braid dipping over their shoulder. Sir, truth-spoken Heir, which wasn't yet confirmed, but a necessary leap under the circumstances. Tavan straightened and brushed back their braid, their dark eyes scanning everything. They acknowledged the nods, not salutes while they had their weapons out, of Jalava and Aja, but their gaze landed back on Homaj. I'll swear to you now, this kingdom needs a ruler, though we are still searching for truth-spoken Vatrine, and will continue to do so. You and I must talk after. Which sounded more like a command than Homaj would have liked. He held his poise, though, as Tavan swore the oath of a guard commander to a ruler, even an interim ruler, which reassigned the entirety of the palace guard under Tavan's command to Homaj's singular authority. That oath made his insides quake, though he'd never let it show. Homaj nodded in return. A sour smile tugged at the corners of his lips, and he let it. Thank you, Commander. He glanced up at the gathering influx of nobles, some of whom looked like they wanted to approach, but were being directed to stand near the back by the rest of Tavan's guards. And more onlookers were arriving now, too. Everyone, he suspected, who was still holed up in the palace and had been released to witness. Tavan's cheek twitched, and Homaj read the brief flurry of signals they sent to their people around the room. Be alert. Only him. Top priority. Homaj clamped down on the nervous twist in his gut and looked back to Tavan. Do you have a dampener? I do, Tavan said, pulling a small oval device from their pocket and tapping it on. The reception hall was acoustically tuned to amplify what was said on the dais. And damn it, he couldn't step down to floor level, or he'd lose his careful positioning, and Tavan couldn't come up to him without causing too much fuss in a direction he didn't want. Tavan was not yet a trusted advisor, but he needed to know what Tavan knew before he did this. Homaj waited until he felt the slight pressure from the dampener, saw the light blur in the air which would prevent reading lips. Tavan was close enough. He knew Tavan's dampener would clear the minimum 3-meter radius around them. But he still asked in a low voice, Were you there? Tavan drew in a slow breath, glanced again at Jalava and Age, who were less than a meter away from them and within the dampener's bubble. Respectfully, truth spoken, this is not the time. Tavan glanced back out at the gathering crowd, and they were right. It wasn't. But Homaj needed to have this conversation, at least this part of it, right now. He stepped closer to the edge of the dais, glaring down at Commander Tavan. Dampener or not, body language could still be read. Were you there? At the hospital? Did you see... His voice broke, and he let his emotions, everything he'd been shoving down since that morning, well up for one agonizing moment. Tavan's eyes widened. They took a step back. Just that one step back, and what did that mean? He'd wanted to provoke a reaction, but he wasn't sure of his answer. Carefully, oh so carefully, Homaj shoved the bulk of his emotions back down again. But he kept them plain on his face. He kept them as a mirror, because his parents had died on Tavan's watch. Yes, Tavan said. I was at the hospital, but not when it happened. I was meeting with the commander of the municipal guard. Respectfully, truth spoken. This is a conversation best saved for later. Please make your bid. This is a highly insecure location. I want you off this stage. Homaj gave a tight nod, flipping the mesh ball in his hand. Tavan's eyes flicked to it, back to him, narrowed. I'm going to turn off the dampener, Tavan said. The truth speaker will be here shortly. And Vatrine? Homaj asked, suppressing a jolt of nerves at the truth speaker coming. Yes, Aduel was an important part of confirming his bid to rule. His sincerity had to be witnessed. But Homaj didn't have to like it. We haven't found truth-spoken Vatrine yet, or their blood servant. But they had found Vatrine's lover. And it was interesting that Tavan had so completely dismissed Vatrine's title as the truth-spoken heir like that. They'd assigned it to Homaj? Yes, but they shouldn't have dismissed it from Vitrine. Tavan had said, "Truth spoken, Vitrine," twice now, when they should have said, "The truth spoken Heir." Vitrine hadn't abdicated. They hadn't been found. They might still be alive. A biting taunt was on his lips, but he veered from it. Instead, he took another step closer to the edge of the dais, holding up a hand as Tavan went to click off the dampener. Tavan stared up at him, and Homaj saw the anger slowly building in their eyes. Anger at him. That he, Homaj, the court rake, was calling the shots just now. That he was the one about to make a bid to rule this entire kingdom, 187 worlds, all under his command. Had Tavan had any hand in getting him to this point? Homaj shook, a tremble of emotion that he couldn't suppress. A dais. Roll with it. Zhang twitched forward. She was sworn to him personally now, but Tavan was still the commander of the palace guard. Was she trying to protect him, or protect Tavan from him? His hands were clenched at his sides, the wire mesh ball held tight in one fist. What he wanted to do was crouch down, look straight into Tavan's eyes just inches from their face, and say, "Yes, we're going to have a long talk, you and I, and you're going to tell me why the hell you let my parents die." But he stepped back. He loosened his hands, rolled the mesh ball around his fingers. He got himself under control. What he actually said was, "Thank you, Commander. Turn off the dampener. Keep watch." Chapter 20. The First Magicker. In the first breath of the universe. In the breath of she who speaks. Unknown. A traditional call and response greeting among green magickers. His rage had found a crack in his armor, and he was having a hard time reining it back in. Commander Tavan had seen it. Maybe everyone had seen it, and maybe he could use that. Work with that. He was known as someone who could spar with words, but he'd rarely let his temper run wild. Tavan clicked off the dampener, and the world rushed back in full enthusiastic color. Voices hushed, then swelled again in renewed speculation. Tavan bowed and backed away before turning to stride toward the right end of the dais. There, they took up their own position on floor level, the customary place for the highest-ranking guard in the room. They glanced once at Jalava, then away again. Tavan knew their job was on the line. Their loyalty was on the line. The Seritarchus had died on their watch, no matter if it was unintentional on their part. Somewhere in there, someone had absolutely fucked up. Or more likely, been compromised. Homaj's gaze lingered on Tavan, and could they possibly have betrayed his father? Tavan had only held the position of guard commander for a few years now, but Homaj had never known them to be anything other than competent and loyal. No one got to be a guard commander with less. But then, Homaj would never have suspected the truth speaker either, until the truth speaker had outed him in public. Tavan looked back up at him, meeting his gaze, mouth pulled tight. Yes, Tavan was ambitious, and so was most of the court. Homaj was not as ready to rule a kingdom as Vitrine had been, or, to most eyes, able to do so as competently. He felt phantom strings trying to latch onto him, and absolutely everyone, whether they'd had a hand in the assassinations or not, would be vying for a piece of the power he was about to take for himself. He blinked rapidly, shifting into a light healing trance to calm his heartbeat, to steady his jittering body as best he could. He surveyed the crowd, who were mostly watching him, assessing. He saw mistrust there. He saw blame, even. Did they think he was behind the attack? a dais. That was another hurdle he'd have to overcome. He wanted to shout to them all that of course he'd never wanted to rule. But that wouldn't be completely true, would it? He'd been content to let Vatrine take the lead, yes. But when his father would have retired from rule, and Vatrine took up the reins, and when Vatrine had 2 truth-spoken heirs of their own, and those heirs were of age, Homaj would have been forced out of change, forced into either social or physical exile. There could only, by mandate of Adeus, ever be 3 truths spoken, 3 pairs of eyes and witnesses and manifestations of the will of Adeus. He might have married by then, he might have children of his own. But once a truth spoken was no longer a truth spoken, a wall would form between them and the rest of the kingdom. They had all their skills and training, so they would never be ordinary. But they would vow to no longer change, so they could never be who they had been either. Always less than, and also still too much. The only path for him out of that exile was to someday rule. The hairs on his arms stood on end. He turned the mesh ball over and over in his hand. He saw more than a few nobles watching the ball. Not him. Was the truth speaker here yet? He didn't see Aduel Shinmurna's red and violet robes, or the bubble of space he always commanded around him. But the truth speaker would surely be here soon. Homaj did, however, spot the deep green aura of the gray-haired first magicker, Anya Norin, as she strode into the room, on the arm of a much younger magicker with a much paler aura. Homaj's brows twitched. In all the chaos and maneuvering, he'd forgotten the first magicker was in the palace just now, staying overnight in the guest wing for a contentious round of negotiations with his father. Well, or she had been staying for that. Now, her focus was trained on Homaj. The mesh ball in his hand stilled. No matter what persona he showed to the court, no matter all the nuances of his current performance, she'd see through them all. The small knot of magickers that had come in with Anya Norin fanned around her like guards, and the courtiers, for their part, backed away to let the knot of magickers have their own bubble of space. Most of the green magickers' characteristic auras were a barely visible green. Most of the magickers, barring the first magicker, who were allowed in the palace, were low-ranking at best. That was all the nobility would tolerate. They had far too many secrets for the magickers to read. But the first magicker's aura was like a concentrated garden around her, dense and darkly green. The coin-sized holographic rank seal implanted in her cheek, mandatory for anyone who manifested the abilities of green magics, was densely packed with her fractal rank insignia. Was this someone else who'd try to attach strings to him? He didn't follow his father's stance that the magickers had to be managed at all costs, whatever the cost, and he knew some of that cost. He'd seen how magickers and their families were treated while on a mission for his father several years ago, and he'd never been able to budge his father to change those policies. Homaj had seen enough of the world while on training missions, while being other people, to know that controlling a people through the population's base fear of them was a recipe for disaster. And it was wrong. If he wanted to change public perceptions of himself right now, and set everyone on edge for what he'd do next, he could think of no better way than to turn the tables on the relationship between the rulership of Valoris and the green magickers, who found themselves in an uneasy truce with it. He caught the first magicker's eye again, and motioned her forward. Anya Norin's head tilted in surprise, but she waved for her group to stay where they were, and still on the arm of the younger magicker supporting her, moved her way through the opening crowd toward Homaj. Chapter 21. A Bid to Rule. The first magicker is almost always one of the highest-ranking magickers in the kingdom. But with the intensity of their abilities, however, comes an intensity of their empathy. Dr. Lord Pixie Villarroca in The Social Structure of Green Magickers. The first magicker's passage through the crowd caused a ripple, an angry murmur. Several people looked like they wanted to stop her, but thought better of having to touch that dense green aura. Tavan stayed steady at the end of the dais. The first magicker wasn't a physical danger to Homaj, but she certainly could be politically. Green magickers couldn't, by the nature of the powers they manifested, harm anyone, and certainly couldn't kill. That wasn't why people feared them. Green magickers could touch someone's skin, or look into their eyes and know their truths. In a room full of secrets, that was a far more potent threat. In reality, Homaj knew the magickers had as wide an array of abilities and skills as any other group of skilled people. Some, like the first magicker, could certainly read people with a glance, maybe only their truth in that moment, or maybe the truths in their past as well. Others might only pick up on nuances, or need specific contact or a specific set of circumstances to read someone. Homaj, with all of his truth-spoken training in Ivaku, could also read people at a glance. The magickers just read with different senses. He told himself that as the first magicker climbed the stairs at the end of the dais, which she finally did alone, leaving her helper standing uncomfortably beside Tavan. Zhong took a small step back, and Homaj held out his hand as the first magicker approached, her steps unhurried, her expression neutral. Jalava, watching all of this from below, stiffened. "Sir, truth spoken," but they stopped at a look from Homaj. He'd told them to trust him. Jalava gave a tight nod, went back to scanning the crowd. "Sir, magicker, I hope your day has been well," Homaj said as the first magicker bowed before straightening to grip his hand. Her touch was warm and dry. Her aura, so visible it felt like the most vivid color in the room, felt like nothing at all. Could he feel her emotions through her touch? He felt a warmth that wasn't physical, too, and a cold like frozen steel. "Sir, truth spoken," the first magicker said in her steady voice. "I wasn't expecting to stand next to you just now. What are you about?" Homaj felt his smile, for the briefest moment, go genuine. There was irony in her emotions. He felt that distinctly. "May I?" she asked. He thought she was asking to witness him, so he nodded. But a calm descended on him, like a door closing out the city noise. Some of the tension that had knotted his shoulders since he'd read Tavan's note eased. He tried to startle at that, but couldn't quite. Was she calming him? She had to be. She'd been the first magicker for as long as he'd been alive, but he'd only ever met her a few times, mostly seen her from a distance. His father had dealt with the magickers only grudgingly, and they weren't usually welcome at everyday court social functions. The people were just too wary of them. Inviting a magicker to anything was considered poor taste. He looked down into Anya Norin's blue-gray eyes, her long, light brown face roughened with the sun. Her ears hung with 2 small aventurine stones. Homaj doubted even the fittings were precious metals, which was either conscious choice or affectation. As first magicker, she could doubtless afford some luxuries. And yet, standing here with her, mostly a stranger and hardly an ally to the rulership, he felt calm. He felt for the first time that day that things might actually work through. Maybe not all well, but they would work through, and he would get through, and this kingdom would get through. Homaj was aware of the hush in the gathered crowd. He said softly, quickly, "Sir First Magicker, Onya Norin, would you please witness that all I say is true? Would you please witness to my sincerity?" The First Magicker searched his face and was no doubt searching her sense of his sincerity, now through their shared touch. "I'd be honored," she said, giving Homaj's hand the lightest squeeze. Had that been meant for reassurance? That small gesture, kindness or not, rattled Homaj more than anything else in this room. It was the sort of gesture a parent might make. Someone who knew him completely. His free hand still held the mesh ball, and he slipped it into a skirt pocket. He firmly set his thoughts back into place, his mask back into place. The mask would remain, but the mask had little whatsoever to do with his own sincerity. It was like clothing. The adornment, not the person wearing it. His hand tucked into Anya's, he turned back to the crowd. "Thank you for coming. I, Homaj Rhialden, am here to make my bid to rule the kingdom of Valoris. The Seritarchus and Seritarchus consort are." He choked on the words, and that hadn't been planned. He felt a squeeze on his hand again, looked back at the First Magicker, gathered himself once again. "They're dead," he said flatly. "The truth-spoken heir, my older sibling, is still missing, and I must presume compromised. Therefore I, Homaj Rhialden, truth-spoken sanctified by the Ade for service to the kingdom of Valoris, declare myself truth-spoken heir. I make my formal bid to rule the kingdom of Valoris on this day of Jor V, in the rule of the 8th Seritarchus of the 12th dynasty, 2945 New Era." The back doors opened, and truth speaker Aduel Shin Myrna, resplendent in his red and violet robes, hair still neatly braided and beard meticulously combed, stepped inside. Homaj's nerves jolted. Yes. By asking the First Magicker up to the dais to be his witness, he'd intended to give the truth speaker a snub. But he'd thought Aduel would be here already. Had Aduel been held up? Had Aduel taken the time it would typically take to get to the reception hall? Or had Aduel been attempting a snub, too? Aduel certainly wouldn't have thought that Homaj would ask the First Magicker to witness his bid to rule, not the truth speaker. Both, legally, could be witness. But the truth speaker should have been the only real choice. And the crowd was taking notice and readying for the drama. Aduel inclined his head, his expression showing nothing, and he and his retinue of gray-robed speakers, Seor among them, took up court at the back of the room. Now people's attention was dividing between Homaj at the front and Aduel at the back. The new and unproven, and known to be apathetic, ruler, and the known and trusted spiritual leader. Homaj had followed his gut with asking up the First Magicker. Or maybe he'd just been trying to be petty. Another squeeze from Onya Norin, another wave of calm. She knew what he was feeling, which was less unsettling just now than a much-needed solidarity. Her witness might lead to questions of legality, and his true sincerity later, even if the witness of a green magicker was binding by law. But Aduel hadn't been here. Aduel had, maybe, been trying to make him wait. Had been playing petty power games now, when the kingdom was in need. He didn't want Aduel anywhere near him just now, even if the price was the divided attention, and maybe divided loyalty, of the room. Aduel Shin Myrna smiled beatifically from the back and subtly raised his chin. This was the price now, and there would be a price later. It would not be a small price. Homaj steadied himself again. He very carefully did not let his own emotions show now in his posture, his face, his voice. The moves of this game would be intricate, and not one with quick emotions. He looked away from the truth speaker. Very carefully did not look at anyone as he said, "I have made my formal bid to rule. First, Magicker Anya Noren, do you witness?" "I witness the truth of Homaj Rhialden," Anya said, "interim ruler of the kingdom of Valoris." "Don't think about it." He could not think about it. And was that something that she knew the correct forms? Had she come here with a purpose too? But he felt her steadiness above all else. Her anger. Yes, and maybe she had a right to it. Would killing a ruler by proxy still be violence to a green magicker? If that ruler was known to be against her people, and the second truth-spoken heir was possibly rumored to be sympathetic. She squeezed his hand hard, and he felt a deus. He felt revulsion, loathing of the thought. He cleared his throat, used change to steady it. "Thank you, First Magicker." He turned back to the now silent crowd, raised his chin. "As is my right under the laws of Valoris, I also give formal notice to those who have thus ascended me to this position. I will spare no one who had a hand in the deaths of my parents, or my sibling, if they are dead, or my sibling's lover, Lord Shavi Burka, who is dead, or my father's and my sibling's blood servants. Whoever is guilty, I'm telling you right now that your life is already over." Chapter 22. 10 Days. The rite of vengeance is an essential part of many heirs' coming of age. Prince Blind Xiao, in a leaked message to their wife. The crowd rustled, and were they reacting to his threat, or to the news about Lord Burka's death? Lord Shavi Burka, like his sibling Vatrine, had been well loved in the court. Homaj saw shock, saw tears welling. And why hadn't those same tears been welling for the death of the Saratarchus? He paused, half expecting the court hysterics that would normally follow the news of a death. But it didn't come. No one was daring to do that here. "I will hold court again in 10 days, Homaj went on, following the form he'd been taught, that he'd never wanted to use. And he couldn't say he'd never thought of how this day would feel, that he hadn't thought about it, played it through, even knowing what it would mean. Knowing that also, with all he had, he'd never wanted it to happen, for every reason. He really hadn't. He'd wanted to watch his siblings' children inherit, and their children, no matter what that would ultimately mean for him. No matter that it would strip his own life and right to change away from him. Maybe he had toyed with the idea of ruling someday, of not being forced to give up the one thing he was truly good at. But not at the cost of his father's. A deus. Not at the cost of his sibling. The sacrifice he'd been born to make was part of his duty as truth spoken. It all was, and he knew that. He told himself that. As much as he'd tried to make people think he didn't care about duty, he had never not cared. He'd wanted children of his own. He'd wanted to grow old and maybe not be at the absolute center of it all. He'd wanted his children to be not like this. Not have this turbulent palace life with all its teeth and all its diamonds. He couldn't have that and also still be truth spoken. Or maybe he'd just been resigned to not think about any of it, to live out his public apathy in private, too. But there was an awful part of himself that liked holding the center, even if it was a small center. That liked that all eyes were on him just now, and not his sanctimonious older sibling. that people were waiting for him, waiting for his decisions, and that those decisions mattered. He breathed for 2 heartbeats. Why was he having such a hard time controlling his emotions? He looked down at his hand still clasping the first magicers. When he was touching the magicер, was he unable to lie? Even to himself? 10 days, he said again, heart now pounding. How would this come across to the courtiers, scared and chaotic? Everyone would think him weak. They would most certainly peg him as an Ialorius style of rule, because right now he had no control, and he had no momentum, but he wasn't flowing with this moment now either. But was seeing him scattered like this to his advantage? Could he turn it to his advantage? He didn't know. He couldn't think that through just now. He wanted this to be over with, so he could get out of everyone's intense scrutiny. He felt far, far too exposed. Bringing up the first magicер to witness for him had been a horrible idea. He should let go of her hand. The most crucial witness was over, but he'd wanted a witness for his declaration of intent, too. He was deadly, absolutely serious about that. But that calm from Anya Noren was still there, too. That sense that everything would be okay. He wanted to fucking cry because his parents had just been murdered. And I promise you, I'm not my father, and I'm not my sibling. So don't fucking mess with me. He shivered and let go of the magicer's hand and stepped back, panting. What had just happened? Why had he so thoroughly lost control? This wasn't in any persona, not in his previous public persona, not the new one he was trying to craft. He caught Iata staring at him, brow furrowed. He wanted to snap that he was fine, but that was obviously not the case. Adeus. What a way to start his rule. He waved at the first magicер. Witness my sincerity. Anya Noren turned to him, eyes shining with... what? Pity? No. Adeus. Grief. How much of what he was feeling had the magicer felt? All of it. He knew that, and because he'd felt her own rising empathetic grief, hadn't he? Echoing and amplifying his own, while she'd been trying to lend him her calm. She might be the most powerful, or at least most politically powerful, of the green magicers. But that didn't exempt her from feeling pain. I witness, she said. Her voice was tight, full of everything he was feeling. Homaj Rhialden is sincere. The words he's spoken are his truth. I witness in the eyes of she who wakes. So it is. Homaj, gaining control again, could almost feel the truth speaker's rage from where he stood. To snub the witness of the head of the Adeum, the dominant religion of Valoris, in favor of the green magicers, who followed a religion most considered a cult at worst, a mystery at best, was an intense insult to the Adeum. Homaj could see with widening clarity that he'd be dealing with the fallout of that move for a very long time. Maybe even past the unseating of a truth speaker. He glanced at Speaker Seor beside the truth speaker, but her face showed nothing. Was she still with him? Well, he would deal with it. He couldn't have let the truth speaker onto the dais, not knowing what he suspected. He couldn't. Absolutely couldn't have let that man publicly witness for his truth. Thank you, First Magiccer Noren, Homaj said, his words coming out calmer than he felt. Training. Pure training. The kingdom of Valoris thanks you. The first magiccer nodded solemnly, bowed more deeply than he'd ever seen her bow to his father, and made her way off the dais. She'd stood tall beside him, but she leaned again now on the arm of her attendant, more heavily, he thought, than before. Slowly, they made their way back off the dais, back to the group of magicers who'd all drawn closer together in the first magicer's absence. Homaj's eyes found Commander Tavin, then, whose posture and expression were tight. Tavin gave him a nod, then a small nod toward the royal antechamber. Tavin wanted him out from this exposed position. Homaj looked away. Not yet. Not quite yet. But this part, at least, was over. He'd made his bid to rule. He was, at this moment, the interim ruler of Valoris, and without any information to contradict it, fully the truth-spoken heir. He had a kingdom on his back, and only finding Vitrine and proving they were able to rule would shake it off. That was absolutely his highest priority. He'd had enough time in this rare light. Tavin frowned at him, but held up their hands to the crowd. Please, move to the doors in an orderly fashion. The truth spoken is not receiving any words today as a security measure. Please return to the rooms where you have been staying today. If you would like to offer sympathies or well wishes, write them down, and staff will see they are delivered to the truth spoken. There was a sparse murmur of complaint for the ongoing lockdown, but not much. Many backward glances at him. Oh, he'd thoroughly fucked his reputation for inaction, for apathy. There was nothing of the witty, decadent socialite about him today. He glanced back to Ida, then Zhong. Jalava caught the drift and made quick hand signals to Chadrakur and Bozde at the far end of the dais, drawing them back in. Where now? Zhong asked, stepping closer. I need to speak to Commander Tavin. And then he might need to become someone else. He'd made his formal bid to rule. He had his 10 days, and while he did need to speak to Tavin first, he wouldn't get far in sorting out any truths until he could go out and see everything for himself, with eyes that were trained to see things most people could not. Have Tavin come to you, Ida said on Homaj's other side. Homaj weighed that against showing a measure of goodwill toward Tavin and getting better information in return. He shouldn't have to be questioning the loyalty of his own guards. Damn it. Least of all their commander. He shouldn't need to go an extra measure to secure good information. He was about to rule this kingdom. Homaj was already ruling this kingdom. But he wasn't fully the ruler yet. He held those powers in interim, but not in permanence. Yet. He would need to meet in the next day or so with the heads of the army and the navy. He'd need to meet again with the green magicers. He'd need to meet a deus with the truth speaker, with the heads of the high houses, with the General Assembly, who would meet this afternoon to confirm his bid to rule. Not that their decision actually mattered. The Assembly could do little to touch the affairs of truth spoken, but he had 10 days, and a time window for finding his sibling that was quickly shrinking. He eyed Ida and leaned close, lowered his voice further, wishing for Tavin's dampener, or that he'd thought to bring his own. Can you go all the way? Iata was halfway to being him already, buried under both of their quick fixes of makeup, and a solid projection of a guard's bearing. Iata had certainly shown he could reliably impersonate him. Homaj swallowed on a tight throat. If there was any chance at all that Iata had ambitions he didn't know about, this would be the time for them to surface. If someone wanted a puppet, there was no more perfect puppet than an impostor. If the truth speaker witnessed that Iata was, in fact, Homaj, well, then Homaj might have the witness of the first magicer. And how would that stand up? The word of the second most powerful person in the kingdom against the word of a magicer, even the first magicer. Iata, still retaining the bearing of a guard, leaned toward Homaj's ear, his face professionally blank. "Are you sure, Sir Truthspoken?" Homaj hid a grimace. He hadn't hidden his thoughts well enough and knew his doubting Iata would hurt. He also knew that Iota understood it. Ora might not be fully truth-spoken, but he was absolutely aware of the necessities of trust. The question alone decided it for Homaj. He might not have a green magicker's abilities to sense a person's truths from within, but he knew Iata. He could read him well, even through all of Iata's own Ivaku training. Yes, he had to trust, because he had to do what he could, and he only had 10 days in which to do it. Or maybe he only had one. Or maybe with his sibling's life, he'd already failed. Chapter 23. Tavern. The position of the commander of the palace guard is as much a political appointment as it is a tactical one. The commander has unprecedented access to and power over the palace. Such a position can't go to just anyone. Freya Uma, vid commentator, in the vid essay, The Responsibilities of the Palace Guard to the People. Homaj signaled to Tavan, and Tavan nodded, calling the rest of their guards in around Homaj as he finally descended the far end of the dais. Could Homaj read relief on their face? He couldn't tell. No one got to be the commander of the palace guard without some Ivaku of their own. Tavan waved toward the door to the royal antechamber. Sir Truthspoken. Should Tavan be calling him the ruler instead? But he hadn't announced his style of rule yet. That would come in 10 days. No, he didn't think that was a slight. Homaj glanced toward the main doors leading out of the reception hall, saw the truth speaker still waiting near the back, pointedly not watching him. He definitely didn't want to go out that way. Yes, Homaj said to Tavan, but we're going to your office. Sir Truthspoken, it would be safer to return to your apartment. Your office. Tavan nodded, but they didn't seem particularly happy about that. Would they suspect that one of Homaj's reasons in going there was to look into the eyes of every guard he saw there, to try and read guilt in any of their postures? They took the services corridors down, an overcrowded parade of his own and Tavan's guards, down to the basement headquarters of the palace guard. Now, Homaj tried not to fidget in the chair he'd pulled in front of Tavan's broad, utilitarian desk, the mesh ball back in his hand. Jong stood just behind him, rigidly alert, Jalava and Iata, still acting as his guard, near the door. The rest of his guards he'd stationed outside Tavan's office, guarding the way in. Tavan hadn't begrudged him that need. And while Homaj had searched every face he saw, searched every nuance of every posture on the way in, the depth of the bows, looking for the presence of guilt, he hadn't yet seen anything conclusive. Guilt was there, yes, but on too many faces. They, the palace guard, had failed this kingdom today. All of them had. Tavan's office had no windows, and that at least was good. Palace Guard HQ sat below the residence wing, a subterranean sprawl of offices, and a second sub-basement with a block of holding cells. Homaj had spent the night in one of those cells on one of his truth-spoken missions. He'd been a drunk noble who'd had far too much at a palace party and started a fight. He'd also set a particular noble house on a path to self-destruction that was long overdue, which was the point of that mission. He'd been thrown in the cell to cool his heels, and had spent a good part of the night screaming obscenities at the ceiling before he'd slept it off. He hadn't actually been drunk, or at least he'd already smoothed away the effects of the alcohol. That had been 4 years ago, one of his first missions that hadn't been for training. Did Commander Tavin know about that? They hadn't yet been the commander of the Palace Guard, but they were still a palpable presence in its structure then, working their way up. Tavin settled with a sigh behind their desk, tucking back stray hairs that had come loose from their tight braid. They looked up, said as if an afterthought, "You can take my chair if you wish. It's more comfortable." Homaj eyed their frazzled state. "You look like you need it more." Tavin shrugged to concede the point and sat back heavily. It was late afternoon. The assassinations had happened that morning. A lifetime ago. Tavin smoothed their hair back, then seemed to gather themselves. "All right, then. I assume you want to go off on your own after that speech, which I am going to advise you right now is unwise. You should stay in the palace under guard, and let the palace guard handle this investigation. But I am sure you're going to argue me down, so I'll save time right now and ask what you need from me, and if there's anything I can say at all to convince you to stay here, or to let my guards go with you." They hesitated. "And I can't even say you won't be safer out there as someone else, if you're careful." That admission and the defeat in Tavin's posture rattled him, but the condescension in Tavin's tone tightened his shoulders. Homaj paused to think. He'd been planning, at the end of this conversation, to tell Tavin that he was sending Iata out, and that he himself would stay. And to anyone's knowledge but a very few, that would be true. Could he trust Commander Tavin to be one of those few? He wasn't sure he could trust Tavin at all, but he absolutely knew he couldn't trust the truth speaker, and he didn't like the idea of leaving Iata here with only Jalava for protection. He'd already decided to take Jong with him into the city. Iata needed another ally, risky though that alliance might be. So he nodded. "Yes, I'm going out. I'll take my own guard, and I want everything you know about my sibling's disappearance. I want all the details on how Lord Burka was found and where. I want every single detail you have on who killed my parents, or who allowed them to be killed." Tavin opened their hands. "I'll give you what I can, Homaj, but it's not much. It's shamefully not much. We're working on more." Should he press the matter? "What happened today?" he asked. "Exactly what happened." Tavin stilled, lines forming on their face that hadn't been there moments before. They met his eyes, looked away. "A successful assassination attempt," they said. "Carried out with explosives, though we don't yet know the source of them, whether they were carried in or planted. The Ceratarchus consort, the Ceratarchus's blood servant, and all of his guards on duty with him, including the captain, as well as a good handful of civilians near him, were killed. More civilians were injured. 3 more of the palace guard were killed as well. 2 injured. You have my word, Homaj, my absolute word that I am with you in finding out who did this and bringing them down." Tavin's eyes glittered as they stared at him, waiting for him to accept that statement. He kept his face calm, nodded. He saw signs of guilt in Tavin now, but was it like the rest of the guards outside, all knowing that they had failed? Tavin looked down and opened a desk drawer, pulling out a secure tablet. It was the kind that would only connect to a very few high-security consoles, and not the palace or planetary networks. Tavin waved a holo display up on their desk, swiped through a series of commands, then checked the tablet before handing it to Homaj. Here's everything we have so far. Again, it's not much, and I'm keeping the details on this very tight. He took the tablet and waited while it scanned his genetics, then input his weekly palace security code. The screen showed a bare bones menu and several folders. He touched the one marked Homaj Rhialden, Ceratarchus, deceased. The information was indeed sparse. Not anything like a report yet, only barest facts, random evidence yet to be collated into facts, and possibilities. All echoed what Tavan had just said. He hesitated over a subfolder with images of the assassination scene, fingers hovering, before he closed the folder again. Later. He would look at them later. Homaj cleared his suddenly tight throat and clicked the tablet off. He looked back up at Tavan, who was now eyeing Homaj's guards. You've sworn in your personal guard compliment, Tavan asked. Yes, though I might yet add a few more. Let Tavan think they still had the opportunity to get more on Homaj's personal team. Tavan studied Jong and Jalava, then Iata near the door. Their brows twitched. They'd know Iata wasn't actually palace guard. They'd know every guard on site in the palace. They'd also draw the necessary conclusion. Tavan was one of the few who knew a blood servant's capacity for change. Vatrin, Homaj said, do you have anything yet on where they might be? Any leads at all? Tavan grimaced. Lord Burka turning up. That's it. That is in the tablet as well. Lord Burka had been with Vatrin at some point. Vatrin's DNA was all over the man. I can only assume they'd slept together shortly before they fled, or at very least before he had time to change his clothes. Zhang had had a slightly different version of when Vatrin had last been seen, and so had Sior. Was anyone talking to each other just now? Was rumor ruling this day? He'd thought Tavan, at least, would have the most solid answer. Sior Gatri told me Vatrin came to the Truth Speaker right before the assassinations, with concerns for their safety. The Speaker? Yes, Truth Speaker Adowell told me that. He said that Vatrin didn't state their source of unease, and left shortly thereafter to go into the city, presumably after swapping identities. I don't know how much they'd have been able to change. As I recall, they aren't as quick as you are, or your father. Homaj was uncomfortable that Tavan knew that detail, but he nodded. This was, at least, more than he'd been able to glean from Sior before, and most of what Tavan said was still matching the details he knew. So Vatrin had gone to the city, or at least they'd wanted everyone to think they'd gone to the city, but Tavan seemed to believe it. And maybe that was why the palace hadn't been as crawling with guards earlier as it should have been. Were all those guards out in the city searching for Vatrin? His hand clenched around the mesh ball before he forced it to relax again. None of this had been handled as it should have been. And Eris, Vatrin's blood servant. We haven't found Eris, no. We presume she is still with Vatrin. We hope, at least. Was that suspicion in Tavan's voice? Homaj didn't know Eris as well as Vatrin would, of course, but he had almost as much trouble believing Eris would betray Vatrin as he did believing Iata would betray himself. Then again, Vatrin and Eris had never been as close as Homaj and Iata, and his father's blood servant, Omari, was dead, already confirmed by Tavan. Here, in Tavan's office, with his bid already made, in this temporary lull, the emotions were trying to claw back up his throat. He didn't know what Tavan read in his face, but Tavan's mouth pulled tight. I am truly sorry for your loss, Homaj, and we will find and punish who did this. They will absolutely not be spared. The words, after everything that had happened, and flattened by Tavin's obvious exhaustion, didn't have the weight they should. They rang hollow in the room, and Homaj felt Zhong's tiny nervous shift behind him, and felt the hollowness in his own gut. Tavin seemed to realize the sour note in the conversation, and straightened, mouth a grim line. Homaj took a breath, shoving his thoughts back on the course he needed them to go. And Lord Burka, was he as himself, or in disguise? Tavin shook their head. He was himself, though dressed in working-class attire. He was shot down in the financial district. He had nothing on him that would tell us his purpose there or where he was going. And he paid for the autocab with a prepaid credit chit. He was the only passenger. The autocab was higher quality, but not weapon-proof. One of the side windows was shot out, and one of those shots hit Burka in the chest, the other in the neck. Heavy bolt slinger, military-grade rounds. Homaj suppressed a shudder. Coming from, or going to the financial district. Homaj wasn't so sure that would be the obvious refuge for a scared noble. Yes, that was where a lot of the nobility in the city held court, but it was a hornet's nest of seething politics. Going to. The cab was shot down near the edge of the district, heading out of Gold District, though it might also have come from Blue District, as the trajectory was near that edge as well. Gold was a poorer working-class area that was a mix of business and residential, and Blue was much the same, if a little more commercial. How was he supposed to find Vatran in any of that? There were hundreds of thousands of people in each of those districts alone, tens of millions in the capital city, and, if he thought of it, dozens of large cities on the planet. And was Vatrin even still on Valon? Was Vatrin still alive at all, if Lord Burka had been found and taken out? There were any number of murders in the city every day. Vatrin could be any of them. Anonymous. Completely changed. Not even Homaj would be able to tell if they weren't alive to show their tells. "May I ask you a question?" Tavin asked. Chapter 24. Trust. Can you trust a truth spoken? I don't know. I don't know if you are one. Unknown, blurred image, as quoted by Keir Matalor, social commentator, in a vid on their personal feed. May I ask you a question? Homaj refocused on Tavin, waving assent. What was the business with the green magicker? Shouldn't the truth speaker have witnessed that part of the ceremony? Is there something there that I should know about? Homaj's senses sharpened. The truth speaker publicly outed me earlier today. Had Tavin not known that? He'd have thought that was public knowledge by now. But then, Tavin was tracking a lot of moving pieces. Tavin blinked slowly. They'd know the weight of exposing a truth-spoken's identity when he was not publicly himself, and that reaction wasn't quite surprise. So maybe they had known, and were testing Homaj's response to it. Was it a mistake? They asked. Or if not, surely it served a purpose. Not a purpose that served me, or that couldn't have been accomplished without outing me. And he was distinctly aware that he himself might be a suspect in Tavin's eyes, that Tavin's responses to him now might all be testing him just as much as he was testing them. The truth speaker is as distraught as any of us, Tavin said. He lost a Seritarchus today as well, and was the last here to see Vatrin before they fled. That must weigh on him, and he is still human, Homaj, despite what most of the kingdom thinks. As are you and I. There was a tone there, a defensiveness that was a little bit off. A little more strain in Tavan's posture than there should have been. Tavan wasn't, to Homaj's knowledge, one of the people who saw the truth speaker as a direct extension of the will of a deus. So this was something else. Was Tavan trying to cover for the truth speaker? Homaj was regretting his decision to trust Tavan with his and Ida's identities, but there was no going back on that now. Human or not, there are protocols, Homaj said. He broke. You broke protocol by letting a green magicker touch you during your bid to rule. Homaj, I watched you lose composure. Did the magicker do something to you? Tavan leaned forward as if they were eager for a yes, eager for an excuse to, what? Arrest the first magicker. Pin all of this on the magickers. Oh, that would be a disaster right now, especially since it almost certainly wasn't true. A deus, but that had been a bad choice in the moment. He shouldn't have dragged the green magickers into the center of all this, too. No, Homaj said, though it was my intent that it would seem that way. Thank you for confirming that it worked. He gave a self-deprecating smile and settled more of his usual air of unconcern around himself again. He watched Tavan's tight posture ease at the more familiar behavior. People truly did expect him to be his public persona, even if they knew better. Is there anything else I should know before I go? And why wasn't Tavan putting up more of a fight about that? Tavan pursed their lips. Do take your sworn guards with you. Will you let me send some of mine? No, my guards. Less will be better. Tavan nodded. And don't do anything obvious that would draw fire. Be discreet, Homaj. Stay away from the attack sites if possible. I truly wish you wouldn't go at all. At least not until we know more. I understand it's your duty, and now your oath. But you might be the only truth spoken left in this kingdom. Without you. They spread their hands. Without him, the genetic samples from his parents would be used to conceive and birth another two truth spoken, who would then be trained by the truth speaker until they were old enough to assume the duties of truth spoken. The eldest would then assume as well the duties of the ruler. Until then, the truth speaker would control the kingdom, as was the will of a deus, as decreed in the holy mandates. If the truth speaker could hold it against a coup from the high houses, Javieri maybe, or more likely Delor, would move in. Maybe had already planned the attack in the first place, colluded with someone. Someone in the palace, in or close to the guards, in or close to the Saratarchus. Homaj felt sick. Tavan was either resigned to Homaj's stubbornness and more observant of the right to vengeance than was prudent, or pushing him out into imminent danger. And he didn't know which it was. Tavan could want their own vengeance, and was unleashing a trained truth spoken on an unsuspecting city. Or Tavan could want him to quietly disappear. Homaj stood, and so did Tavan. You do your part to catch those responsible, Commander. I'll do mine. He had more information, yes, but he still wasn't sure what to do with it. He had the secure tablet Tavan had given him, but could he trust all of the information? Homaj had to see for himself. He had to look and search for himself. He could trust nothing but his own senses. The way Tavan was acting just now, not quite off, but not how Homaj thought they should be, made him not want to give them any more of his own information than necessary. But he did have one more thing he needed to say. He'd already committed to this particular course, and maybe this Maybe this would give some interesting insights either way. Commander, while I'm away, Iata will carry out my duties as truth spoken in my place. If you don't hear from me within 10 days, that will be up to Ida, you, and the truth speaker to determine whether he should continue to be me. Zhang sucked in a quick breath, and he didn't look back to see Jalava's reaction. He was fairly certain he knew what Iata's reaction would be. What he'd just suggested wasn't legal, but then, the legal option, starting children who would eventually grow up to become truth-spoken, left an intense power vacuum. Not even the truth speaker could fully fill that, not with the high houses vying for their positions in the hierarchy of power. If it were up to the high houses, they might do away with the truth spoken entirely, or find a way to place one of themselves in a position of guardianship, not the truth speaker. Easier, in some ways, to live the lie that Ida was. Homaj Rhialden. Get him married, and then start the children. Let the children of the late Seritarchus be raised as the children of Iata as Homaj, to carry on the direct line. Homaj did glance at Iata now, who was keeping composure, but his eyes were a little too wide around the edges. Panicked. A deus. Homaj wished he didn't have to place Iata in that position. Noted, Tavin said tightly. They didn't like that idea at all, but they also weren't denying it might be necessary. They braced their hands on the desk as they studied Iata. You'll be acting as Homaj. Then call on me as he would, as needed. I'll treat you exactly as I would him. I'll send guards to round out your complement. Iata gave a sharp nod. Thank you, Commander. I'm telling you, Homaj said, gripping the mesh ball tightly in one hand, because you need to know I'll be in the city, but you will not tell anyone else. Absolutely no one, not even the truth speaker. That's my order. Tavin's brows rose. Understood, Seer Truth Spoken. Then, Commander, I will see you within 10 days, or you will hear from me at very least. Let's hope all of this is resolved quickly. 10 days, Tavin agreed. Best of luck to you, Truth Spoken, and be safe. Chapter 25. Vulnerable. Truth spoken grieve, of course. This manifests itself in different ways than the rest of humanity, however. Truth spoken seldom show their true emotions in public. Dr. Igni Chang in further discourse on the humanity of our rulers. Back in his apartment, Homaj gathered Iata, Zhang, and Jalava into his prep room. Iata, who hadn't broken his guard persona all the way back, and hadn't met Homaj's eyes either, now headed straight for the closet and began rooting through the racks of clothing from all walks of life. All sizes. Homaj followed to hover at the closet door. You'll need streetwear, certainly, Iata said. Working class, if you're going to go into the gold district, and something suitable enough for the financial district. He'd already gathered an armful and set it down on a stand before rushing back out to the prep room. Your cosmetic kit should be good. Just a few more things. Are you planning any particular gender presentation, or just the usual? The usual, Homaj said. Just pack it all. He hardly knew where his sense of gender would end up on a good day, and this was definitely not a good day. He might use a more rigid gender presentation to a persona's advantage in calmer times, and though it might be a good idea just now to put that extra distance between himself and his known fluidity, he had no illusions he could deal with that today, or in any kind of long run. He glanced at Zhang, who was watching Iata with a slight frown. Well, Yes, and Iata was acting unreasonable. Iata was absolutely not talking about what they all needed to talk about. Jalava hung back, hands awkwardly at their sides, looking supremely uncomfortable. Truth spoken were, by nature and training, chameleons, and while most people understood that intellectually, it was different when you watched it actually play out. These were truth-spoken matters, and until today, Jalava and Zhang had never had to be faced with this particular messy reality. All of this, having two people he'd only met today now so far in his confidences that they were watching the logistics of a truth-spoken life play out, felt far too personal. Only Ida had ever had access to this part of his life, or his father, or Vatrine. Only ever other truth-spoken and blood servants, and the truth speaker. But how had his father dealt with this shift in privacy when he'd become Seritarchus? His own guards had certainly been in his confidence. They had to be, to guard him as closely as they did. But not enough. His father hadn't become Seritarchus peacefully, either. His father had to make a statement of intent, too, as had most of the rulers before him. There were more 10 days of vengeance on Ascension than not. And really, it was part of the test. Deal with your shit, then you can rule the kingdom and deal with ours. You okay? Zhang asked. His breathing was too fast, too heavy. Iata paused on his way into the closet again, looking back. Homaj closed his eyes on Ida, on Zhang, on the growing panic in Jalava's posture. Jalava had never seen a truth-spoken freak out before today, either, and Homaj had freaked out very publicly in the reception hall. A deus. How did he remotely think he'd be able to project the personality of a Seritarchus, the stability of control, if he couldn't even control his own emotions? He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up, startled, expecting Iata or Zhang. But Jalava was there, still nervous, almost flinching when Homaj saw their hand. Breathe with me, Jalava said, and took a large breath in, held it, let it out again. Homaj knew how to regulate his breathing. Breath control was one of the first things any truth-spoken child was taught. It was necessary for a successful change trance. And he could slow his breath with a thought, too. He could move oxygen around his body, into his blood, into his brain. He didn't have to breathe with anyone. He did it anyway. Eyes locked on Jalava's gray ones, breathing in tandem. The weight of Jalava's hand in that moment. An anchor. It's okay to lose it here, Jalava said. Not in soothing tones. He didn't think Jalava had soothing tones, but in a gruff, no-nonsense manner. You just lost your parents. You haven't been allowed to grieve. I know you don't have time for that now either. But it's okay to take a minute and breathe. Okay? Are you okay? Was he? He set aside the question of his overall state as too chaotic to quantify, and focused on the momentary. Homaj nodded, and his breathing was better. His eyes flooded, and he sniffed hard, brushing at them with his sleeve. It just felt like too much effort to try and smooth the tears away through his change abilities when the dam was already cracked. But it couldn't break. Not yet. Not yet. His eyes found Ida's. What should I be? To go into the city, to have access to the gold district. I think that's the key. He should be thinking this through on his own, as he'd been taught. But his mind was stretched too thin, far too thin. A building contractor, Iata said. Like a water technician, or maybe a hub technician. You're decent at tech. I'd go that way. He could reliably repair moderate electronics if it came to it. Yes. He couldn't rebuild a network hub, but he could at least diagnose it. Police, Zhang said. It will give you access. Not without warrants. Jalava looked thoughtful. Do you actually have police training? Do you have familiarity with the municipal guard? A few weeks, Homaj said. I could pass as a guard. He gave a tight-lipped smile as Jalava made an acknowledging wave that he'd already done so. But I'm not sure that won't make people more wary. I need to find answers quickly. I need to be able to talk to people. Not everyone trusts the municipal guard. Jalava's sour expression said they had good reason. That was interesting. Iata brought out another stack of clothing into the prep room and hung it on a long rack beside the door. He set the cosmetic case on a table beside the rack and opened the lid to show the array of everyday makeup, packs of colored lenses, quick hair dyes and decoloring agents, silicone putty, the works. Homaj wouldn't need that case until after he'd changed, but he didn't stop Ida's bustling. Iata had his own things he didn't want to think about just now. Chapter 26. Cloak and Dagger. I've helped others through roles and disguises too, people who have no truth-spoken training, and it always surprises me how many people have the innate ability to become someone else. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Is there a chance anyone will recognize you, even after you've changed? Zhang asked. I've seen you studying people. You can tell if someone is truth-spoken, right? Like how the truth speaker would have read your sincerity and verified you were you, with that sort of training. I've heard some of the nobility have that training too. Not to our degree, Iata said, and, well, to Homaj's. He's good. Really, really good. Sometimes I struggle to spot his tells. It's called Ivaku, by the way. He rooted through the cosmetic case, identifying anything missing with a scowl. Homaj sometimes pulled from the mission case, and not his own vanity supplies, if the mission case had a color he wanted. Iata strode for the vanities, and what he'd said wasn't entirely true. Iata hadn't struggled with identifying Homaj's tells for a long time, though Homaj had gradually widened the gap for how long it took Iata to pick him out in a crowd. But Iata did always guess correctly. He also suspected Iata had let that gap widen on purpose. Iata was also very good at what he'd been trained to do. Iata deposited 3 liner pencils in the case, went back in the closet, and came out with yet more clothing, this pile more cohesive than the first. He'd picked a size that was a bit taller and stockier than Homaj's own body now. Homaj eyed the new clothes on the rack. I'll need more food for that. He'd need to stop the change halfway through to eat, maybe several times if his body needed it, especially if he was packing on muscle. Which seemed to be Iata's intent, and it wasn't a bad idea. Right now he had the build of a dancer, athletic and wiry, if only average height. But he needed the build of a lifter. He had physical speed just now, but he might need strength in the city. The change wouldn't take that much longer if he left other aspects of his appearance untouched. Changing his body type would do a lot for changing his overall appearance. I'll need to cut your hair, Iata said. Everything we can do to put distance. You gave your notice. People will know there might be a truth spoken out there searching for them. They'll know you could be anyone. The more distance, I know. Can you go female femme? Be fluid in that range for a while. Homaj pulled his hair from its knot, shook it out, and began combing his fingers through. He did change to a body that was estrogen dominant sometimes, if a mission would best be served by it, and if his sense of gender at that time was compatible, and if he was just feeling it. But those shifts were rarer for him, and that wasn't what he was feeling now. And he usually couldn't hold that for more than a few hours, or a day at most, before his sense of gender shifted away again, and he chafed to change back. He didn't know how long he would be in the city. Not this time. We'll have to rely on my different build, the cut hair, all of it. I'll make a few more drastic changes to my face shape. Deepen my voice. Change skin tone, change eye color. All of it. Even cutting what corners he could, the change would still take over an hour, but that wasn't avoidable. He couldn't go into this with anything approaching recognizability. People would be watching, and in the city, he'd be vulnerable. Who's going with you? Iata asked, eyeing Zhang and Jalava. I am, Zhang said. Jalava held up their hands. I'm not good at cloak and dagger stuff. Then you picked the wrong ship to dock to, Iata said breezily, pulling Zhang toward the vanities. She was eyeing them with dread. Zhang, Homaj said, and Iata slowed, looked back. What are you comfortable with? People have seen you as my guard. You were with me on the dais. We'll have to change your appearance. Push it as far as we can with cosmetics and prosthetics if possible. What are you okay with? Tell Iida if you're not okay with something. The makeup will wash off every night, but I can redo it in the morning, if we're away that long. She grimaced but nodded. I'll take care of her, Homaj. We've got the plan. Go change. I'll order up food. We'll cut your hair when it's over. Homaj looked at Iata, just looked, and after a moment, Iata said, Zhang, excuse me. I'll be back. Get comfortable. There's a tablet in the side drawer if you want to look at the feeds. Iata herded Homaj back toward the bedroom and shut the door behind them. Iata was keeping a bit of femme about him too. It wasn't his natural expression at all, but Homaj understood the necessity. Iata was going to slide into his own life, and Homaj had presented very femme at the ceremony. He was still in that mode now. Continuity was everything. Iata would have to do what Homaj did, which was mostly cycle through various expressions of femme and mask masculinity. Homaj's lips pressed tight and his throat burned. I can't make you do this. I want to, Iata said. I need to. I already made up my mind this morning. Homaj looked between Ida's eyes, his blood servant, his cousin, his most loyal friend since they were children. Iata's gaze was intent, entirely earnest. Homaj hesitated only a moment, then pulled Ida into a tight embrace. I might not come back. You will. But I might not, and if I don't, you'll have to. I'll be fine, Homaj. He pulled back. Iata, if I don't come back and you continue to be me, the truth speaker will have you. He'll never let go, because he'll have that over your head, that you aren't me. He'll use that to make you do whatever he says. You won't be the ruler, not in truth. Ida swallowed but didn't look away. I'm not easily pushed, Maja. You know that. He did. Yes, he did. Iata braced both of his shoulders. Go find Vitrine. Find whatever Asphoid took out our family. And you make them pay, Homaj. You must make them pay. He swallowed again. and find Iris, too. Batrine's blood servant, who was still, also, missing, and mostly still not being talked about. Homaj had never been close to Eris like he was to Iata, but Eris was a distant cousin, a Rhialden too, still part of their truth-spoken family, and Iata and Eris had been close by nature of their roles in the palace. Adeus, Iata. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I've set Eris aside in all of this. Yes, I'll find her too. Ida nodded, chin crinkled with holding back his own tide. But he, like he'd been trained, smoothed back any moisture in his eyes, made a rolling shrug to let it go. Change. Homaj. Knock on the door when you need food. I'll come in. No one has to see you in the interim. Be gentle with Zhang, Homaj said. She's new to all this. She's doing fine. Jalava, too. I assume Jalava will stay with me. Are you sure you don't want to take them? 3 is better than 2. Smaller group, stealthier group is better, Homaj countered. And I need someone with you I can trust. Now go. We need every minute we have. Chapter 27. The Back Corridors. It's speculated that there's an extensive network of tunnels and passages woven throughout Palace Rhialden. The floor below is not quite high enough to justify the windows of the floor above. Dinesh Sharapov in Inside Palace. Rhialden, an unofficial guide. Zhang-eyed Homaj with frank assessment. Well, you didn't skimp on the looks, did you? I thought the aim was to blend in. No, the aim is to not be recognized. Sometimes that's served by standing out in a different way. He touched at his newly cropped hair. Ida had side-cropped it in an undercut and dyed it teal. He had faintly iridescent hollow tattoos running along his jawline, also courtesy of Ida, as well as butterfly wings beside each eye. They'd hurt like hell when Ida had applied the pre-mades, but he'd swiftly healed them. With all of these adjustments, he wouldn't need many cosmetics, and could spend that time focused on Zhang, if needed. And Zhang. She was dressed in rack trousers and a knee-length tan jacket that was faded around the edges. Iata had cut her hair short and dyed it a pale blue, which was in style at the moment, much more than his teal. Her makeup was contoured to alter the structure of her face, make it sharper, narrower. She had natural blue lenses, not the kind of lenses that people wore to make their eyes stand out. But though Homaj knew the artistry of her makeup, like Iata's earlier, it was deliberately non-professional. Good and solid, but not truth-spoken good. I look ridiculous, Zhang stated. I never wear makeup, and I've made fun of people with powder blue hair. Homaj smirked. She pointed at him. I like your hair color better. He looked in one of the mirrors. The teal worked well with his tan coloring, the softer lines of his face, his newly green eyes. He'd shaped himself to pack more muscle, yes, but hadn't fully let go of the dancer's musculature. He'd shaped his face and body, too, with a little more softness, a little more ambiguous androgyny. He was feeling that it fit. If he slipped more masculine in the meantime, he had plenty to work with here. He could easily drop his voice. He'd already shifted it a little deeper, given himself more timbre. Iata went to go make the documents, Zhang said. He said you have a printer in your med closet. Her look was a little dubious. The chemicals used in the anti-forgery stamps are a little toxic, Homaj said with a grimace. The med closet has a good ventilation system. Iata would have been in again while he was still in change. He had a vague, hazy awareness of Iata capturing his image near the end of his trance. The software would extrapolate a waking face and one of those cheesy ID smiles. There was a knock on the door, and Homaj pulled Zhang out of the line of sight. After a few seconds, Iata looked in, saw they were safely out of sight, and waved 2 slim folders of documents. Iata shut the door. "You lock the machine?" Homaj asked. "You should bring it back in here. No chances." There was another knock on the door, and Ida opened it just wide enough to admit a cart with said machine on the top. "Are they ready?" Jalava asked from the hallway. "Nearly. You should come in now." Jalava slipped inside, glanced around, and did a double take. They swore softly as Ida shut the door, a self-satisfied smile on his face. "Well, that's different," Jalava said, settling on scrutinizing Zhang. They cleared their throat, shrugged. I told the others that it will be Ada and Zhang going out there, with Homaj coordinating from here. I discussed it with Iata, and we thought that best. Then he'll have an easy continuity into, well, you." Homaj nodded. "Good." He turned to Ida, took the offered documents, and peered at them. Ida had printed names on them. Homaj hadn't bothered to name himself, because he'd known there wouldn't be time to make the documents after. Tanarin Greer. And Zhang was Erisa Mardav. Well. He handed Zhang's to her. She didn't look surprised, so she already knew the name. Maybe had picked it. She did hold her document back up and point to the emergency contact info, which read, "Spouse, Tanarin Greer." Well, and that was another layer of difference. A couple wasn't always read as individuals, but a whole. And most people knew he usually preferred men and mass-presenting people. Zhang was not that. He held up his own ID again and read that his birth world was Timal, not Valon. He squinted at the tiny printed province and city. Okay. Yes, he knew that accent. He shifted his thoughts and the cadence in his head accordingly, rolled his shoulders to settle himself into this different person. "I will not get used to this," Jalava said. They glanced at Iata. "Are you ready for your change? What do I need to do?" "Just watch me. I'll be out for a while. My breathing will be shallow, but it's not dangerous." "If he overexerts again," Homaj said, "which is a possibility because it's not been enough time, and we don't have enough time, do what we did before. Use a quick heal patch. Iata, go slowly. Please, I know there's people who are going to want to meet with you, but we're still under lockdown, and it's your job right now to stay safe. My task is a rush. Yours isn't as much. Just be safe." Ida made a disaffected wave, one of Homaj's gestures, and smiled Homaj's sardonic smile. Homaj rolled his eyes, much more in character with this new persona, and waved Iata toward the bedroom. He knew Iata wouldn't use his own bed, but Homaj's, which was as well. It would be his for the next, however long. "I'm changing the sheets," Ida called back. "You've changed twice. 3 times. They'll definitely smell." He didn't quite shut the bedroom door. Homaj and Zhang would still have to go out that way through the back corridors. Zhang handed Homaj a lightweight pistol. "Strap it to your back." She reached for her shoulder pack and pulled out another, much smaller energy pistol, which wouldn't hold more than a medium stun charge. This Homaj took and strapped to his wrist under his shirt and jacket. And finally, they both tucked slim knives into a thin sheath on the other arm, handle down for quick extraction. It wasn't nearly enough of an arsenal for what they might face. But their greatest weapon was that they might not need them at all, as no one would know who they were. Jalava still hovered by the bedroom door. Homaj grabbed the large duffel and cosmetic mission case Iata had packed, and Zhang shouldered her own duffel on the opposite shoulder from her day pack, which Homaj was suspecting held more tactical gear. He waved Jalava into the bedroom. "We enter the back corridors through here," he said. "And you need to see the entrance anyway. Wake Iata and get him inside if there's any sign of trouble. It's a genetic lock, but Iata's touch will be able to open it, even if he's in the middle of change. We keep certain markers while changing that it looks for. Otherwise, we can change the DNA in our hand to trigger acceptance. The only person who can't change for the locks is Tevin. They do have access here, and their genome must match entirely. Not even the truth speaker had access to the back corridors on his own, which right now was a more comforting thought than Homaj would have liked. Iata eyed him while bundling off the bedsheets, but didn't say anything. Homaj saw Iata's posture and movements already shifting toward his own. Homaj touched the innocuous spot on the wall beside his bed, and the panel slid aside. Bare light flicked on in the narrow corridor beyond. Jalava leaned forward, peering in. "If Iata's unconscious, will I be able to get out? Is there an extra passcode or voice code?" "No, not here. And yes, if you can lever up his hand and take him with you. All of the entrances in the residence are locked on either side. It's a bit of a maze, and there are no maps. But going right from here will take you further into the residence and the other apartments. And going left will take you around to the stairs and the corridors that branch throughout the rest of the palace. If you go down far enough, there are tunnels that go out into the grounds, to the Adeum, beyond the grounds, and under the river into the city. That's how we're going." It was a risk telling Jalava this much, but Jalava had to know there was an escape route if no other options presented themselves. They were sworn to him now. Homaj pointed to Iata, who was now refitting a sheet on the large bed. "You're sworn to me, Jalava. And when he's me, you're sworn to him." Jalava nodded. They pressed their hand to their heart and briefly bowed their head. "Yes, truth spoken." They glanced at the open panel doorway. "Thank you. Hope we won't need this." "Go, Homaj," Iata said, pausing to let down his hair. "I'll be fine." "I'll make sure," Jalava said, resting their hand on their holstered pistol. "Iata, let me go speak with the rest of my team. I'll be back in a minute. Don't go under or whatever you do until then. Please." Iata raised his brows at that last addition, but waved toward the bedroom door. Homaj squeezed into the back corridor, Zhang behind him, and quietly shut the door. He waited until he heard the lock click back into place. And then it was quiet. He might hear muffled voices from within if Iata was talking loudly, but just now he wasn't. Homaj blinked several times. He was doing this. They were all doing this. Zhang looked around, shoulders tense, as if she was just now realizing she was with a truth spoken too, and they were carrying out an intensely dangerous mission. She looked up at him, and he was taller now than he'd been. She had to look up farther. Truth spoken. He held up a hand. "Tannerin." She nodded, some of the purpose coming back into her posture. "Right. And I'm Irisa." "You'll do fine," Homaj said in a low voice. "Just follow my lead. We'll be fine." But it was by no means a promise. He couldn't promise that. We'll have to be quiet most of the walk down. The back corridors are sound dampened, but bugs can pick up a lot, and we'll be going far from the relative safety of the residence wing. She nodded again. Okay. Lead the way. Chapter 28. River Edge. River Edge is an excellent destination if you are new to Valon City. You will find many small shops, restaurants, and pubs along the river, as well as street performers and live music, and can rent hoverboats and other small craft to cruise along the waterfront. Travel brochure for the River Edge district of Valon City. It took half an hour for them to wend their way down into the bowels of the palace, where more doors unlocked into a series of tunnels. Homaj led them to an underground garage with electric bikes. They each grabbed one, and then headed into another, wider tunnel that descended to run under the river and into the city. In another 10 minutes, the tunnel ascended again, evened out, and ended in another tiny garage. Zhang looked around her, and to the stairs on their left that went up into the dark. Where are we? What district? Under River Edge. There's a pub up top, very busy place. We come out in the bathroom. He grinned at her appalled look. It's very effective camouflage. Does the pub owner know? I am the pub owner. Oh, well. She held up her hands. This is all out of my league. She lifted her duffel off the bike's rear rack and shouldered it again. And no one will question the duffels. It's a boating pub. People come here to and from day trips all the time. We'll drop them at a safe house in Gold before we start our search. Homaj swept the hair out of his eyes. He wished Iata had picked a style that would let him keep it out of his face, but no. This particularly impractical cut was popular in the city just now. He swept back his hair again, and just decided to incorporate the gesture. He waved toward the stairs, and they ascended. They'd only climbed up one flight of stairs before they started to hear the thump of the pub's music. Another flight, and the thump grew louder, and added the muted sounds of people. Homaj wished for a fleeting moment that he could join them. Just blend in and not have to think at all for a solid hour. They reached another locked door, which he opened, up another short flight of stairs, and then a hallway that looked like a service access. Homaj led them to another door, unlocked that as well, and pulled Zhang with him into a closet-sized room. Here, the noise was almost too loud to talk over. He motioned to a narrow door in the wall. The pub's on the other side. I didn't guess that. Homaj snorted and leaned toward the door to press an access panel next to it. He checked the tiny indicator screen. There was no camera in the bathroom stall on the other side, but the motion sensors said the stall was empty. Thank Adeus. He pulled the door quietly toward him, but he hardly needed the stealth. The music was roaring, even in the bathroom. He heard voices. Other stalls were occupied, people washing their hands in the sonics, people taking a drink or a breath away from the chaos. He darted through and locked the stall door, then ducked back into the closet and pulled the closet door to almost closed. He said near Zhang's ear, "We need to make it look like we're lovers coming out of the stall, or else it will look weird with two people coming out with their duffels. Are you okay with that?" In the dim overhead lights of the tiny room, she made a face. Lovers, how? Like, do you want me to? She motioned to her mouth and then dubiously toward his. No, we don't have to. Muss up your hair. He scrubbed his hands through his hair, wincing as the styling went all to hell. She did the same, trying to look up and see how bad it was. He reached out. May I? She nodded, and he carefully smoothed a few spots, teased up some others. The result was artfully mussed, enough that on the street they could easily tame it down. "Me?" he asked, and after a moment's hesitation she did the same. "Is that enough?" she asked. "We only need to be plausible. Breathe heavily coming out. Smile. Are you okay to hold my hand?" "It's only a hand," she said, and took the hand he offered. She took a breath, looking nervous. Okay. They definitely didn't teach this in guard training. And dare I even ask how you know all this? Is it normal for truth spoken to know all this? If you're nervous, actually, do this anyway. Self-narrate. In your mind, narrate as if you are Arisa. This is Arisa's story, not yours. Jong pulled a face. "I'll try. It's weird. You do that." He smiled, a little crooked, a little sour. "Always." He pulled the door open again and slipped backward, pulling her with him, crashing deliberately into the stall door to rattle it. He moaned, raking his shirt with his own hand, banging his elbow. Jong bit her lip, looking embarrassed, trying not to laugh. She let out a little "oh," which might not have been loud enough to matter, but he appreciated the effort all the same. Homaj grinned at her and banged his back into the door again. "The hell, people!" someone shouted, banging on the stall next to theirs. "This isn't a hotel." Homaj motioned to the door into the closet, which was still open, and Jong pulled it shut by the coat hook on the wall. Homaj strained to hear the soft click of the latch catching. A tiny light in the coat hook gave a small flash, little more than an errant reflection. Locked. "Ready?" he mouthed. She nodded. Chapter 29. Evening Air. Can you imagine a life without change? Can you even imagine how dull that life would be? Homaj Rhialden, Iolorius IV, fictionalized in the biopic Venerum IV, The Life of an Iolorius. Homaj pulled the stall door open, forcing a flush into his cheeks, baring his teeth in a grin, and drew Jong out after. Someone in the busy bathroom gave a loud hoot. Homaj made a diva pose and wave, and pulled Jong out into the pub's noise, before anyone could hear her trying to suppress her snorting laugh. No one in the pub, absolutely no one, gave them more than a passing glance. They were through, duffels and all, and out in the street in minutes. The evening air was cool but not cold. Their jackets were enough, though later in the night they'd need to dig into their bags for warmer gear. The sunset peeked through the mix of high-rises and ground-level buildings, casting golden light on the walls of windows. Homaj went to let go of Jong's hand, but she held tight. She was still grinning, too wide, her pulse too fast beneath his touch. He knew that state, feeling entirely too giddy on a mission, nervous but knowing he could not fail, trying not to laugh at the ridiculousness of acting in real life. So he held her hand while he pulled out a throwaway comm he used for city trips and called an air cab. Jong shivered, and he wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. She leaned against him, her arm tight around his back. The cab descended, and the door folded up with a soft whine. They piled into the single row of seats. He'd ordered a cab for two, and sat close as the cab lifted and banked toward Gold District. Jong opened her mouth. Did she understand? It wasn't safe to talk here. He squeezed her hand, but she gave him an admonishing look. Yes, she did. "Sorry," she said. "I'm cold. We packed warmer coats, right?" He wasn't entirely sure what was in the bags, but of course Iata wouldn't have neglected that. "Car. Temperature up 3 degrees, he said. The air cab's heaters kicked on, and Zhang sat back, breathing deliberately. She slowly shifted away from him. She still didn't let go of his hand, though, and she didn't have to. They were, technically, married. Homaj sat back, stretching out his legs. He'd gained 6 centimeters in his change, along with the added muscle. He didn't change his height that often. He found the shift in perspective disorienting enough to trip him up. But he'd felt that was needed here. Zhang sat back too. "So, do you like the city?" he asked, because lovers in an air cab were expected to talk, because anomalies were always recorded and reported, both to the palace and those who'd pay for such information, including the municipal guard, including anyone else. It's... She was nervous. She was thinking too hard. He smiled down at her. "Hey, Risa, it's fine." Her eyes widened at the shortened form of Irisa, or maybe the warmth in his tone, in his eyes. She gave a feeble smile. I'm just tired." She pushed her hair back to cover the silence, looked out the window. "Oh, hey, there's the Namen building." A little forced, but better. "Yeah?" He leaned to look out. He'd seen the tower in its kilometer-high spiral, checkered with aerial gardens, 100 times up close. He still looked at it in wonder now. "Oh, wow. I mean, do those plants have enough oxygen up there?" A ludicrous question. A touristy question. "I don't know. Maybe." He needed another tactic. This wasn't working. But then Zhang seemed to relax. She settled back, looking around out the front and to his side. A faint smile on her lips. A real smile. She squeezed his hand this time, and the look she gave him was open and fond. The kind of look you give a friend. His breath caught. He knew what she was doing. She wasn't acting exactly. She was incorporating him, this version of him, into her reality. As a friend. He smiled back, not the lover's smile this time, but with his own warmth. "I'm glad you're here," he said. She didn't say it back, but her smile turned a few shades brighter. Chapter 30. The Safe House. Safety is carved between trees, where the sky is open, but boughs still protect from rain. Arjun Nguyen, excerpt from his poem, Rain. The safe house was on a residential street in Gold District, a 7th-floor apartment in a nondescript building. Not well off, not run down. Exactly and appropriately ordinary. Homaj glanced at his clothes, which were worn in, but by no means rough. The style and cut just that bit above average. Was it too much for this neighborhood? They might need to hit a thrift shop and stock up if they were here for any length of time. As they exited the cab, a person smoking a brill twig one door over from their building whistled in appreciation. Homaj didn't know if for him or for Zhang, but he felt Zhang stiffen beside him. He turned and waved good-naturedly. "She's taken." "Are you?" the person called back. "What are your pronouns, hun?" "He or they. And yeah, taken. But you know, I've got more love than I can give to just one person." The person cackled, drawing on their twig. "Okay, hun. Come see me if you've got extra." Homaj didn't look back but waved again as they went inside. He might talk to the person later. Someone who made a habit of sitting on the street would likely know what happened around here, or might be able to point him to people who would know. Zhang was giving him an odd look, but she didn't say anything until they'd gone up the lift, and he'd unlocked the door into their apartment. Zhang looked around. The cleaning bots kept everything tidy, but though there was a sprawl of personal items and a few pieces of clothing on the couch and floor, the place had an air of abandonment. Homaj ran his hands through his hair, grimacing as they came back greasy with hair product, then rooted in his duffel until he came out with the tube of lip gloss he always packed when on a mission. Zhang watched him, still not saying anything, aware that it wasn't yet safe. Homaj uncapped the gloss, eased the actual gloss tube out of its shell, and squeezed the flexible shell to activate the mechanism inside. The shell gave the tiniest beep, and he slowly moved around the room with its ordinary, slightly worn furnishings, waving it at the walls, around any object that could hold a bug. Zhang followed him to the kitchen, the bathroom, the one cramped bedroom. He replaced the gloss, capped the tube. The apartment was wired to give off false habitation signals for the cleaning bots and utility monitors. He went to the control panel near the door and made sure they were working. They were, but the screen was a few dead pixels short of needing replaced. As the last precaution, he checked the apartment's logs for any activity that wasn't the pre-approved motion of the bots. There had been 2 flies that had made their way in last week. A spider. Nothing beyond that. It wasn't 100% safe, but it was as safe as they were going to get outside his bedroom at the palace. Still, he motioned Zhang to the bathroom, which had no windows, and twisted the tube of gloss, setting it upright on the sink. It would give them a very small bubble of sound, dampening and signal jamming. He pulled Zhang close to the sink and towed the bathroom door shut. Then for a moment, they just stood there, staring at each other. And it was surreal, wasn't it? He'd never been on a mission before with someone that wasn't truth spoken or a blood servant. "Can we talk?" she asked. "Yes, but quietly, and only here, and only when this is on. And no names. We use the names we've been using. No specifics." Her gaze flicked between his eyes, her brows knit. But she nodded. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I know this can be a strain." She shrugged. "I'm fine. I'm nervous. I'm not used to this." "You're doing fine." She tilted her head. "Why banter with that person outside? Are you actually going to sleep with them?" He raised a brow. "I'm not opposed to that if that's what you're asking." "No, I've been everyone, of every class. You don't have to protect me from ordinary people." Her cheeks flushed. "That's not what I mean." Shit. His emotions were all knotted up inside of him, and he wasn't reading her as well as he might. He leaned against the sink. "No, I don't intend to sleep with them, but flirting is useful. They know I don't mean it. Doesn't mean they won't think the banter is fun. We need informants on the ground." Zhang held up her hands. "Okay. If you're worried, I won't ask you to do that. Flirt, I mean, with other people. Not more than what we had to do in the pub, and I'm sorry for that." Some of the tension left her shoulders, and that was what she'd been asking. "Okay, good. Because I'm ace, that's just not what I'm good at." He exhaled slowly, nodded. "Tell me if you're ever moving past your limits, or if I'm pushing you too far. Signal me. We didn't set a signal before, but we should now." He rubbed beside his mouth. "Like this. I haven't seen you make that gesture naturally. I'll watch for it." She repeated it, nodded. She was still watching him. "Are you okay?" she asked, an echo of his own question. Why would she think that? Yes, he was a little off, but not enough to not do what he needed to do. He was sure. He had no choice. He looked at himself in the splotchy bathroom mirror. He looked fine. His teal hair was a little mussed, but that only added to the appeal. So why was his throat tightening, the words catching? Why did he suddenly need to grab for the edge of the sink, his balance gone? Why did the room seem like it was tilting off axis? He sent his awareness through his body, looking for what needed healed, but his pounding heart jangled his sense of himself. Zhang caught his arm before he stumbled. "Hey, I'm here." Chapter 31. Release. It all takes a toll. You don't realize how much until it's all there, bending you over so far that you're a breath from breaking. And yet, you must go on. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in The Change Dialogues. Zhang helped him sit on the edge of the tub. Panicked, Homaj reached up and snatched the lip gloss tube off the counter and set it next to him on the lip of the tub. They were still within its small bubble of safety. He raked a hand through his hair again, and that was an annoying gesture to have incorporated into this persona. He felt a wobbly sense of ungroundedness that he hadn't felt on a change mission in a long time. He didn't want to be this person right now. He didn't want to be Tanarin Griel. He wanted to be back at the palace. He wanted to grab the truth speaker's lapels and scream into his face until he spoke the actual truth. "What did you do to my sibling? Did you kill my parents?" He was shaking, and he couldn't stop. Why couldn't he stop? He'd been fine a minute ago. Zhang sat on the cold edge of the tub beside him. "May I?" she asked and stretched her arm behind his back, but didn't touch. He shrugged, and she wrapped her arm around him. He felt her presence solidify his own, and the shaking got worse. And now he was gasping for breath. "I lost one of my parents a few years ago," Zhang said. "I went for 2 days without it hitting me hard enough to knock me down. I was in the middle of tests to get into the palace guard, and I knew I had to keep my shit together, so I did. I know how bright my eyes looked. I know how big my smile was. I know it was absolute hell. And I know we have to go back out there and find out what happened. Find your sibling. But you have to let yourself feel what happened this morning right now. Even if a little bit, okay? I don't know how truth spoken normally handles stress or grief, but you're not handling it." "I was fine," he said through chattering teeth. Till you said something. You convinced yourself you were fine, and that's different. But it's okay. I'm here. It's healthy. It's okay." He slanted her a glance. Was she being condescending? No, he decided. And her sincerity, her earnest wish to help him, only made her words hit deeper. He wanted to scream. Instead, he closed his eyes and just let his body tremble. He might be able to wrestle his muscles back under control, but his mind was glitching so badly that he wasn't sure he could reach a trance right now. His parents were gone. They were gone, and everyone. Batrine might be gone, and Eros, their blood servant. His father's blood servant, Omari, was gone. His father's guards. All people who'd been part of his life on a daily basis. All people who'd always just been there. Just everyone. And the truth speaker, who should be his ally, Who should be helping him and keeping him safe might be working against him, and he couldn't think past all that lack. He couldn't see anything past that lack. He gasped, and then came the sobs, convulsions he tried to shove down, but that ripped through his body. Zhang held him. She rubbed his back, she held his face as he sobbed into her shoulder. He didn't know how long it was before he sat up again, gasping for breath. His whole body felt wrung out. He'd soaked through his clothes, but his mind wasn't glitching as hard. He was able to think past all of that. Homaj sniffed hard, feeling heat rush to his face. He didn't have the energy or will to stop it. Zhang only gave a tired smile. She got it. He sensed she really did get it, and that was a new feeling. Anyone getting anything in his life. Food or nap? She asked. Oh, Adeus. His mind wasn't going to get stuck again, was it? But he sniffed himself and wrinkled his nose. Shower, then food, then out. He didn't want to go back out there tonight. He wanted to sleep. His body was drained. He'd made 3 changes today, and that took its toll. A change trance might look like sleep, but it used energy, and it didn't give much back. Zhang was studying him, looking like she wanted to say something, but was weighing the wisdom of it. Spit it out, he said. Will going back out tonight really make the difference? She asked. You're exhausted. I'm exhausted. We can push ourselves, but this doesn't feel like the sort of thing that you want to do without having your whole mind, right? Or your whole strength. We don't know who we're up against. But they probably did. And a truth speaker's mind and resources definitely weren't something to be matched at half capacity. A nap, then. Homaj said. Shower, food, then a nap. No more than an hour. 2. 1.5. No more. My sibling is still out there. She gave him a troubled look, but nodded. Then we'll find them. We know at least they're not here, right? Not in this safe house. Right. He stood, wincing as his spine cracked. Shower. Then food. Then a very short nap, then out again. I want to find my sibling yet tonight. Because there was a lot he could do, even at half strength. And he couldn't lose any more family that night. Not if he had a chance of stopping it. Chapter 32. Waking Up. Blood servants are still royalty, and I think a lot of the nobility often forgets that. It surely makes a blood servant's movements much more convenient. Jabari Moran, as quoted in the Truth-Spoken System, A Varied Analysis. Iata sat up slowly, his whole body aching, his throat tight and far too dry. Jalava near the bedroom door started and came over. Are you... They fumbled a wave with their hands. How should I address? Truth spoken, Iata said quietly, in Homaj's voice, which was jarring. He'd been playing Homaj earlier but hadn't managed to nail the genetic likeness then. He'd been Homaj playing someone else. Truth spoken, as you always do. Jalava blinked but caught the game, nodded. I need water, Iata said, and turned toward the cabinet beside the bed. I have water. Jalava held up a steel bottle. No, there's bottled water here and energy bars. His words were too raspy, and his mouth felt like it had been stuffed with rags. Iata fumbled the top drawer open, grabbed a bar in an unsteady hand. He reached down to open the lower cabinet. "Let me, truth spoken." Jalava came around the bed, crouching down to pull out 2 water bottles. They handed both up. Iata opened one and drank slowly at first. Then when it didn't threaten to come back up, drank the rest. He held the empty bottle out to Jalava, which was absolutely a thing Homaj would do, but he felt deeply galled doing it himself. Iata slowly pushed back the sheets and levered himself out of bed. He hadn't been trained for this kind of drastic change. He knew how to get to certain attributes, and he was certain he'd gotten most of it right. But he'd need to see a mirror and make any extra tweaks needed after he ate. His legs felt wobbly, and he sat back down on the bed. Jalava hovered with the empty bottle, then set that on the nightstand cabinet and headed for the door. "You need food." They brought a cooler in from the prep room, a spicy smell leaking even through the seals. "Didn't want to wake you up with the smell," Jalava said as they opened it. They pulled out containers and utensils, setting them on the bed. Iata reached for one. He didn't care what it was, and tore open the chef's seal, grabbing a spoon to dig in. He finished 2 containers before he could think again, and headed for a third. Jalava still stood by the bed, watching him like an anxious parent. Iata looked up and smiled. "Thank you." Jalava stretched their hands, and Ida had to make a quick decision. Play out this entire time, however long it would be, completely as Homaj, or be Iata here, away from listening ears. Homaj was the one with all the training. What Iata knew was enough to protect and work with the truth spoken, but not all the nuances. He could read people and adapt himself as needed. He was excellent at acting within specific scenarios, but not in the long term, and certainly not impersonating someone else for any length of time. He wouldn't have tried for this change earlier if he didn't think he could do it, though if he didn't think he could pull off the role. But here, in this familiar room, which wasn't his, in this body, panic coiled in his gut. He was a blood servant. He wasn't supposed to ever be truth spoken. "Can you spot any difference?" he asked Jalava. His voice was much better now, fortified with water and food. He ran his diction and inflections through his mind to try to find any differences from Homaj's, but found none. Jalava seemed to come to their own decision too, because they pushed aside some of the food cartons and sat on the bed beside him. They studied Iata with a careful thoroughness that made his throat tighten at the kindness of it. "There's something around the eyebrows, I think," Jalava said. "I don't know what it is, just a little bit different. Other than that, I don't know if I've known him this closely long enough to tell." Ida nodded. He'd checked that first in the mirror. "Thank you. Here, in this room in the prep room. Please talk to me as I am. I'm Ida. But out there," he nodded at the door. "Right," Jalava said. They tapped at one of the food containers. "May I, while you're eating? I didn't eat much earlier." Ida stuffed another bite, nodded as Jalava pried open the container, and pulled another to themselves as well. "Can I ask you something?" they asked around a large bite. "And I don't mean to pry here, but I think, if I need to make decisions in all of this to protect you and the heir, I need to know. How exactly do you, as a blood servant, fit with the truth spoken? You're not truth spoken, but you can still change. And I get that it's not as easy for you, but, well, you can." Ida took his time opening a 4th container. Would Homaj begrudge him this truth? But Homaj had Jong for the moment, who seemed to have suctioned herself to his cause. Iata needed an ally in this as well. My line is a lesser branch of the Rhialden line, a service branch. We are distant cousins, if you will. Yes, so you're technically royal, and also a servant. Iata's shoulders tightened. The term blood servant is meant to make people overlook us. I serve Homaj, but I'm not a servant. I'm a silent partner. I'm family. He closed his mouth on more. Jalava might have sworn to Homaj, and technically, that would include Iata in the general swearing, as an extension of Homaj's household. But this was intensely private business, and intensely secret. But Jalava was also right that they needed to know how this worked, so they didn't trip over it. Homaj had literally placed his kingdom in Iata's hands. Tavan would know he wasn't Homaj, but Tavan would have little power to stop any direct decisions or commands he made, not without giving him up, and he didn't think Tavan would do that. The truth speaker was a different matter, and Iata intended to stay the hell away from him. But in the day-to-day right now, he had the power of the truth-spoken heir and interim ruler in his hands, and Homaj trusted him to use it wisely. A deus, that was terrifying, and also sent a jolt up his spine. He couldn't say he'd never wondered, being around so much power, knowing he had the capacity for it, but knowing that this life was always out of reach, never his place, always and only his cousin's. What you need to know, Iata said, and what I think you're after, is that yes, when I'm Homaj, I am absolutely Homaj. I know him well enough to be reasonably sure what he would decide. It's been a long time since he's seriously surprised me with anything. So you're like a shadow brother, Jalava said. Iata's brows flicked up. Jalava did see more than they let on. Something like that, yes. Chapter 33. Shadow Brother. Blood servants are raised alongside the truth spoken. They will serve in the future. They grow up as foster siblings, one always destined to serve, one to rule. But the bond, the loyalty, is supposed to be unshakable. Homaj Rhialden, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Iata and Homaj had been children together, Iata just shy of 2 years older. They'd grown up as near to like as unequal siblings. They'd trained together. Homaj was the only brother Iata was likely to know. Iata's jaw clenched, and it took effort to relax it again. Why should a deus have mandated that the truth spoken have all the responsibility, and the blood servants none of the glory? Either way you looked, the system wasn't fair. His part, as blood servant, was vital. His role was to steady Homaj, to help keep him safe, to manage his affairs so Homaj could fulfill his duties as a truth spoken, to not let himself isolate or lose himself to a role, to help him prepare, to help him, if it ever came to that, to rule. His whole life was wrapped around Homaj's. Every life he lived in his limited capacity for change was still centered around Homaj, and Homaj's missions and goals, not his own. So where was Iata? What was his life? It certainly wasn't his at this moment. Sorry, Jalava said. I didn't mean to upset you. Iata shrugged, making the thoughts roll off again. It's fine. Everything is how it should be. This will all be fine. But would it? What if Homaj didn't find Vitrine? Or what if, a deus forbid, Homaj didn't come back? Iata would be alone. He'd have no one at all in this palace, wearing Homaj's face, with vipers all around him. With the truth speaker, who he was fairly certain would do his utmost to make Iata a puppet, as Homaj had said. Iata had to let the thoughts roll off again. He had to stay focused, absolutely had to. This was the hardest role he'd ever attempted, and he couldn't pull it off less than flawlessly. He pulled himself back to his center. Set around a mouthful of sweet roll. I'm going to call a meeting with the heads of military. I need to know what they know, and we need more eyes on this than just you and the palace guard. Jalava hesitated before asking, "Do you have authority?" Iata shifted fully into Homaj's bearing, raising his brow in that distinctly indifferent sneer. Jalava sat back, nodded. "Of course you do." They hesitated again, watching him. Watching much more openly than they would have if he was actually Homaj. "Is it weird? I mean, you don't do this often, right? You're not truth-spoken. What's it feel like to be someone else?" Iata rolled his eyes. "It feels like being me. It's just a different narrative. If it weirds you out, think of me like his identical twin." That, he decided, was a framing he needed as well. Despite what he wanted Jalava to think, it wasn't quite like being himself. He'd just given Homaj's thoughts, not his own. Iata the Blood Servant didn't have all the training to rule a kingdom, not on his own. But he had to act like he did. He had to convince himself that he did. Or none of this would work. He finished his last container, got off the bed. "I'm going to the prep room. I have to make sure my appearance is perfect. Please." Homaj wouldn't say please. Well, or at least not often. He tried again. "Call General Abre and Admiral Laguaya. Meet in my sitting room in 1 hour. Oh, have the extra guards that Tavan promised arrived?" Jalava looked a bit bewildered at his swift shift from his own personality to Homaj's. But though he'd said the bedroom was a safe space, he was about to publicly be Homaj. He needed to think like Homaj. He needed that narrative to be dominant. He had to look the truth speaker in the eyes when he did see him, because he knew he couldn't avoid him forever, or even long. He had to do his best to show with absolute certainty that he was, in fact, Homaj Rhialden, not Iata Rhialden. Iata turned back to Jalava. "My callback. Truth-spoken have this thing we can do. Being a person in truth. It will legally make me Homaj, not just in appearance or mannerisms. If I do that, I will assume his personality completely. Not just from the outside, but for a short time, believing I am him. Whatever I say or do in that state is as binding as when it's him, and I might need to do that at times here." He wasn't so much worried about the legality of things. If anyone realized a blood servant was masquerading as the heir, he'd be screwed anyway, as much as what he'd do around the truth speaker. Aduel Shin Myrna was one of the few people who could know he wasn't Homaj on sight. But if he was Homaj in truth around the truth speaker, would that be enough to shift that perception? Would it be enough to hold whatever he did as unassailable, even by the truth speaker? "That sounds terrifying," Jalava said, and Iata didn't think they meant for him. He shrugged it off. "So, my callback, if I submerge too deeply and you need to pull me out, is this." He rattled off a phrase from a military history text, and Jalava, frowning in concentration, repeated it back until they got it exactly. Iata hesitated, then shrugged. "All in. And if that doesn't work, it should. But if it doesn't, or you're in a situation where you can't speak to me, do this. May I?" He reached for Jalava's wrist, and Jalava held it out. He gripped Jalava's wrist with a particular series of light pressures. That one took a bit longer for Jalava to learn and be able to repeat back correctly. And then another few minutes as Jalava tried the first sequence again and got a few words wrong. They couldn't afford mistakes here, not even a little. Jalava was looking dyspeptic, but determined by the time they both headed back into the prep room. They met Iata's eyes as he headed for the closet. Jalava gave the smallest nod. Iata felt a swell inside his chest, something he wasn't at all used to. Jalava wasn't nodding to him for Homaj's sake, but his own. That reaching out just now, that sharing of such an intensely secure state secret as a blood servant's personal callback, had forged something between them that Iata wasn't sure Homaj would like. Well, Homaj wasn't here. Iata was, and for the moment, he was Homaj. Iata ducked into the closet and began sifting through clothes, looking for what would best suit a truth-spoken heir as the interim ruler of the kingdom. Chapter 34. The Crash Site. Jewelry, ident cards, and other small personal items are typically sorted out of street debris, genetically matched, and returned to their owners. However, non-standard items that may be mistaken for street debris, such as rocks, non-worked glass, and other items, may be sorted into waste processing. Please be sure to secure your belongings as you walk the streets of Valon City, as we are not responsible for their safe return if dropped. Public announcement from the Valon City Maintenance Commission. Homaj stood on the street corner and ran his hands through his short, undercut hair. He hadn't put in any more product after his rest, and his hair wasn't as slick, but that was fine. That wasn't the look he was going for here. Zhong stood nearby, watching everything in the dimming evening light. There wasn't much to see. A slight darkening of the pavement in one spot. A few pieces of glass and plastic still scattered around the edges of the crash site. And it had rained while he'd been resting. Damn it. A deus. But he should have just powered through. There might have been something. Something more to go on than a few tiny shards of breakage from a shot-down cab with a murdered high-profile occupant. But the municipal guard had cleared out the area, because this was the financial district, and no one who made enough money to have a say in police matters wanted the wreckage of a murder on the street. This intersection was just inside Financial District, and while it wasn't the most affluent center of the district, the streets were clean, the cars that passed on the more expensive side, the pedestrians mostly well-dressed. All that was left of the wreckage of Lord Shavi Burka's aircar, all that told any murder had happened here at all, was that darkish spot and glass fragments stuck in various crevices that would be picked up by the detail bots at the end of the day. Zhong came back to him, smiled briefly, and entwined her hand with his. She leaned toward his ear. Better get moving. There's someone watching across the street. He nodded, returning her smile as he squeezed her hand and didn't look across the street. They'd known this site would be watched. They'd been here less than 5 minutes, and had worn matching gawking tourist expressions. There were a few other people milling about doing the same. The crash, of course, would have been on all the various feeds, and some people had their comms out, recording the sight. Nothing about him said anything but curious bystander. And Zhong, well, at least she'd relaxed a bit more into her role. He met her eyes, calculated if he should kiss her cheek to try to sell the couple angle, and then decided on giving their joined hands a light swing instead. I think I've seen enough. Not really worth the coming out. Are you ready? What was the next thing you wanted to see? She pulled out her comm, a temporary model they'd grabbed from the safe house, and peered at the screen. I'd like to go see the lobby of Threefold Tour, the anti-grav waterfall. He nodded. Well, can we get something to eat first? Threefold wasn't on their way back to Gold District, but on the other side of Financial. I saw a small cafe this way. Looked like it was good food, and it's still in walking distance. He didn't want to hail a cab back from Financial. A cab going from Financial to Gold District could trigger alerts just now. Much better to walk back a ways into Gold, and then call a cab. All right, she said, and added, Sweetie? Oh, Adeus. No. No, she was not selling that at all. He grinned like the name was a joke, and she grinned back uncertainly. It was getting weird. Zhang was getting better at this play acting, yes, but he wasn't really attracted to her. She wasn't his type at all. He knew she wasn't attracted to him. They didn't have that kind of chemistry to sell the story. But they'd shared an intimacy in the bathroom of the safe house, when she'd held him as he'd bawled his eyes out, and he couldn't think about that too closely now, without tears threatening to well again. He was still more fragile than he'd like. Some barrier between them had shifted, though, and he didn't know where the lines were with her just now. And his thoughts were straying too far from center. He was still tired from his nap, which hadn't been enough, on this street thick with drowsy, post-rain humidity, at a site where his sibling's lover had been shot down, not even a day ago. Outside of the palace, his fears felt like they were unraveling into something he couldn't control. But he didn't wish for a moment he was back there just now. Maybe things felt more real out here, more raw, but in a far different way than they had there. Zhang shifted closer to him, their shoulders brushing. He didn't know if she needed that extra security right now, if she was trying a different way to sell their role as a tourist couple, or if she'd seen his escalating spiral. Was it showing on his face, in his posture? Another panicked moment had him checking every detail of his persona and adjusting a few. They strolled back toward Gold District, the buildings still upper scale enough that they weren't yet out of Financial. He angled them toward the cafe he'd spotted earlier when they'd walked in, and maybe they should stop and eat. They'd grabbed nutrition bars on their way out earlier, galled at how long they'd both slept, and his stomach was growling now. But he didn't have time to eat. He'd already wasted so much time, and with nothing to be found at the aircar crash, no clue that would lead him to the next clue and the next. He'd have to start checking every safe house in the city by rote, and then go from there. Maybe try to get some information from the underground, but that might require another change, another identity. He had no idea what he was doing. How would his sibling have handled this? How would his father? His throat swelled again, his eyes burned, and he was having trouble smoothing it away. He should be able to just will this emotion away. They should just call a cab now, before he made a spectacle of himself, and became even more suspicious than Zhang's awkward performance. He was just pulling out his comm to call the cab, when ahead of them, across the street, a person drew his eye. He'd seen them before, 2 streets back. Femme, petite, thick brown hair in a loose bun. And there was something off about the way they were moving, almost like... Homaj stopped abruptly, which was something he absolutely knew not to do. Not when he was trying to blend in, but he couldn't help it. The person had been flickering, and he was sure they weren't a holo. It wasn't that kind of flickering, more like an awareness of them in his mind that brightened and dimmed, a green magicka. Chapter 35. The Risk. I know this seal is for my protection, but it also marks me as a target. Anonymous magicker, as quoted in the popular zine, Stand Here. When Homaj stopped, Zhang stiffened and stopped too, looking around, being absolutely too obvious about it. Homaj cursed under his breath, taking her arm again and walking on, which was a far less suspicious thing to do than gawk all around them. Except in this instance, he realized a beat too late. He should have just played it up, pointed out some random detail they could both gawk at. A dais. He wasn't an amateur. He should know better. Not that any of that would have mattered, if that magicker was high enough ranking to be able to turn themselves just barely invisible like that. The magicker could certainly know he was truth-spoken on sight. Maybe not which truth-spoken, but, well, just now, there was an extremely limited number of truth-spoken. It took a monumental effort not to run. His first thought was to run away. And then the rest of his thoughts caught up, and he had to restrain himself from not running across the street right there to track this magicker down. Ask them why they were here, what they wanted, why they'd so obviously wanted him to see them. The magicker turned down a side street on the next block and walked out of sight. "Shit," he said. "What?" Zhang hissed as he found an opening between ground cars and they darted across the street. So much for not drawing attention to themselves. Not here. He held her hand loosely as they quick walked toward the end of the block after the magicker. Then rounded the corner. He looked for the person. There. Just about to go around the building at the end of the short street. Well, they'd wanted his attention, so they weren't about to let him just pass them by, were they? The green magickers were no friends of the municipal guard, or friends of the truth speaker for that matter. It had been an immense gamble to let the first magicker hold his hand and affirm his sincerity. But was that about to pay off? What did this magicker know that they were willing to risk flagging him down? Him specifically. So of course they knew who he was, or at least suspected either a truth-spoken or a blood servant. Someone who could change. On the other side of the building, an air car sat waiting. Not a cab, but a slick, private affair. The person, the magicker, waited until he approached to wave open the door. Zhang slipped her hand from his, reaching for the small of her back where one of her pistols was holstered. "That's the person I saw at the crash site," she said in a low voice. "They were watching us. We're not getting in that car." "We are," Homaj said calmly. He didn't think Zhang had seen this person was a magicker. He certainly wouldn't have without the magicker deliberately flickering. Even still, it would have been a detail easily overlooked in the bustle of the street. It hadn't even been that much of a flicker, but his eyes were trained to pick out any parts of the pattern that weren't what they should be. He eyed the magicker. They didn't have the typical visible green aura that all magickers had, though he did know that some could dim their auras on command. Still, he saw no aura at all. The person didn't have a mandatory rank seal on their cheek, or a scar from its removal either, though it was supposed to be difficult to survive its removal without the first magicker's deactivation keys, which she almost never used, because a magicker not having a seal was a capital offense. This was certainly not an untrained magicker who just manifested their abilities, not if they could flicker that deliberately, not if they could pick him out in a crowd, changed as he was. So had this magicker had their rank seal removed somehow, or had they never had it implanted? He gathered to step into the car, but froze again, his heart kicking up. Had he read the situation wrong? Had that been a holographic illusion after all, meant to mimic a magicker's abilities and catch his eye? Was this an assassination attempt on him? But then how, by a deus, had the person known who he was? No, that hadn't been a hologram. He was sure of that. Mostly sure. And why were the magickers risking everything by showing him an unsealed green magicker? He was the interim ruler, and an unsealed magicker was a breach of treaty between the magickers and the kingdom of Valoris. With this knowledge, he could end them. The former Seritarchus certainly would have, but what the first magicker had read in him must have told her that Homaj wouldn't do that. So they both had risk here. There was mutual danger and mutual distrust. He stared into the magicker's eyes, and they stared back. They could be reading his emotions, maybe even his thoughts from that look. But he knew how to read people, too. He saw determination, self-possession, and yes, fear. The magicker's expression was guarded, but not insincere. And this magicker had no gestural markers he could detect that would indicate them being another truth-spoken or blood servant, whether someone he knew or someone with the genetic capacity who was illicitly trained in change, as some nobles had tried across the long Rhialden dynasties, usually to the utter ruin of their families when the ruler called them out, or just quietly destroyed them. He was jittering. The magicker ducked into the car first, fully in sight, their hands in sight. Well, so they were going to do this the right way. Zhang was so tense beside him, he thought she might snap. Tannerin, she said, using his persona's name. Do you know this person? Of course I do, he said, and she relaxed a fraction before tensing up again, shooting him a look that spoke volumes about what she thought about that lie. He was in no fit state for any of this. She was right. He shouldn't get in that car. But he also knew he was going to anyway. Answers, some kind of answers, were in that car. And when he had so very few answers at all, he judged it worth the risk. Chapter 36. Truth. Sometimes risk analysis is as simple and as complicated as taking years or decades of training and distilling them to a feeling in the moment. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Zhang's lips were drawn tight as she watched him climb into the plush interior of the car, and she quickly got in after. Would she feel differently about the risk if she knew this person was a magicker? Magickers couldn't do violence. But green magickers weren't friends of the palace guard either, and the anti-magicker sentiment ran deep within the palace. The front seats had been turned to face the back, and they all sat there, staring at each other in tense silence. The magicker pressed a control on the door beside them, and the air car lifted with near silent grace. I'm Laudry, they said. She, her. She took in Zhang, but then settled on Homaj. She held out her hand. He reached to take it, but Zhang clamped her hand on his wrist. What are you doing? She hissed. She's a magicker. Magickers tell truth best through touch. They share truth by touch, too. I'll know if she means us any harm. Zhang's gaze flicked to Laudry's bare cheek. She's under my protection, Homaj said quietly, slipping into his own accent. Zhang reared back. It's not safe to talk about. This is a private car, occupied by an unsealed magicker. There's going to be some identity verification going on here. It's safe, but we're all at risk. But... He didn't truly know it was safe, but it was another gamble he had to take. If the green magicers were possibly offering help, he needed that help. He clasped Laudry's hand. "I like the butterflies," Laudry said, smiling a little as she nodded at the wing tattoos beside his eyes. He blew out his breath. That wasn't the opening salvo he'd expected. "Thanks." "I'm Laudry Veraminatra," she said. "Green Magicer, 6th rank." Homaj didn't react more than raising his brows, but Zhang wasn't as well trained. "6th?" she blurted. "That's almost as high as the 1st. "True," Homaj said softly, feeling that same feeling he'd felt from the first Magicer earlier. The sense of safety, of surety. It was, he was coming to realize, the sense of the truth. "And you are?" Laudry asked. He didn't hesitate. He couldn't afford to. Homaj Rhialden. Was he just condemning Iata at the palace? A dais. A dais, he hoped his gut feel with this was correct. If she was 6th rank, unsealed as she was, but obviously not untrained, she'd have to be close enough to the first Magicer to be trusted. Or else, working for his family's enemies. He still didn't think so. He was betting his life it wasn't so. "That absolutely goes no further than this car," he said. Laudry shifted. "I am only the 2nd Magicer who knows." At his start of surprise, she went on. "The 1st Magicer read your intent at your bid to rule. It goes no farther than she and I. You have both our words that it won't." True. He felt that ringing sense of truth, as she must have felt when he'd said his name. So then she had been sent by the 1st Magicer. Check. Could he trust that? Could he afford not to? What had he gotten himself into enlisting the 1st Magicer's help earlier? Dawning hope spread through his chest, and though he tried to quash it, it broke through all the same. He hadn't thought to ask the Magicers for help with finding Vatrine. Magicers and Truth-Spoken rarely intermingled their causes. Magicers rarely worked with anyone who wasn't one of their own, with good cause. Laudry eyed Zhang, whose face was pinched with concentration. Then she held out her other hand to Zhang. Zhang stared down at it as if it was diseased. Homaj felt something else creep into his touch with Laudry. Unease. Annoyance. "I need to verify your sincerity," Laudry said. "You don't have to," Homaj said to Zhang. But everyone in that car knew that was a lie. Magicer or not. There was too much at stake. Zhang took Laudry's hand, bracing herself. "I'm absolutely loyal to Homaj Rhialden. He has my oath." Laudry searched Zhang's expression, and, with her Magicer senses, Zhang's truth. She nodded. "True," she said, and he felt the truth of Laudry's statement through her hand. Something inside him that had been coiled too tightly eased. Homaj knew Zhang was with him. He trusted her, as much as he could trust anyone right now. But that further verification eased the parts of him that didn't dare to trust. Not all the way. He knew human nature too well to trust anyone all the way. Still holding Laudry's hand, he asked, "How did you find us? And why did you come after us?" "We thought you might go to the crash site. You know, some Magicers can see truth spoken. To me, your souls always have a sense of overlapping personalities. An added density, if you will." He nodded. The ability was mostly among the higher-ranking Magicers, and even then, Truth-Spoken could sometimes minimize exposure by going deep enough that the soul layering wasn't readily visible. But he hadn't been that deep. "Will you be the Iolorius?" Laudry asked. That's not a question you get to ask, Zhang said. They both still held onto Laudry's hands. Zhang could feel what Homaj also felt. Laudry's sense of needing that answer from him. No, Seritarchus. Zhang almost flinched, and he got it. He really did. This information was not easily given. But trust went both ways, and the Magikers had a lot of reasons not to trust the truth spoken. Laudry weighed his answer and nodded. The Magikers needed to know that he, with his ideas of green Magikers, which were different than the former Seritarchus's, would carry that difference into the new rule. Having the same style of rule wasn't good there, but he thought she'd be able to read his intent behind choosing it too. He didn't intend to use the same policies toward Magikers that his father had. His having the first Magiker witness him was in many ways the start of that, though that hadn't been first on his mind when he'd done it, true. He saw her hesitation as he churned through these thoughts, felt her mistrust of truth spoken in general rising again. He needed to give more. When I was 18, he said, my father sent me on a mission to Medrin IV to see why a mining colony was on strike and holding their employers captive. We found out that many of the miners were the families of Magikers who couldn't find work elsewhere because they'd been cast out by their towns and neighborhoods. They were known to have harbored their family members, Magikers who didn't go in to be sealed voluntarily. A few also had undocumented magics themselves, and they used those magics to strengthen the walls of the mines, and a wall that the miners built to hold their employers inside. With air and food, of course, they were civilized, and they couldn't do harm. He and Iata had both gone on that mission, truth spoken and blood servant. His role had been as a Navy lieutenant sent to investigate and given full executive powers to act. Ida's role had been as a petty officer who'd also had a family member who'd manifested green magics, and it was Iata who had borne the brunt of that mission. The conversations Iata had with the desperate miners to understand what was going on, the details Iata himself had to make up about his own fictional family, had torn Iata apart. Homaj had been more than a little rattled, too, and furious that this had happened at all, that it had all gotten bad enough that the miners felt it necessary. And the most infuriating thing was, after Homaj had ended the stalemate by making promises to improve conditions for Magikers and their families, and to try to mitigate the prejudice against Magikers, or anyone related to them, when he'd taken the situation back to his father, it had been nothing. Waved off as, oh, people will do what they do. We can't control the opinions of society. Which absolutely wasn't true. How the Seritarcracy viewed Magikers had a lot to do with how everyone else did too. Laudry nodded. That incident is well known to us, as are the promises made. Will those promises be kept? He swallowed. Yes, he'd wanted to handle the Magikers in a different way than his father, but he hadn't thought much farther than that. At that time, he hadn't had the power to do so. Now, he hadn't yet had the time. Yes, they will absolutely be kept. Chapter 37. The Long Term. Families of green Magikers rioted today in Niman Square, Blue District, Valon City, for the rights of Magiker children to attend the same classes as non-Magiker children. This riot followed a political protest of non-Magiker parents saying Magiker children can cheat by mind-reading the answers off their teachers and other students. News report in the popular vid zine, Valon City Sunshine. Laudry let go of their hands. This city is a big place. If you hadn't been at the crash site, I still might have found you. I can sense truth spoken in around a 30-meter radius around me. And no, that's not a normal ability. That also, please, does not leave this car." Homaj swallowed. He hadn't known it was possible for magicers to sense a truth spoken without a direct line of sight. That could be the entire reason she was unsealed, a measure of protection and maneuverability around the truth spoken. And she'd just handed that deeply guarded secret to him. They were no longer touching, but he could read her well enough through the subtle body language cues everyone gave off. And at her rank, she was almost certainly still reading him through their eye contact, or even just their proximity. "I can help you find your sibling if they're still in the city," she said. "But we have to know where to start, or there's no way we'll find anyone here. Do you know if they're still here? Do you know at all where they might be?" Her whole bearing now was tense, her gaze intent on his. She was helping him look for Vatrine because he needed answers. And he needed, if there was a chance to save his sibling, to take it. She was offering this with the first Magiker's blessing, not because she wanted Vatrine to rule, but because she didn't. Vatrine had many plans for social reform in the kingdom and on the capital world of Valon. They wanted to lessen the immensity of the gap between the impoverished and those stranded on-world by debt or circumstances, and the wealthy. They'd been working to ease some of the religious tensions between various sects of the Adayam and other minority religions among the people, both ancient to Valon and imported from various immigrant populations. They wanted to improve the schools and the hospitals and establish better education for the masses. All of which were excellent goals. All of which their father, the Seritarchus, had been slow to move on. But Vatrine had never showed any particular interest in helping the green magicers. Vatrine had been known to publicly shy away from and criticize the magicers, in fact. Laudry's aura, which until then had been absent, flared and crept brighter until the air around her was luminescent with emerald green. "You made your bid to rule," she said, "and we have to make that clear. We are supporting you to rule. If Vatrine Rhialden is found, if they make a counterbid, we will still support you. You may call on our services to verify that Vatrine has been compromised and therefore unfit to rule. The truth speaker, and to lesser degree, I believe, the high houses and the General Assembly, ultimately decide if there are two bids, but magicer testimony is upheld as law." "You'd lie?" Zhang asked aghast, and rightly so. Magicers were often called on to give the final, deciding testimony in disputes. "No," Laudry said shortly. "Vatrine is unfit. They will continue to make our people suffer. We will never verify them as fit to rule this kingdom." "The truth speaker doesn't have to accept your testimony," Homaj said. "Neither do the high houses, most of whom are not partial to magicers who can read their motives. Yes, you're right that it's a mix of high house and General Assembly opinions that choose between bids, and that the truth speaker has the final say. But the truth speaker won't choose against the broadly general opinion of the high houses. Vatrine might still become the ruler if we find them." Laudry sat back, squeezing her hands tightly together. He'd thought her younger, maybe in her early 30s, when they'd first stepped into the car. But her aura deepened the haunted look in her eyes, showing the lines around them. "We're asking you, in exchange for our help, to make sure that you become the ruler, Homaj Rhialden. I do want your word on that. You will not, under any circumstances, let Vatrine Rhialden become the ruler." He couldn't promise that. He absolutely couldn't promise that. If Vatrine was alive, if his sibling was alive, they could make a counterbid full stop. It was their right, their duty even, and they had the popular opinion of the people. He, the layabout court rake, did not. He still didn't know where the truth speaker's place was in all this. Aduel Shin Myrna was sour, yes, but on what vector? Did he want to keep Vatrin alive? Did he want to control Vatrin? Had he already killed them? Could Homaj argue successfully that Vatrin's messed up place in all of this was cause enough for them not to rule, no matter if they were a victim? Homaj was certainly not the court favorite, not in his persona until now, not certainly in his public show of rage today. The people liked Vatrin and their social policies. They liked the idea of change. And Homaj was aiming to be a new Seritarchus. Had he been wrong in that? Did the people need that Melisori momentum of change, or the fluidity of an Aelorius? A deus, he wished he could calm Iata at the palace and know what was going on there. What was Iata uncovering, if anything? What the hell should he do? And how could they know what they were each doing wasn't contradicting the other? He still didn't know who'd killed the Seritarchus, who had motive or means. He still didn't even know the green magickers hadn't been involved, though that was highly unlikely. The very nature of their magics made them deeply averse to violence. They didn't kill. "I can't promise," he said. "I don't know enough yet. I don't know what's best. I don't know if Vatrin's hidden on their own." What Speaker Seor had said earlier might still suggest that, or if they're being held against their will. I don't truly know they're still alive. That Lord Shavi Birka was dead was a good indicator of Vatrin not having gone into hiding willingly, but it wasn't the only factor in play, not even remotely. Laudry considered him. "I do promise," Homaj said, "that I will do everything I can to help the cause of the magickers. Everything in my power to do so, whether that's as ruler or not." "That will be significantly less if you're not," she said. "But," she sighed, "I can't in good conscience keep you from finding lost family, regardless of who that family is. I'm not as cold as that. Neither of us are." He blinked at that us. She and the first magicker, were they close? Mentor and student? Lovers? No. He realized with dawning horror just what first magicker Anya Noren had trusted him with. It was there, in subtle body language cues, there in her features, if also subtle. Laudry was Anya's daughter, wasn't she? Chapter 38. What I Can. My magics are a part of who I am, though certainly not the most important part. I experience the world in a drastically different way than non-magickers, and I think that is beautiful. First, magicker Anya Noren, interviewed in the popular vid zine Valon City Sunshine. So the first magicker had a hidden daughter, who'd manifested out of the public eye, and who was genetically predisposed to her mother's strength in magics. Green magics might manifest randomly among the population, but once they did, they often continued to run in families. Homaj considered Laudry's last words with this new context. "I'm not as cold as that. Neither of us are." Unspoken was the coda, unlike the truth spoken. He let his breath out slowly. That sentiment wasn't wrong. He'd been trained to make impossible decisions, to set the good of Valoris always above the good of any one person or group. The good of Valoris had always meant the good of the Seritarcracy. What had that good of Valoris done to Laudry and her family? Did she even exist in documents? Was she a legal person at all? He hadn't known Anya had a daughter, much less had trained her, and he would have known that if it was in any way official. Had his father known? He doubted it. They had managed to hide Lodri from the truth spoken for all of her life. Not in any way a small or easy feat. And now, here she was, showing herself to him, telling him her name. She'd come here offering to help him find Vitrine, the one person who could derail Homaj from ruling the kingdom. Homaj being the one truth-spoken who actually cared about helping the Magicers have better lives, never mind that he didn't actually want to rule. That the thought of ruling this kingdom froze him to his core. So what was the best course of action here? Find Vitrine. Save that one person who might do a lot of good, but might ultimately harm the Magicers. The one person who could get him off the hook of having to rule the kingdom. Homaj didn't like Vitrine, but that didn't mean he thought Vitrine would be a bad ruler. Well, mostly. He was certain, at least, that he might do worse. Or should he prioritize the Magicers and possibly do harm by not letting Vitrine carry out their social reforms? Vitrine's plans had more hope for the masses, but it wasn't as if he couldn't carry out some of those reforms, too. More slowly, and in a different way if he was the Ceratarchus. But did he have to be Ceratarchus? Maybe he could be Melisori, be what the people wanted right now. It wasn't his personality either, but he could make it work if it was what the kingdom needed. He realized somewhere in there that he'd been assuming this was his choice, that if he found Vitrine alive and well, he wouldn't just give everything back to his sibling by default. His sibling who really was the most qualified to rule, who was the heir, who was trained for all of this, not him. This was his choice. And was he truly that confident that Vitrine could do better? He let his breath out slowly. I will do what I can, everything I can. He met Lodri's gaze again, and she nodded. He sat back and looked away. He hadn't done everything he could before. How many times had he, second truth spoken and court rake, been at a party among friends who were just court hangers-on, and everyone was talking about the Magicers as if they were the bane of society. He didn't participate in those insults, but he didn't stop the conversations either. He would drink instead of laugh, but he wouldn't stop the laughter. He didn't want to take that stance, because Homaj Rhialden didn't take any stance but indifference. Homaj could argue that he was still young, that he thought he'd have years before the Ceratarchus was gone, that he'd never been the first heir and had never thought he'd rule the kingdom. He could argue he was subtle and was planning to make social changes in the long term, but that would be a lie. He'd been bored. He'd been insufferable and defiant. Vitrine didn't like him either, not even in private, and he'd been pushing his parents away the last few years as well. He could argue that wasn't him. That was just the persona he'd built for himself. And yes, that was true. But that personality hadn't come out of nowhere. And you didn't bury yourself in a personality for so long without taking on more and more aspects of it. For your own. Whatever else, he absolutely promised himself he'd do better. He had to do better. And be better. And Adeus help him. He did have to find a way to rule, didn't he? He wasn't sure he trusted anyone else with this kingdom. Even Vitrine. Maybe especially Vitrine. He didn't know his sibling as well now as he had when he was younger, but he'd never gotten along with Vitrine then either. Vitrine was outwardly the kingdom's social savior, but Homaj knew better than anyone that the outside of a person could so easily be a lie. Laudry pulled out a small tablet, fingers hovering over the screen. Where to? We've been in a holding pattern over Gold District, but we can join the second or third tier traffic. If you don't know where to start, I can't guarantee I'll be able to find them, but I'll do what I can. I can sense through the buildings we pass, at least their street-facing areas, if they're large. We won't be able to take a standard search pattern without notice to the municipal guard, though. Financial District or Gold District had been his first guesses. Still probably his best guesses. If they were going to be searching the city by brute force, best to get those districts done first. Gold first, he said. Lord Burka was fleeing from Gold. Can you set a random line that covers all areas within your range, doubling back on some, with logical pause points, and then we'll dip down for food or shopping or something along those lines. A pattern that won't trip the guard. Does this car have those kinds of functions? She narrowed her eyes at the tablet, typing in commands. Yes. And done. She looked out of the tinted side window at the now night-lit city as they banked down into the streets again. Her aura flared an even deeper green, almost painful to look at. I'll search, she said. You two decide what you're going to do if I find something. Chapter 39. Calculation. All is quiet on the border this year. The Kedah haven't had any major movements. They haven't tried to overlap or speak with us in the yes-no maneuvering code. Is that then the hand of Adeus? Can we safely ignore our neighbors and get back to the business of shoring up our borders with other human nations, which I fear are the much more pressing concern? Of course, the decision is up to LaGuardia, and they'll always choose to hold every border as a potential battle stage. High General Banamar Abret, in a letter to truth speaker Aduel Shin Myrna. Iata strode with Jalava into Homaj's, well, for the moment, his sitting room, where two of the most powerful people in the kingdom were already sitting in the wingbacks, waiting for him to come out. Their aides hovered nearby, attentive and nervous, though they hid it well. Homaj as cynical court loungeabout was well known. Homaj as the future ruler of this kingdom was an unknown quantity, and Homaj had almost lost it at his bid to rule. High General Banamar Abret, in Heir brown and green army uniform, and Admiral of the Fleet Dason LaGuardia, in their blue and silver navy uniform, stood as he entered. They both bowed with the precise, no-nonsense form of the military. For the briefest moment, Iata panicked, his neck prickling with sweat. He couldn't do this. He could not do this. He glanced aside and met Chalava's gaze. It was enough. He looked back and inclined his head, rapidly calculating how Homaj would handle this situation. And not just that, but how Homaj would handle it now. Which was an interesting calculation, because Ida didn't even think Homaj had thought that far ahead. Not enough to fully cement his role as the future ruler and current truth-spoken heir, let alone the Seritarchus. Would Homaj have to adapt to whatever Ida did here? And what if Ida did it wrong? He could not think about that either. He hadn't meant to keep the military commanders waiting, and they hadn't been waiting long. But at the last minute, Ata had changed clothes from formal and femme, something Homaj might normally wear when he was more femme, to a dark blue jacket and trousers with more sedate flair, sliding into neutral. Homaj often made abrupt gender presentation changes throughout the day, and while he'd been more femme earlier in public, it was wise to continue his fluidity in this role. And at the extra last moment, Iata had run back and secured the tight knot of his hair, with only 2 razor-tipped spikes. He didn't think the general and admiral would try to assassinate him, but just now, He felt better with weapons at hand. "Truths spoken," General Abrate said. "I've had watch on those searching the city, and have had my intelligence crawling the entirety of Valon's network. Any lead followed. We have not yet found evidence of truth-spoken Vitrine's presence, any proof of travel, or evidence they might have gone off-world." General Abrate was older, much older than LaGuardia. Dark brown skin, fully gray hair bound up in a neat bun, face deep with furrows, weathered in all the ways a general should be. LaGuardia, by contrast, was young for the position of admiral of the fleet in their 50s, pale brown face nearly unlined, black hair cropped short, uniform crisp, and back ramrod straight. Iata doubted LaGuardia's sharp eyes missed much. He mentally checked his mannerisms, but he didn't find anything to adjust. Admiral LaGuardia gave their own terse nod. "I'm doing the same. In our fleet in orbit, Valon orbital stations 1 and 2, and any civilian traffic in or outbound. All ships docked are temporarily locked down, and there's a system travel ban in place under my emergency order. I can't impound the foreign ships without your order, but I have been stalling them, and they're making noise. But we're not yet certain this wasn't orchestrated by foreign powers." Iata's brows went up. It could be foreign, or have foreign agents involved, yes. But the Kingdom of Valoris, Valon in particular, was too mired in its own internal politics to make him think this was anything but betrayal by those who should have been loyal to the Ceratarcracy. "Have you searched any ships?" Iata asked. "Physically, I mean." "Not foreign ships, no. Their territory of their sovereign nations. Ask them to remain in system, under my express wishes. I don't want to risk an incident just now." LaGuardia grimaced but nodded. "Yes, sir. Most, I fear, will leave." Was that the right move? He knew the current political landscape, likely better than Homaj did, and tensions were elevated with several other kingdoms and nations just now. The Ona Bree caste dynasty was certainly on the list of suspects, and the most likely if this assassination had foreign backing. No, he should have asked for more information before giving an order. He didn't know enough. He didn't know enough of anything. A deus, an order. One of Homaj's first. "Do we have official statements from any of the diplomats?" he asked, keeping tight control over his vocal cords so his voice didn't quaver. "I assume no one is claiming guilt, but has anyone been overly decrying it? Has anyone offered any information?" "Statements, yes," LaGuardia said, and they shared a look with Abrate. "I've compiled a list, from those sent from orbit and those sent from diplomats on the ground, with the General's help. Out-system responses, of course, will not have arrived yet." They motioned to their aide, who held out a small, secured tablet. They spoke as if they'd planned this meeting and hadn't been summoned, that they'd been planning to present him with this list he likely could have gathered on his own. Should have gathered. He should already have this information. The ruler was always steps ahead, and while the admiral of the fleet and the high general could take control of local and system comms in an emergency, he should have taken it right back. He knew Homaj's palace system passcodes and had access to his inboxes. He usually handled Homaj's communications. But would he have access to top-level information yet? He would have to ask Jalava to look into it, which likely meant going through Tavan as well. Would Tavan give him that access if he didn't already have it, knowing who he really was? Had he and Homaj spent too much time and effort on change? They were both used to change as a solution, when they should have been taking back control of palace and kingdom functions from wherever they'd fallen in the temporary vacuum of power. He was not prepared for this. He was so utterly unprepared for what he was doing right now. Iata took the tablet, scrolling through text-only messages in a bare-bones data dump format. LaGuaya hesitated. We had expected the truth speaker to be at this meeting also. Meaning, they thought he was too young, or too canonically apathetic to the greater goings-on of the kingdom. Anger rose in Iata, and it was, at least, more welcome than the doubt. Far more useful. Neither of these heads of military had been at the ceremony earlier. And what did that mean, other than that they were busy in this time of crisis, trying to avert more crises? Iata waved the statement off. The truth speaker is otherwise occupied. Should he use their assumptions of his own incompetence against them? No. He didn't yet know if they weren't allies. He couldn't assume they weren't and alienate those who were on his side. He needed every ally he could find. He gestured with the tablet. What do the messages say? Any threats? Not any more than the usual rhetoric, LaGuaya said. The ambassador for the Farani Protectorate is offering their utmost help, in the form of lots of their warships, conveniently. And Ulian is sending for their head Rakoni priest to say a blessing for our dead. The dynasty is full of flowery sympathies, and offered to send some of their green magicers to help search the city. I truly don't know what they were trying to accomplish with that offer, especially since the magicers would take weeks to arrive. Most likely confusion and low-level panic over if the message was a threat or not, which was a very dynastic thing to do. Iata made a mental note, though. Could green magicers help with all of this? With sorting out the truth, certainly, but they had to have enough proof of guilt to legally read someone. Could they even begin to find a single person in an overpopulated city? Could they read the palace guard to find the traitors among them, if there were, in fact, traitors among the guard? Homaj had already overstepped protocol by letting the first magicker witness his bid earlier. Iata wasn't sure he should involve the magicers any more than that. Not yet. Though the idea had his mind racing ahead to ways he could justify it. They needed answers. They needed them fast. Chapter 40. Control. The Valoran Navy isn't just a conduit for discipline and order, as the nobility likes to say. It's our pride, our heritage among the stars. We came to the worlds we inhabit on ships, and we protect those worlds with ships. Admiral of the Fleet Dasan LaGuaya, in a public address at the commissioning of the VNS Morin Lee. Admiral LaGuaya waved at the tablet Iata held. Most statements from diplomats beyond the performative ones are formulaic sympathies. They paused, which, forgive me, my sympathies, truth spoken. And mine, Abret echoed. And I've heard much the same. The first magicker sent a beautifully calligraphed letter which I saw in Tavin's office. I just came from there. But they're checking it over before they send it up. E shifted, pulling out and handing over a tablet of their own. Iata was fairly certain it didn't just contain sympathy mail. He took it without a word, thumbed it on, flicked through the highest document in the tier. It was a plan for martial law, to systematically interrogate every organization that had even the most remote contact with the Seritarchus, from the palace guard all the way down to the cooks. There was even a plan to enlist the help of the green magicers in those interrogations, and a form for the ruler's permission. Abret was ahead of Iata. He shouldn't have felt embarrassed at that. Adeus, this was his first time doing anything like this, let alone ruling an entire kingdom. General Abret had the better part of a century of command experience. And he had to be careful not to let himself be intimidated by that. The general's plan was stuffed full of unnecessary things, in the general's own agenda. And at the moment, Iata did have the authority to shut that down. "This is thorough," Iata said slowly. He opened another document and found a proposal to give dual military police and civilian police status to 3 companies of Abrett's Spec Ops troops for the duration of this martial law. Oh, Iata was definitely not doing that. "He gave you Heir martial law proposal, did he?" LaGuardia drawled. "I told you he wouldn't like it, Banamar." Iata clicked the tablet off, a gesture in itself. "I appreciate the thoroughness of this report and your recommendations, High General. But just now, I don't intend to terrorize the populace. We need to proceed with caution." But did they? Did they truly? The Saratarchus had been assassinated. Surely, if Vatran could be found, they'd be found sooner if civilians were ordered inside, if military order was temporarily higher than civilian. "There's already panic on the streets," Abret said. "The municipal guard broke up an impromptu anti-truth-spoken rally on the edge of Blue District an hour ago, which itself is alarming. Those people usually stay underground. Gold District is running uneasy, with the news spreading about Lord Burka's crash on the edge of Financial District. Condolences for that as well, truth spoken." "I didn't know him," Ida said coolly. Abred hesitated only a moment before smoothly moving on. "We need more order in the streets. People know the Saritarchus was assassinated, and while a city will carry on as it does, unease can lead swiftly to fear and riots if it's not handled well. We need to..." "I agree," Ida said. "So, we will leave the municipal guard to handle it for now. I'll authorize them to temporarily increase their rank quotas, pull in their reserves. General, please do have troops on alert if needed. But do not move them anywhere on non-military soil without my permission. Clear." Abred rocked back, narrowing Heir eyes. "Clear. But truth spoken..." Iata turned to LaGuardia, shutting Abred out. "I don't want any system space traffic, civilian or otherwise, impounded longer than it takes to search. If civilian ships refuse to be searched, ask them to stay in system or in dock, with incentives. Don't force them." LaGuardia shook their head. "Truth spoken. Vatrine is truth spoken. They could be anyone on any of those crews. They could be locked up or unconscious. Coerced. I don't want anyone leaving the system but the designated courier ships, which no one has boarded or left in the time we've been watching." Iata glanced aside, and this time didn't catch Jalava's eye. And maybe that was a good thing. He shouldn't be seen deferring to one of his guards, of all people. Neither the general nor the admiral were anything but capable. But that was also the problem. Both were trying to push him in their own directions, not just with what was best for the kingdom. Maybe he should declare martial law, let Abret set the force of his troops onto this problem. But then, where would that wait end, if he gave that concession right now, in the beginning? And Iata truly didn't think that martial law was the way to solve this problem. The people needed reassurance that their leaders were in control, not a show that they weren't yet. And LaGuardia's locking down everything in system space was a good security step, he thought. But bad for business, bad for an economy that would surely already be crashing with this upheaval. He had to show that he trusted the people enough for the economy to continue, or risk greater loss of control overall. Even if meant losing a lead to Vatrine, or even Vatrine themselves. Iata's chest tightened. Would Homaj make this call? No, Homaj couldn't. He thought with his heart. He always had, and it was why he'd set himself apart from the daily happenings of the kingdom. But Homaj had already made his bid to rule. That part of the machinery of the kingdom was already moving forward. If Vatrine was found, that would be the best outcome. But at this point, it might not change Homaj becoming the ruler. The people were moving now toward any chance at stability, and currently, Homaj was that stability just by being truth-spoken. If Iata started that stability off by letting Laguaya terrorize citizens and allies in orbit, the stability would soon crumble. But Vatrine. He'd grown up with Vatrine and Vatrine's blood servant, Eras. He wasn't close to either with Homaj's distance of late, but he didn't want them to die. Adeus. He didn't want to just give up on finding them, or that they'd both still be alive. They were family. Be polite, he relented. Be absolutely polite. Ask, don't force. If they resist a search, remind them of the current situation. Ask them in my name to consent to a search in this time of crisis, and guarantee that all contraband will not be confiscated or examined at this time. On my order. If they resist after that, then impound their ships, without injury as far as possible to their ships or crews. And don't, as you said, try to search any foreign ships if they refuse. Laguaya looked like they wanted to argue, but they must have seen something in his face because they just nodded. They seemed relieved even, that he wasn't going to completely write off his sibling, that he'd just shown that he cared. Adeus. Had they been taking his hesitance to exert control in orbit as proof that he'd helped orchestrate all of this? He sharpened his focus, looked between both of them. This kingdom, he said, is stronger than the death of its ruler. We will do everything we can to recover my sibling and their blood servant, and to find out who did this and punish them to the fullest extent. But we cannot do this at the expense of the greater stability of the kingdom. Abret nodded. Agreed. But you have my orders. Have plans in place if we need to escalate, but do not escalate unless and until I say so. If Homaj was determined to be a Seritarchus, ruling with control, it was best Iata lay those lines down now. Both Abret and Laguaya seemed unsure of what to do with his sudden assertiveness. It wasn't how an Iolorius would rule. An Iolorius would wind the conversation around so that the military commanders came to these conclusions on their own, or maybe would present their own solutions. But Ida didn't have better solutions just now. He had control, for the moment. He had the weight of hundreds of years of Rhialden truth-spoken rule. Adeus, he wished he could take Abret's spec ops and comb through the city. Take the green magickers even, and do something. It wasn't that he didn't care. He cared so much, but he couldn't. Absolutely couldn't. Let that caring shatter the kingdom. Homaj was searching the city, and Homaj was incredibly resourceful. He had to hope Homaj would come up with something, because otherwise, it was no good to start a Seritarchus rule, already giving up essential control. Abret sighed and wasn't subtle about it. Truths spoken, with all due respect. You don't yet have the experience of your father to know. Oh, Ida said, stepping closer. Homaj was average height, but Abret was not and had to look up at him, and Ida had not yet invited any of them to sit. Bad move for you. You do remember who I am. You seriously think I haven't driven your tanks or flown in your fleet, Admiral? He stepped back again, deliberately calming his posture. Find me a trail, any trail, that leads to my sibling. Find who assassinated my fathers. Coordinate with the municipal guard, but do not overstep them. Don't cause panic. Work with orderly caution. You can do that, right? You're both experienced enough at your jobs to do that, right? He was breathing heavily, and he dropped himself into the top layer of a trance to smooth his rapid pulse, to ease more air into his lungs. That had been too far, but it was 100% Homaj. He didn't apologize. He'd never do that, and the gall of them to even condescend, using his father. Well, Homaj's father. He, as himself, would never be allowed to publicly mourn for the Saratarkas like Homaj could. But Iata had always been a part of the royal household, and the Saratarkas had been a constant in his life, had helped to train him, as had his blood servant Omari, too. Iata had never known his own parents. As a blood servant, his only family was supposed to be the truth spoken. Iata was a shadow. No one acknowledged the blood servants as capable of having emotions or ambitions of their own. He knew his eyes were shining, felt the sting of tears. Abred and Laguaya were looking at him now with some alarm. He couldn't afford to lose control like that either. Iata held up a hand. Send any further information to me directly. You have my priority comm codes. If it's too sensitive, send it by courier. If it's so sensitive it might burn the city down, then you may come back, but I am done with you tonight. Chapter 41. Privacy. People think that truth-spoken have it easy at the pinnacle, that everything has been given to us. The truth is, we must fight to maintain. It's never not a struggle, with everyone working to tear us down. Homaj Rhialden, Saratarkas 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the Change dialogues. Iata didn't storm out of the sitting room, which Homaj might have done. He simply walked out, leaving his guests to find their own way out. And yes, he'd called them here, because he'd known he'd have to and wanted to get a better bearing on the overall picture. But would everyone treat him this way? Was everyone expecting Homaj to be so easy to push around? Homaj had never downplayed his intelligence, only his willingness to do work within the system of the Saratarcracy. And yes, people did equate that with less intelligence. Why would a truth spoken be so deeply cynical, so apathetic to what was happening, unless they didn't understand it? The high houses, after all, would kill for such privileges as Homaj seemed unmoved by. Homaj hardly even seemed interested in his lovers. How could a person like that be trusted with a kingdom in turmoil? They didn't know how much he cared about everything. They didn't know that his apathetic armor was in large part survival. And what was Homaj going to do now that he had to let that armor go? Iata shut the door to the prep room too fast, and Yalava caught it behind him, easing it shut. "Lock it!" Iata snapped, then drew a breath, shut his eyes. Homaj had shown Zhang how to lock the prep room door, but had anyone shown Jalava? The palace lockdown had eased, and the door would no longer lock automatically. "Your guard code of the day will work," he said, and tapped in his own blood servant's code to demonstrate. "But it won't unlock it from the other side. Someone with truth spoken or blood servant DNA can override the lock, though. Or Commander Tevin." Jalava nodded, attentive, but kept looking up at him. "I'm fine," Ida said, and it came out too much like a snap again. He hit the sound-dampening controls for good measure and waited for that slight tightening of the air to know they were working. And now what? He wasn't trained for this. Homaj wasn't even properly trained for this. Everyone had just assumed it would be Vatrine ruling. Everyone had just assumed that none of the assassination attempts would ever get through. He had assumed, anyway. He hadn't truly thought his life would change. He'd never seen himself, certainly, giving orders like he had any right to, which he didn't. Iata caught his reflection in the mirror above Homaj's vanity table and slowly drew closer, unable to stop himself. Yes, he'd seen himself as Homaj earlier. He'd dressed and applied his own cosmetics, and he'd known it wasn't a game before, certainly. He knew these were the highest stakes, and he knew what he was doing now was immensely dangerous. But all of that was different than standing in a room with both the High General of the Army and Admiral of the Fleet of the Navy, and telling them, basically, to fuck off. Had he actually just done that? Aedeus, what had made him think he should do that? He still felt in his bones that had been the right move. They were trying to move on Homaj's power in a time when the kingdom was unstable, trying to take advantage. And yes, that's the way politics were played, but just now it made him sick. He sat and carefully removed the razor-tipped spikes holding up his hair. It fell loose, and he combed his fingers through before winding it back up again in a more elaborate style, reaching for smaller pins in a jar on the vanity. It was a style he'd given to Homaj several weeks ago, but his fingers fumbled now. It was much, much different trying to do this style on himself. He breathed through the process, though, and kept his movements, the pattern of his surface thoughts, Homaj's. Jalava tentatively stepped closer, hands out. "Sir, truth spoken," they said, and good. They'd caught that nuance. He was still very much being Homaj right now. How can I help? He didn't know. He hadn't expected that last meeting to go so poorly. Should he even try to meet with anyone else? Should he try to be seen and start weaving a new perception of Homaj to the court? But the palace was still under a lighter lockdown, and there would be no social functions. Him even trying to attend one, if there was, would only cement Homaj's reputation as uncaring right now, when his parents had just been killed. So, not that. And anywhere he went, he'd be surrounded by guards. Tavin wouldn't let the newly minted truth-spoken heir, the future ruler of the kingdom, go out about on social calls just now. Even if it was Iata in that role, not the heir himself. But Homaj hadn't just put him in this role as a placeholder. Homaj had, by nature of the request, asked him to live his life as if he himself was living it. Iata couldn't just do nothing. At the moment, he had very real power and the very real chance to screw things up. "Did I just mess up?" he asked. Jalava seemed to brace themselves as if warding against the question, or maybe warding against having to answer it. Iata waved it away. "I shouldn't have asked. Right now, you're my guard, and you shouldn't have to—" No, Jalava said, hands up. "I think those I think the military is trying to take power from the Ceratocracy, that they shouldn't. If you want my opinion, I saw them treat you not like a future ruler, which they should have, but like a bad commander might treat a raw recruit who doesn't want to be there. Dismissive, assuming that, no, that analogy doesn't really work. Forgive me, truth spoken, I am not good at this." Iata smiled at them, his own smile. "You're here. That's good enough." Jalava's cheeks flushed, but they nodded, and kept nodding until words came back again. "I think you did well. You're defending the rulership. That's what you were assigned to do, so no. You didn't mess up, but I think it might still cause problems." Iata sighed and resumed poking at the arrangement of his hair, selecting several more elaborate jeweled and enameled pins. He should meet with the palace chamberlain, except he wanted his role as Homaj more solidified before he did that. The chamberlain had been around all of them growing up, truth spoken and blood servants alike, and Iata was sure the chamberlain had more ivaku than he should. He should meet with the leaders of the General Assembly, but he was on shakier ground politically there too. The General Assembly was made up of lesser nobility, and the wealthier among the merchant class, and Homaj's circles and the Assembly's circles had seldom intertwined. Iata hadn't had to keep up with the Assembly's doings as often as he should have in Homaj's everyday dealings. He should also meet with the leaders or representatives of the high houses, but he had to at very least be able to get past the chamberlain before he attempted that, unless they first came to him, which was entirely possible. There was no organized structure of high houses. They were all too fractious for that. But he wouldn't put it past them to form impromptu alliances, to try to push him into something they wanted too. He needed access to the Ceratarchus's personal inboxes, or at least get the messages that should go there dumped into Homaj's inboxes. And what access did Homaj currently have? Homaj had given Iata his comm and taken a generic one into the city, so there was that. Iata, finally settling his hair with one last pin, and only mostly satisfied with the results, pulled Homaj's comm out of his jacket pocket and unlocked it. Which he could do, now that he was genetically and biometrically Homaj, within that very small tolerance of error. Then he flicked up the messaging apps, both palace internal comms and broad news feeds, into an array of hollow windows in front of him. He thumbed off the privacy controls that would let only his eyes at his exact viewing angle see them. "Come look at this," Iata said, and Jalava moved closer. Warily, now that they realized what they were looking at, and it was all access. A pulsing window to the right held the Ceratarchus's personal inbox. Tavan must have released the controls in the palace system that transferred power and access from one ruler to another. The only other person who could do that was the truth speaker, and Iata didn't think he would have. He pulled up the internal security logs, and, well, control had been released by truth speaker Aduel. But okay. Homaj had made his bid to rule, and had been witnessed in his sincerity, albeit by a green magicer. Legally, this access had to be released to him. "I shouldn't be looking at this," Jalava said, and they were right. There were access windows and leads to various palace surveillance at Iata's command now, along with everything. In the palace, the city, the world, and beyond it. "You have my permission," Iata said, "and right now, that matters." Chapter 42. The Summons. As humans under the will of a deus, we much always strive, therefore, to be better than we have been, in our personal lives, and in the greater picture of the kingdom. Truth speaker, Aduel Shin Myrna, in striving for prosperity. Iata just barely kept his hands from shaking as he waved away some of the more terrifying access levels in his comm to focus on the Ceratarchus's grossly overcrowded public-facing inbox, which itself was heavily filtered by the palace staff and still dumped hundreds of messages into his hands. Not after a certain time that day, addressed to the Ceratarchus, but to his heir, to Homaj. Entreaties, petitions, plans, most not even relevant to the situation at hand. Every one of the senders an opportunist, most looking for some edge in the chaos, for more power. But was that fair? He saw a few petitions from green magickers to improve their rights within the capital and the kingdom. While the time might not be right, they weren't wrong to send them now. Not when everyone else was sending, and if they didn't, their voices might be drowned out. But after the 10th or the 20th message, Iata waved them away as something he couldn't focus on right now, and pulled up Homaj's more private, internal palace inbox. He managed it often enough for Homaj through his own comm, so he was familiar with its contents. A message near the top immediately stood out. It was from the office of the Truth Speaker. Iata stabbed at the message, and it expanded. From Aduel Shin Myrna, Truth Speaker, to Homaj Rhialden, Truth-Spoken Heir. I request your presence in my office at your earliest convenience so that we may discuss strategy for your rule, if truth-spoken Vatrine is not found when 10 days are up, as well as how best to fulfill your obligation of the oath you made today. I look forward to your response. Aduel. Iata stared at the message. There was so much packed into those few lines. One paragraph. So much that could be read in so many ways. Could he trust that he had the training to read all the nuances? His heart pounded in his throat, and he managed a light trance to calm it down. You can't see the Truth Speaker, Jalava said, still looking over his shoulder. Iata had wanted their help, but now their input suddenly felt like an intrusion. These were truth-spoken matters. But he couldn't do this alone. Especially couldn't deal with Aduel alone. Adios. No. Jalava's face was pale, their brows drawn down. I can't refuse him, Iata said. But he saw through you before. Or at least, through... They waved, at a loss for what to call Homaj, when they were staring at Iata, who was visibly Homaj. Maja, Iata supplied. It's his private name. Jalava pulled back. Should I know that? Yes, you're one of his personal guards now. You'll know a whole lot more before all of this is done. If I say it, or if he says it, you really should know. Jalava made a sort of grimace, an aborted attempt to rub at the bridge of their nose, and straightened. Right, but he, Maja, is fully truth-spoken, and the truth speaker saw through him at the Ade You really think you can convince the truth speaker that you're... him? Iata shrugged, caught the movement in the mirror, and adjusted it to match Homaj's more fluid movements. I have to go. I don't have a choice in that. If the truth speaker summons, the truth spoken must listen. South, I'll have to be Homaj in truth. He had, of course, been trained to be someone in truth. It was a useful skill for a blood servant to have. He could be sent to play minor roles that would have major impact, and testify after that he had no role in them whatsoever. Technically, he wouldn't have, being someone else entirely. Or he could do a task as someone else and disappear, with no one able to call a witness, and no magicker able to fully verify that Iata would know anything about it. He would, of course, but at that remove, holding a different personhood in himself, gave. When Homaj and he had been sent to deal with revolting miners several years ago, Iata had settled shortly into being one of them in truth for an evening, and that insight had led them both to make the decisions that resolved the situation. He had even, in training years ago, been Homaj in truth before, and Homaj had been Iata, though Iata had never changed to Homaj's likeness before. But that was years ago, before they'd both reached adulthood. That was training, and it had, in many ways, still been a game. Homaj had been trending toward apathy toward Iata until then, and he'd treated Iata a little better after that. Homaj had, over the years, molded himself into his apathetic and rakish role at court, but he'd never been cruel to Iata, not more than the typical leak-through of a long-term role. "So," Jalava said, watching him with a certain wariness, "you're going to do what you described before, or I'll have to use a callback to get you back." Iata considered. "I'll be going as deep as I can. You'll need to treat me exactly as you would Homaj, because I will be, fully and truly." Jalava nodded. "Should I practice the callback again?" "Do you think you need to?" Jalava considered, then shook their head. "No, I have it." Their shoulders jerked in an involuntary twitch of tension, but Iata watched them wrestle their body back under their own rigid discipline, a guard through and through. "So, what now?" Jalava asked. Iata considered the question, looking at it from every angle. The problem for him with being Homaj in truth wasn't that he couldn't. It was that, right now, he wasn't sure which Homaj he should be. The Homaj of this last day had been drastically different than the Homaj he'd grown used to every day before then. But the difference was jarring. Today, he'd seen the Homaj of years ago, before Homaj had molded himself into the court rake. He'd seen his friend again, his brother in spirit, if never in blood. It had taken this, a deus. It had taken this for him to fully see that person again. But who would the truth speaker be expecting? Homaj had shown temper at the ceremony earlier, and had shown that he was trying to unsettle expectations. But that wasn't a fully cemented personality. And the truth speaker would know that Homaj's court personality wasn't fully his own. The truth was, too, that Iata didn't have all of Homaj's training. He had enough to carry out his duties as a blood servant and no more. It had taken every bit of skill he'd had, and then some to change into Homaj earlier. It would stretch everything he had, and he'd still probably ultimately fail. To be Homaj in truth, at least true enough to fool the truth speaker. But he didn't think there was anyone left alive who knew Homaj as well as he did. There was no one else alive who could do this but him. Not even Vitrine knew Homaj that well. "Now," Iata said, "now I'm going to shift my cosmetics, I think, and layer on the personality I'll assume. I'll have to compensate for some things I'm more naturally inclined to do, direct myself to do others. Once I have this reality built, I'll be able to shift back to it more quickly, but I have to build it now first." "Can you stall?" Jalava asked. "There's so much here that looks urgent. Could you set up more meetings?" Iata exhaled in a rush, feeling a little dizzy as that possibility broke his gathering concentration. Could he? "It's a summons," he said. And unlike the general and admiral earlier, the truth speaker was someone who could wreck him if he wanted to. Homaj, or Iata both. And there's a read receipt on all messages from the truth speaker to truth spoken. And the same the other way around. It's checks and balances. Jalava was looking pale again, but nodded. Iata waved off the calm windows and turned back to himself in the mirror. Stay neutral. Go more mask like his own sense of gender. Or go more femme. Femme, Iata decided. The shift again in cosmetics would give him something to layer his personality to. And slowly, he began the process of building the personality he'd need to submerge within. Chapter 43. A Friendly Chat. Most acolytes come to the Adeum knowing that they'll leave again within a year or a few months. And that is, well, that is part of what the system of the Adeum is for, to be a refuge to those who need it. But those who stay and become speakers are a gift, a treasure for the worlds. Dr. Speaker Ava Hayat in Evolution of a System. Speakers throughout history. Homaj Rhialden strode across the courtyard to the Adeum with his retinue of guards around him. Chadrakur and Bazde in front, Jalava and Age just behind him. This late in the evening, the sky was nearly dark. Aesthetically planned but strategically placed floodlights shone down across the palace courtyard, leaving no real blind spots. There were no courtiers milling about, as there usually were. Sometimes he'd be among them, but with everything that had happened, social access was still locked down. The Adeum guards parted at the iron gates as he approached, but still demanded his guards' weapons. But his guards knew the drill, and silently handed them over. If anything happened to him within the Adeum itself, the kingdom would truly be in trouble. Homaj continued inside, his disarmed but still useful guards with him. They stayed close to him through the entry and the sanctum. He only paused briefly to nod at the curious petitioners kneeling on the floor. Had they known he'd come? Had they been waiting? The Adeum was nearly full, and it was never full. Or maybe they were all just scared. His party passed through the door at the front of the sanctum into the office suite, past the secretarial desks, no one looking surprised to see him there either. Speaker Seor Gotri waited at the end of the rich wood-paneled hall, hands clasped in front of her, posture open but lips tight. Truth spoken. The truth speaker will see you now. Homaj made no visible sign of his annoyance, but he wanted to comment on that nuance. Desperately wanted to snap that the truth speaker shouldn't condescend to him. That wasn't how checks and balances worked. They were equal. But he kept his mouth shut, kept his body still in his own expression, no more than agitated, which was to be expected. The truth speaker's office was small for his station, with a large wooden desk taking up most of the room to Homaj's left as he entered, 3 chairs neatly arranged in front of it. "Wait outside," Homaj said to Jalava, who nodded and waved the others to their stations outside the office door, and 2 farther down the hall near the doors into the sanctum. Seor stepped into the truth speaker's office as well, and closed the door behind her, closing Homaj off from his protection and his easy way out, though he was still certain his DNA would open the truth speaker's door if it locked. The room was heavy with the smell of freshly brewed coffee. Behind his desk, truth speaker Aduel Shin Myrna smiled at Homaj. He'd never been handsome so much as distinguished, broad features a little asymmetrical in his tan face, his brown hair pulled up in a tight mass-style knot. His smile would seem, to anyone not trained in Avaku, to be generous, beatific even. But Aduel's eyes were ever calculating. Homaj had never mistaken Aduel's smiles for compassion. "Truth, speaker," he said, and resisted the urge to dip that small bow he'd always been required to make when he was in training. This wasn't training. He was a full truth-spoken, and he was, at the moment, the interim ruler of the kingdom. Yes, he could be summoned, but he would not give any more ground than he had to. Aduel tilted his head, studying him, then drew his brows closer together, sitting back. "You plan to be a Seritarchus." Homaj sat in the middle chair across from him, not waiting for an invitation. He had decided to slowly start projecting along Seritarchus personality lines, shifting some of his body language, his gestural language to that of stability and control. That Aduel had picked up on it was to be expected. What he would do with it, though, that Homaj was less sure of. Yes, it's what the kingdom needs. Auduel nodded. Yes, and also, it's not your natural style. You're Iolorius, Homaj. It might be possible to hold a Ceratarchus positioning in the short term, but we are talking about an entire reign. Yes, you can change it later, but not without losing ground and popular assurance. He knew all of that, and he knew, too, that he wasn't wrong about the kingdom needing stability just now, not fluidity or momentum. I have no intention of changing it later, Homaj said, and sat back. That act of asserting his space was also a very Ceratarchus move. Auduel's smile flashed again, sharper this time. Well, if Vatrine is found, we may not need to find out how well the people will receive you like this. Homaj kept his expression tightly controlled, easing back a little into some of his usual laconic persona. I've already made my bid to rule, Auduel. I'm not convinced, at this point, that Vatrine wouldn't be compromised, or that the kingdom would be best served by them stepping in, when it's already aligning now to me. Admiral of the fleet Laguaya and High General Abret expressed concerns that you were overwrought, Auduel said. Did they? Homaj asked, his words sharp as knives. The two had tried to control him and failed, and so had gone past him to the truth speaker. Seor, who'd been standing near the door, now moved further into the room, deliberately breaking the tension. She took the seat to Homaj's right. He broke his glare with the truth speaker to follow her. And her smile at him, fleeting though it was truly genuine. She studied him now, too, and it was an entirely different sort of assessment than the truth speaker had given. Auduel's look had been judging, and coming up with him distinctly lacking, as it always did. Auduel had never liked him. Seor's look was probing for his strengths and finding them. She didn't have as much training or experience in the art of Evacu as Auduel, but being in training to be the next truth speaker when Auduel retired, she was still one of the most expert Evacu wielders in the kingdom. As expert, likely, as himself. In any case, Auduel said, pressing a control on his desk to bring up his holo displays, that isn't why I asked you here. As you are the interim ruler and have access now to the ruler's files and inboxes, I thought it best to brief you on one matter personally. This also might have bearing on who was behind these tragedies in the Ceratarcracy. Assassinations, you mean? Yes. Auduel's face didn't so much as flicker at that less than subtle probe. He brought up a series of windows, then waved them around to the front of his desk for Homaj to see. Seor, you had best see this, too. Homaj leaned forward. The text was just short of easily readable from where he sat. Was Auduel going to make him scoot his chair closer? But Auduel saw and dialed the text larger. The center and most prominent window was... What? A medical lab report. There was no name attached to it. His chest tightened. A deus, was Auduel showing him coroner's reports for his parents. No, wait. Upper corner. Infant Rhialden was all the report said. And then a tight list of attributes. Blood type, various levels and factors, and a key that would lead to raw genetic data. There was a date, but it wasn't the right date, surely. The date was 7 months before Vatrine's birthday. Unease coiled in Homaj's gut. Is this report from Vatrine's birth? And what am I supposed to be seeing? Auduel pointed at a second window. Also a lab report, with the same sort of notation, same blood type, similar attributes. This one with the name Homaj Rhialden. This one was on Vatrine's birthday, Homaj looked between them. Then the first had to be Heiress's. Vatrine's blood servant was older than them, though Homaj had thought it was by more than a year. "What am I supposed to be seeing?" he asked again. Ottawell waved 2 more windows to center, a third report like the first, listing only infant Rhialden, with a birth date around 8 months before his own, and then another with Homaj Rhialden on his own birth date. He looked up. "So, Iata and Iris are closer in age to us than we'd thought. What does that have to do with—" Ottawell brought up 4 more windows in quick succession. Each looked to be raw genetic data in truth-spoken syntax. A 5th window popped up in front of them all, showing a genetic analysis in progress. The loading bar moved swiftly, and then a report appeared. The analysis between 4 samples showed genetic variances, typical of siblings sharing the same parents. Which, yes, Bertrand's and his own should show that, as they were full siblings. Ottawell scrolled down the analysis report and circled a section with his finger. Parents' names for these 4 samples were Homaj Rhialden, his father the Seritarchus, and Jamir Nishiao Rhialden, his father the Seritarchus consort. All 4 samples. He heard the very slightest hitch in Sior's breath. He glanced at her while his own thoughts were racing to catch up. All 4 samples. Chapter 44. Samples. We have commercial gene scanners and have perfected ways to create children from any combination of sex and genders among parents. But what the truth-spoken do in their labs is still a mystery to us. It might be the same. The greatest secret might be that they are no different than any of us. "Their zygotes look like our zygotes," Dr. Isabel Diop in a post on her personal feed. "Are you saying that Eras and Iata are also my siblings? My actual blood siblings?" Homaj shifted in his seat, fighting the urge to stand and pace. There was no room in the truth speaker's small office. "But the blood servants are a service branch of the Rhialden line. We're distant cousins." Ottawell pulled the windows back to himself and sent up 2 more. A lab report for, again, infant Rhialden, and another for Homaj Rhialden. That would be his father and his father's blood servant, Omari. The date on the first was also off of what he thought it should be. "You're saying that my father and Omari were also blood siblings?" He gripped the arms of the chair. But... His head stabbed with a vicious headache, and he broke off to do his best to smooth it over. He didn't know what the truth speaker was trying to do here, whether this information was true or not, or why he felt the need to share it right now, when Homaj was already off balance. It absolutely was a malicious move, though. He did know that. "It's motive," Ottawell said, and sounded pleased with himself. Omari knew and has known for years. But if Eras or Iata found out that they are full Rhialden siblings, and also, actually, the elders of their 2 sibling pairings, that would certainly be motive to make their own bids to rule. Would it not? Ottawell's eyes speared him, and he stared back. Emotions hovered outside of him while he still fought to make sense of this. "You think Iris killed our parents. But she's also missing, and I've already made my bid. That doesn't make sense." Or Iata. Ottawell shrugged. "Does it make sense with how everything has played out so far? Maybe. Maybe not. But it's information you, as the interim ruler, need to have." "But..." Homaj stopped, steadied himself. He looked at the air where the reports had just hovered. "Why are we siblings? Why aren't they of the Rhialden service branch?" There is no Rhialden service branch, Aduel said, sighing. Maybe there was at some point. Those records have either been lost or destroyed. But what records I have for the last 3 rulers show, as these did here. He shrugged, picked up his large coffee mug, and tapped the edge on his desk. Blood servants have to come from somewhere, and they have to be able to change. Blood servant children are trained away from so closely resembling the royal Rhialden line, given images and genetic traits of their theoretical parents as ideals to strive for. He itched badly to move, but he stayed so still. That was monstrous, and it would have had to be the truth speaker and his own father doing that training, and Omari, who'd had it done to himself. Homaj's own father, purposely setting 2 of his children in the roles of servants, of never calling them his own. Did his Xiao father know about this? No. Homaj wasn't sure he wanted to know just now. And how could he be angry? How could he be heading toward Furious when both of his fathers were now? He stood, managed a thank you, truth speaker, and the truth speaker didn't try to stop his way toward the door. Seor rose too, hip banging the back of a chair as she followed him out. She touched his arm just outside the office, just when the door had closed, leaning close to his ear. Pull yourself together. Her words were stern, her look fierce. He focused on her eyes and saw sincerity there, and it did steady him. Not much, but enough. Jalava hovered closer as well, looking like they didn't know how they should react. Truth spoken. Are you well? Homaj glanced aside in them, was aware his eyes were glassy again, watering, and made an effort to smooth the tears away, to calm his heart rate, to calm his breath. Damn Aduel, that he'd drop this on Homaj right now, rock him off his center. But was this information he needed? What if Eris or Iata? Adeus? No. Iata had nothing to do with what had happened. He knew that. He absolutely knew that. Iata gasped and swayed, gripping Seor's arm to steady himself. He was going to be sick. He swallowed hard, swallowed again, and again. Look at me, Seor hissed, his eyes locked on hers. Homaj, she said, and he heard her subtle emphasis on the name. She knew who he was. You're going to pull yourself together. You're going to walk out of here. Go back to your apartment. I'll come later when I can, if I can. But I can't come with you right now. Did he want her to? Was it possible that she truly hadn't known this, too, and was only learning it now? Of course she hadn't. These were the kinds of secrets that could set the kingdom on fire. Maybe already had. Aduel had known what he was doing, telling him right now. Aduel had to have seen through his being Homaj in truth. But why give him this information right now? And was it possibly true? Could it be a fabrication to knock him off his course? To knock Homaj off when he came back, too? This information was purely poison, a finely aimed weapon. Seor let go of him, and he straightened as best he could, drew in on himself, pushed Iata back down, until there was only a little of himself in his center, and mostly, again, Homaj, but not in truth. Thank you, Speaker Seor. All of his guards were watching. This corridor would be under Adeum guard surveillance. Office staff here might have seen this little scene as well. And yes, everyone knew that he'd just... oh, fucking hell. He had just lost his parents. He had to get out of here before he caused any more of a scene. Seor dipped her head in a bow and stepped back. Jalava hovered like they wanted to support him, but weren't sure that they should. Iata rolled his shoulders, rolling off everything he'd just learned until he was in a safe space to process it. He smoothed down his tunic, smoothed down his flowing skirt. "Back to my apartment," he snapped, and his guards fell in line to get him out safely. Chapter 45. The Search. For all the truth-spoken see, can they not, for a time, put themselves into the life of a magicker? Not manifesting magics themselves, of course, no one has control over that, but understanding, knowing what it is like to live in a world that sees an aura around you, and a seal on your cheek, and sets you firmly apart. First, Magicker Anya Norin, interviewed in the popular vid-zine Valon City Sunshine. They'd been flying for over 2 hours now, and maybe Homaj knew that realistically it was a large city, one they likely couldn't cover in one night, let alone 2 hours. He found himself bobbing a knee in frustration. He wasn't doing any good here. It was Laudry who was sitting, eyes half-lidded, listening or sensing or however she could feel the presence of truth spoken. When she felt them, because that hadn't happened yet. Beyond an earlier false alarm that Laudry had set a few moments later, wasn't a truth spoken. There hadn't been enough density of soul. He'd taken over the driver's seat and had been flying them in what he hoped was a random enough pattern, but with enough purpose not to trigger a flag in the city's abnormality systems. He had codes to make the car invisible to those systems, but, well, those codes would always ping the palace after their use. "We should get another car," Zhang said. She had the seat beside him and was watching the night-lit streets as they passed by below. "If we go much longer flying around, it will probably trigger the city systems to watch us." Homaj smiled tightly. When this was all through, he was absolutely keeping Zhang. "All right," he said. "Find me a good place to set down and swap." "This is my private air car," Laudry protested, though her voice had a distant quality, like most of her attention was elsewhere. "It's a customized model, for security." "Well, then, find me a place to park. A more affluent area, I think, for this car." They flew another few minutes in silence. "We're still in gold," Zhang said, manipulating the map holo over the dash. "We need to get to the other side of gold. Then we can head to the more gentrified areas of blue." He gave a snort, and she threw him a look. "Gentrified?" he asked. "Did you grow up around here?" "No. I'm from Demera, on Gavri continent. The largest of Valon's 2 continents, an ocean away to the southwest. Demera was an inland city famous for its elaborate rock opera shows. Not a large city, but well-cultured certainly. And we have gentrified areas in Demera too," she said. Could he hear a Demeri accent in her words? Maybe. But it was subtle enough he hadn't marked it before. That was common enough among the palace guard, with the training school for potential guards just outside Valon City. The intensity of guard training tended to have a cultural flattening effect, which was deliberate. Loyalties had to be turned fully to Palace Rhialden, not home cities or worlds. He opened his mouth, about to ask more, when he heard a soft intake of breath from Laudry. "What?" he asked, nearly swerving the air car into another lane. The autopilot took over and got him back in the right sky lane, giving him a stern warning to pay attention, or manual driving privileges would be revoked. "Fuck you!" he mouthed at the dash before asking, "Did you sense something?" Go down. Turn around, circle back. It might be a street away. But I felt something, yes. I'll see if I can catch more. Laudry had cautioned them that her ability to sense truth spoken wasn't always accurate, like her false alarm earlier. Sometimes she'd find nobility who'd been heavily trained in the nobility's version of Ivaku, though that didn't quite feel the same as truth-spoken training. Sometimes she'd sense stage or vid actors if they were near, or people who had trained themselves into living double lives for whatever reason. But again, she'd said, those all felt different than actual truth spoken, and if she sensed deeply for a few moments she could tell. Truth, spoken souls, are multi-layered and heavily dense, she'd said. You're not just one person, you're many, and I can see you shift around and between those people in real time. That's what I'm looking for. That explanation had been less than comfortable, but Homaj was grateful for it now, grateful for any lead, as he dropped them down to just above street level. He followed Laudry's directions, and they ended up another street down. He drove more slowly this time, letting the car's auto system smooth out his flight as he surveyed the buildings around them, turning up the night filters in the windows to see better. It was a mixed industrial and residential area, with rows of well-lit apartment buildings interspersed with office buildings and smaller warehouses. He checked his internal map. Did he have a safe house nearby? Maybe, 5 or so blocks away, but it was more a bolt hole than anything. A few supplies, a single room he could stay in if he needed to. He was sure Vatrine would know about that safe house too. Slower, Laudry said, holding up her hand. She leaned forward, her eyes closed, head craned as if straining to listen. Yes, she said. Truth spoken, or a blood servant. He hadn't had to tell her that blood servants could also change. Being who she was, she already knew that. Saying that blood servants didn't look much different to her than truth spoken. Maybe a little less soul-dense? Maybe not. Homaj waited for a break in traffic, then set the car down on street level, feeling the soft rumble as the hover engines reconfigured for ground travel, before smoothing out again. Laudry's eyes opened, and she looked around alertly. The street wasn't busy, but there was traffic. Not a lot of cars as fancy as the car they were in now, though. And yes, they definitely would need to ditch this car, or park it farther down if they needed to circle back on foot. Homaj glanced down at himself. His clothes weren't too fancy for this neighborhood, but he wasn't dressed to blend in either. Neither was Zhong, but it was night and maybe their brightly colored hair wouldn't be so out of place, even if this area didn't look to have a vivid nightlife. There, Laudry said, pointing to a smaller 3-story brick building that might be a house or hold offices. The front windows on the first floor had a soft, golden glow. In there, that house. Homaj continued on past the house. The car's windows were opaqued from the outside. Laudry still had her aura visible, so no one could see inside. But what sort of surveillance systems would the building have? It wasn't a safe house he knew of. What floor? Ground floor, toward the center of the building. Adrenaline washed through him, but he kept driving, looking for a place to park. This car has auto-retrieval, Laudry said. We can get out and set it to circle and pick us up when we call. Homaj nodded. He glanced at Zhong. All right. We need a plan. Zhong was looking back through the rear window. There's no one around the house, no guards, no other parked cars that I can see. Laudry, he asked, did you sense anyone else in the house? 2, maybe 3 others. Not truth spoken. I'm not close enough to tell again now." He nodded. And what covers could they use for such an unknown situation? It wasn't too late for business yet, though getting close. What excuse could they have for approaching that wouldn't scare the occupants away? Or get them shot? "Zhang, we'll be municipal guard, plain clothes." "We don't have badges to prove that," she said, which he should have thought of somewhere in there, but too late for that now. "Private investigators, then. Bounty hunters, even." Around a corner onto the next street, he pulled the car into a small lot beside a storage building, the lot in a gap between streetlights. He didn't see anyone nearby, and he was making the call just now not to set down too far from where they had to go. They'd be visible on approach, and he didn't want them in the line of fire for more time than was necessary. The car hummed into idle mode. Laudrey's aura went dim, then invisible, as she arched her back in a stretch. "Bounty hunters might be a little dramatic. You have been on these fabled, truth-spoken missions before, haven't you? You've done things like this before." Homaj gripped the yoke before letting it go. Of course, he'd been on missions, but not so much lately. And he'd never been trained specifically to retrieve hostages. He'd usually been sent on missions that played to his strengths. Sleikas, which were getting people to do what he wanted or sabotaging relationships in any given circle. Iata had more practical guard training than he did, but he was here, and Ida wasn't. "You're coming with us?" Homaj asked, as he pulled out each of the weapons he'd strapped on earlier under his clothes and checked them in the car's overhead lights. An energy pistol in the small of his back. Another tiny pistol with limited charge on his left forearm, a thin blade strapped to his right. The cuffs of his jacket were a little tighter than he'd like for easy use of the weapons, but he checked his extraction flow several times as he'd done earlier too. He'd be okay with that. Laudrey watched him, her lips pressed tight. "I can't fight if it comes to that, but you might need me, to identify the truth spoken or where they are in the building, or tell you who's ahead. I won't show him a magicker, though." Homaj nodded. "But if there's violence..." "I'm not a stranger to violence. It sickens me if I see it, yes. I might vomit, but I won't pass out." She held his gaze, her own set and determined. This wasn't just his fight. This was her fight for her people, too, to keep him safe, to see him safely to the rulership. He set aside the tightness that made in his throat and nodded again, decisively. He drew up the car's control hollows, looking for the circle, and wait for recall function. "There," Laudrey said, pointing to an unobvious icon. "I have the recall on my comm." He set the car to lift when there was no activity within it for 2 minutes, then got out into the balmy post-rain air. "Private investigators?" Zhang asked softly as she came back around. "Same identities as we had before, then?" "They're the identities we have," he said and sighed. They would need to scrap those identities when they left. He'd need to change again. Redu Zhang's careful cosmetics, maybe even help Laudrey, though she was already a ghost in the system. But the safe house had machinery for the identities, at least, though the use of that too would ping the ruler's inbox. Nothing he could do about that, or their identities, now. But their identities would be safe with Ida. He started walking toward the brick building. The smart thing to do, if he had all the time he needed, would be to set up surveillance around the building, find out who was inside, their numbers, their weapons, their intent. But he didn't know that he had that time. It was dark now, providing at least some cover, even if that was mostly superficial. And they had Lodri, who could not only sense people, but he was fairly sure would be able to feel intent as they drew closer. "Tell me everything you can sense about that building and its occupants," he said in a low voice as they walked. Chapter 46. Layers. When a truth spoken is tired or distressed is when they're at their most vulnerable. Like anyone else, except the stakes are always the kingdom. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the change dialogues. They had the barest outline of a plan, sketched out in hushed arguments as they walked. They weren't the only pedestrians on the street, at least, so there was that. Lodri had done what Homaj hadn't wanted to in the car, pulled out her comm, and looked up the building to see what kind of offices or residences were inside. Whoever was in that building could have alerts set on any hard pull of regional data. That wasn't standard practice for most businesses, no, but they weren't dealing with standard circumstances, were they? Well, it was done now. A law office, a commerce agency, and a small artist's studio. Huh. Law office is on the first floor. That's where our person is. "Are there any lookouts?" Homaj asked. "I'm counting on standard business surveillance at very least." And so was she, or more than that. He hadn't missed her quick substitution of person for truth spoken, or her acting like she was reading data off her comm, not directly pulling it from the world around her with her magics. Lodri's face pinched. "Not that I can tell." Which was as much as she could say, right? None of which stopped him from scanning the street ahead, from each island of light beneath each streetlight, for anyone who might be hostile. Homaj ran a hand through his short hair, looking more broadly around. A few people ahead laughed as they piled into a car. A couple walked on the opposite side of the street, picking at handheld takeout and chatting while they ate. Their side of the street, though, was mostly deserted. Mostly storehouses on this side, he thought, or businesses that had already closed for the night. "We should be clients, then," Homaj said. "I don't want to come in with guns out anyway. We don't know. We don't know the situation there." But the lights were on. He didn't know if it was Vatrin inside, didn't know if Vatrin was hiding on their own initiative, or if that's where they were being held against their will. He didn't know how to determine that quickly either, other than going in. "Still only 3, he asked Lodri. "Yes." She looked toward the target building. All close together, still on the first floor, still near the center, or maybe toward the back. Homaj almost hesitated, almost called it off then, because how should they play this? They had a plan. No, they didn't have a plan. They were going on almost nothing here, and the relief of having something to follow, any kind of step at all toward finding Vatrin, had flooded his mind with a potent mix of adrenaline and invincibility. And that was not how he'd been trained. But he didn't have the training for this. He'd been trained in dozens of professions, had a true polymath's worth of skills, both useful and otherwise. But among all of them, damn it, hadn't been any kind of clear direction on how to approach a building when your sibling was inside. Maybe your only close family left, not knowing whether to storm it or approach with caution, lest they get spooked and flee. Didn't know if the people inside would get spooked and hurt his sibling either. He didn't have enough information. He just didn't have enough information. And if they'd been seen, they couldn't walk away from this and come back later. There was no time to call in reinforcements. Time was precious now. He had this truth spoken here, in this building. They might not be here an hour from now. They might leave minutes from now. Homaj didn't trust the municipal guard anyway. He didn't trust the palace guard. He did trust Zhang, and, for the moment, Laudry. Zhang was straining her own skill sets too, he knew. Her face was pinched, her eyes looking everywhere for threats. And if they were trying to approach this building in the guise of clients, if they were being watched, and surely they had to be. His breath caught. They were being watched. What they did on the way to the building was as important, if not more, than what they did when entering. This was a performance. Oh. And now he was on more steady ground. His thoughts flicked, discarded scenarios, landed on something solid enough. He'd been holding the mannerisms and outward persona of Tanarin, letting it slip maybe more than he would have liked in the stress of the last few minutes, but he pulled it back around him again, made it all absolutely solid. He was Tanarin, if not quite in truth. And then he layered a different person entirely beneath that. Homaj Rhialden was at the palace. Whoever was in this building would likely know that, or at least assume. He had been trying to decide if he would reveal himself or not if he confirmed it was Vitrine inside, or present himself as Homaj's agent. He had no idea how compromised Vitrine was, and if Vitrine had captors, he couldn't assume they didn't have enough evacu to spot a truth spoken if they already had one in their custody. So, he would misdirect. He leaned toward Zhang's ear. "I'm Iata," he whispered. Chapter 47. The Approach. The obvious approach is rarely the best approach. Homaj Rhialden, Saratarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the change dialogues. Zhang started, gave a quick glance back. Homaj had, for the moment, set his own mannerisms, what little showed through Tanarin's mannerisms, aside entirely. He'd set his own personality aside and had assumed Ida's, not a layering, but more a temporary replacement. He wasn't quite Iata in truth, just as he wasn't Tanarin in truth. He still knew who he was, but he'd have to play this deep if it was going to work at all. Iata, though trained well, wasn't fully truth-spoken. That Iata could pull off a full impersonation on his own wasn't something Vitrine knew, and Vitrine had always had a bad habit of underestimating and dismissing the blood servants as more servants than blood. Vitrine would see the hints of Iata showing through Tanarin as something to be expected for Iata. Would Vitrine look deeper than that? Zhang surveyed him, and she wouldn't see all the subtleties of what he was doing, but she nodded. She understood he thought this was necessary, at least. Laudry eyed him as they walked too, her brow slightly creased. And what would she see with her magicer senses? Could she see that he had just drastically shifted personalities? They were approaching the front of the building. He felt the indent of the pistol against his back, the subtle weight of the slim pistol in his sleeve. No, he didn't want to go in there with weapons out, but he was ready to use them if needed. He glanced to Laudry as they neared the steps leading up to a small porch. Her expression hadn't changed, no signal that anything in the situation had changed. Would she be able to tell if the emotions of the people inside spiked? If they had violent intent? Zhang climbed the stairs ahead of him, and he didn't protest. That would have turned into an argument just now, he suspected, and the time for those had passed. The building had the standard buds of surveillance cameras above the door. The lights inside gave a soft glow through the frosted glass. Zhang reached for the door handle, locked. Well, okay. It probably was a little late for clients to be visiting their lawyers. Or their commerce agents. Whatever. But circumventing a locked door would force them into a different situation entirely. Or maybe not. Everything depended on who was inside that building, and if they were watching just now, and what they were seeing in him. There was a keypad beside the door. Homaj could enter his truth-spoken override. The security system of this building was almost certainly in the city's network, but that would ping the palace that it had been used. Was there any chance that more than Iata at the palace would know he was here? Tavin, or the truth speaker? Did he want the people inside to know he had an override? Iata did know the overrides, but he wasn't officially supposed to know. Laudry leaned past him, gripping the handle, and gave it a turn. It did turn, and the door opened, a soft scrape as the seal on the bottom brushed the rug inside. He met her cool gaze. That hadn't outwardly looked like magic's, but that had been a dangerous show all the same. More dangerous when someone discovered the lock mechanisms would have been crumbled inside. This was that important to her, to risk exposing herself like that. Important that he get through this alive. Yes. Laudry waved at the door, and he took that as a sign that they shouldn't draw weapons yet. She'd said the occupants had been toward the back of the house. If she wasn't alarmed and alert to their presence just inside, they should still be near the back. Zhang stepped inside, and he followed. The entry was old-fashioned, chrome fixtures highlighting wallpaper designed to look hand-painted, the hollow swirls shifting through pastel colors. There was a slight must in the air, a smell of cooking, or maybe takeout. There had to be some restaurants nearby. A lamp shone golden in the reception area, but no one was at the cluttered desk. The scattering of tasteful but older-style chairs in the waiting room were empty. From somewhere deeper in the building, the murmur of voices came, though it was a murmur only. He couldn't hear words. Homaj paused, still listening, tense to reach for his weapons. But there was no sign that whoever was in the other room knew they were here. Or were they just waiting for him to come to them? He rubbed the back of his neck, one of Iata's gestures, bleeding through tannerins. They couldn't act like they were clients, unless they were prepared to try and bluff through the door having been unlocked. He was fairly certain the occupants wouldn't be that gullible, especially not Vatrine, if it was Vatrine here. But he still wasn't ready to pull weapons. He didn't hear shouts or signs of pain. He heard what sounded like an ongoing conversation. Maybe an argument, but not particularly heated. His heart kept trying to speed up, and he was having trouble slowing it back down again. Zhang moved toward a door ahead, leading further into the building. She tried the handle, unlocked, and carefully turned it. He glanced at Laudry again. Her face was tight with concentration, but she still gave no sign that they should draw weapons. A deus. He wished he could openly ask her now what she sensed. Zhang slowly pushed open the door. The door creaked and gave a soft whine on its hinges. Shit. The talking in the other room paused. Laudry held up a hand, 2 fingers pointed like a gun. Shit! He drew the pistol behind his back, fumbling in the rush of adrenaline to get it out of the holster, out from under his jacket. So, did that mean they were dealing with Vatrine's kidnappers, or just people who were startled and wary? He'd checked before that the pistol was on stun rounds. He wouldn't shoot to kill unless he knew what was happening here. And what had he expected? That he could just walk into that back room and say, "Hey, Vatrine, it's Iata. Want to come back to the palace with me?" Had he thought no one would challenge him? He heard footsteps and scrambled back from the door, back toward the reception desk. When whoever was coming came through that door, he'd have to assess them in a glance and talk fast. He holstered his pistol and glared at Zhang until she did the same. Her eyes were flashing, lips drawn tight. She looked like she wanted to snarl. He knew he was off balance. He knew he was playing this wrong, knew everything about this was off, but he was in it now. He couldn't stop. He was so close to something more than he had. To Vatrine. He hoped so much to Vatrine. Putting his weapon away was a gamble, but the person coming hadn't bothered to hide their heavy steps. They hadn't come stealthily. Maybe they'd have a weapon, but he wasn't intending to present himself as a target. Just a prospective client who had found the door open and come inside. He glanced at Laudry one last time. Her shoulders were tight, arms folded against her stomach. He showed her his weaponless hands, and she glanced at the door, nodded. He had a chance, then. Then something changed. Laudry's eyes widened, and she pointed toward the back of the building. Pointed emphatically. Oh, no. Whoever was back there was running, weren't they? This person coming toward them wasn't a sentry, but a distraction. Homaj pulled his pistol again, and Zhang swiped hers too, having it up and trained on the door before he did. The door swung open. Chapter 48. Competence. It all comes down to the moment. No matter how much you're trained or how much you prepare, it's whatever you do in the moment that ultimately matters. Lieutenant Fanria San of the Valon City Municipal Guard, interviewed in the zine The Common Voice. Homaj barely had time to see the person coming through the door before Zhang fired, 2 shots in quick succession. He jerked and ran forward, dizzy with panic. Oh, God. Please, let the sentry not be Vatrine. He peered down at a stocky person, short black hair, weathered face with a scar on one cheek. Stunned, Zhang hissed, then ran through the open doorway, pistol out. He looked at the stunned person again, but there was no time to try and figure out if it could be Vatrine. He didn't think so. He caught enough breath to follow and charged after Zhang. Behind him, he heard a gagging sound from Laudry. Was she sick even with the person just stunned? But he couldn't think about that now. He caught up with Zhang through the center hallway. Then she threw open a door to the left, in the direction he thought the voices had come from. She swept her pistol in an arc through the open doorway, but he charged past her, ignoring her shout, and barked his shin on a low couch, heading toward a half-open door to the back. A door slammed further beyond that, shaking the building. No! He sprinted. Vatrine! Adeus! He couldn't lose his sibling if he was this close. He had no idea where Vatrine would go from here. Or be taken from here, he reminded himself. He still didn't know. He still didn't have enough information. Tears stung his eyes. Absolutely inconvenient. Trin, he yelled. Trin. It's Ida. Which was a horrible risk to admit even that, but he had to try. Had to do something. He charged through what looked like a maintenance room, the lights off, only the light from the door showing piled boxes and cleaning supplies. He rushed past them and threw open the back door. An engine whined, and an air car lifted fast and unsteady from a narrow parking lot, making him squint from the glare of its lights, blowing dust into his eyes. He quickly shoved his pistol into its holster behind his back and waved up at the car, broadcasting as many of Ida's tells as he could manage. Trin! Trin, it's... But the car was up and over the building, engines protesting the abuse, Zhang grabbed his arm, trying to pull him back inside. "What are you doing? Get inside!" she shouted, and she sounded furious. "Fucking get inside!" He was still struggling with her, but he didn't know why. It was something to do. Something when any sort of momentum was crumbling through his hands. And the exhaustion of the day, had it only been a day, made his movements slower, made his breath seem tight, the world in various shades of sparks around him. He was sobbing, and he couldn't seem to make it stop. He needed to go after that air car, recall Laudry's car, chase it down. He couldn't let his only lead get away, but he could barely see through the tears to stumble back inside, letting Zhang pull him. How was he supposed to rule a kingdom if he couldn't even do this? Just this one thing: find his sibling, bring them home. He knew it was more complicated than that. So much more complicated. He also knew he'd failed. Failed in so many little ways he couldn't count them all. He was much more courtier than Guard. His weapons were words, personas, and he hadn't even gotten to wield them. He didn't think his whole subtle performance as Iata being Tanaran had been noticed at all. Or else why would Vatrine have fled? And that in itself was assuming more than he should. There was another distant slam, and he started, jarred from his inner spiral. He was shaking off Zhang and running towards the front of the house before his thoughts fully caught up with him again. Had the person Zhang shot woken up? He couldn't let them go. They were his only link to Vatrine, the one thing that might salvage anything from all of this. He tore back through the building, vaguely hearing Zhang cursing behind him as she sprinted after him. He passed Laudry, a blur in the large, well-lit sitting room, but didn't stop. He didn't stop, even, when he reached the entry and saw no sign of the person Zhang had shot. He threw the front door open. The air car had landed in front of the house, and its side door was just closing. Had the person woken up, or been retrieved? Before he could call out, Zhang seized the collar of his jacket and yanked him back inside again. Laudry slammed the door shut behind them. He fought to free himself from Zhang's grip. "I have to—" "You can't. Let them go." "I have to—" She hauled him back away from the door before he could reach for it again. He staggered, trying to regain his balance. Then she was right there, in his face, gripping the front of his jacket tight in both hands. "You're not okay. We shouldn't have come here. We should have rested for the night. You're not thinking straight. I know you aren't. So stop. We'll get out of here. We'll be safe. We'll try again tomorrow." He shoved her back. "There is no trying tomorrow. They might flee the city." She staggered, regained her own balance. "You don't even know it's who you're looking for. It has to be. Why else would they have—" "Listen," Zhang hissed. "I followed you in this because I know it's important. I don't want to see you killed, but I don't want to see you killed." She drew back, looking rattled that she just shouted at him. She ran a shaking hand through her blue hair. "So, weapons down, okay?" He stood, shuddering, trying to make his thoughts come back into any kind of cohesion. Finally, he closed his eyes, let as much of everything else drop away as he could, and focused on finding the state of a change trance. Just enough to calm his heart, smooth away some of the adrenaline spiking every nerve. It wasn't an easy change. Exhaustion etched every line of his body, much more than he'd thought. A dais. He knew she was right. Had he had any business at all even leaving the palace after his bid? He was truth-spoken. He was a damned good truth-spoken, even if he tried not to show it. But how could he defeat this unseen enemy, whoever had taken down his parents, mostly alone, with so few resources and less information? He had no solid vector to aim at, no clear enemy to fight. Homaj had needed to do something. He'd pushed for this direction, and everyone had followed, assuming he knew what he was doing. He had assumed he knew what he was doing. Or at least, he hadn't let himself pause long enough to consider anything else. But what other way was there? He had 10 days. He'd been hoping Vatrine would take over the rulership from him, so he wouldn't have to have this responsibility. But that wasn't what he wanted now. Or maybe it still was what he wanted, but he knew it wasn't what he was planning to do. Or maybe he just needed to get out of the palace, to not be himself. A deus. He'd run and left Iata to handle all of that, and Iata was less prepared to rule a kingdom than he was. He saw a movement on the other side of him and jerked around. Laudry had her calm out, holding up her hands when he spun. I recalled the car. I just recalled the car. It'll land in 30 seconds. Out front. We should go. She hesitated, her face more lined than he remembered it being before. I'm sorry. Sorry that he'd lost his lead and their target. Sorry that she'd offered to help. Sorry that he'd made a disaster of all of this. Was she second-guessing her decision to get behind him as a ruler? Because he certainly was. She took a breath, looked like she would say more, but paused. She looked past him, toward the back of the building. Someone's coming. I think truth spoken, but not who was here before. Chapter 49. The Stranger. You're telling me you did your best today? I saw the report. You botched that extraction all to hell. But I'm going to let it pass because everyone got out alive, and I won't lose a good officer to one bad day. Commander Mevi Mohamut in the vid drama, Valon City Blaze, Season 3, Episode 5, The Standoff. He started moving before Zhang could stop him, heading again for the back of the house, the direction Laudry had been looking. He knew it was stupid. He was past caring if it was stupid. He just wanted something, anything, to salvage all of this. Zhang gripped his arm and vaulted past him. Stay behind me, she barked, glaring back at him. His mouth pulled tight, but he nodded. I'm behind you, Laudry said, as if she didn't want to let him out of her sight this time either. You're sure they're truth-spoken? He asked Laudry. Was this heiress coming to see what had happened to Vatrine, or the other way around? Yes. She tilted her head. Maybe. The sense of them is less dense than a truth-spoken should be. Be careful. I don't know if they are a Rhialden truth-spoken. Zhang held up a hand before they reached the large back room again, though Homaj could see through the doorway. Whoever had been in there had left a scattering of restaurant wrappers near the couch nearest the door where he stood. Had that been where they'd been speaking before? Could he see any signs at all that it had been Vatrine here? Vatrine had always been messy in their own persona, more precise in others, but that messiness was a true habit that their father had never been able to train out of them. The back door to the building opened inside the maintenance room, out of sight, the hinges making the softest creak. Damn those hinges! He heard steps on the rug inside, then on the wooden floor. Homaj's heart hammered in his throat. He checked his layers of personality. They had slipped again, and he pulled them back as much as he could. Iata beneath, Tanarin fully showing. Back! Zhang hissed. Back, Go back into the hall." He let her herd him backward because, yes, it was smart. Laudry reached for his shoulder, squeezed it, her touch lingering. He felt warmth from her, an attempt at soothing his nerves. He didn't quite shake her off, but she withdrew her hand all the same. Homaj drew his pistol again from where he'd hastily reholstered it behind his back. He wasn't about to make that mistake a second time. He didn't raise it, though, just waited, hand feeling slick on the grip. He watched, past Zhang, what he could see of the mostly closed door to the back room. The inner door slowly opened. A hand with a pistol came through first. Homaj swallowed, shifting his grip on his own pistol, twitching his finger toward the trigger, though he still didn't raise it. Zhang had no such reservations. Her pistol was up and trained steadily on the person as they stepped inside. Tall, masculine. Light brown skin, dark, narrow eyes. Long hair braided back in a no-nonsense style. Handsome, but in an ordinary way. Not vid-star handsome like the nobility usually tried to be. Mid-40s, maybe. He searched frantically for tells. The person stopped when they saw Zhang, her pistol aimed at them. Theirs wasn't quite pointed yet at her. There was something about how the person carried themselves that was familiar. He tried to match it to Vitrine's tells, but couldn't come up with anything solid. To Eris, but not there either. "Identify yourself," Zhang snapped, but that would get nowhere. Not if this person was truth-spoken. They could literally be anyone, and they didn't have to say who. Though Laudry, at least, would know if they were lying. As long as they weren't being someone in truth. Homaj made one more likely stupid decision, and stepped around Zhang into the room. She gave a soft huff of breath, but didn't try to stop him this time. That would have been an argument, too, and this definitely wasn't the time for arguments. The person's eyes trained on him. He sensed more than saw them reading him, taking in his own tells, which were, at the moment, solidly Iata's, and very deliberately showing through. They lowered their pistol and held up their free hand. "We have to talk. Not here. I have a car." The words were terse with an accent he couldn't quite pin. He'd need to hear more. "So do we," Homaj said. The car should be waiting now out front. He still wasn't reading Vitrine or Eris in this person. He was still getting that weird sense of familiarity, though. Could it possibly be Omari, his father's blood servant? Had he, after all, escaped the attack? A traitorous flutter of hope. But no, those cues weren't there either. He had the prickling feeling, though, the person had recognized him. As Iata, at least, and there was a very, very short list of people who'd be able to recognize a blood servant's tells. "Will you come with us?" Homaj asked this maybe stranger. They considered still watching him, then taking in Zhang again and Laudry. They slowly reholstered their pistol on their hip, then nodded. Okay, so here was someone, truth spoken trained in some capacity. Here was still a lead, however tenuous. The sharpness of that relief made his throat burn. But he absolutely wouldn't let his eyes start tearing again. He gathered what energy he had left and locked his emotions down. He would have to deal with them later. Truly, later. He'd made a lot of mistakes today. He'd rushed far too quickly into all of this and without doing the preparation he should have. But he still felt he hadn't been wrong to assume that whoever had been here would have been gone before long. The place just hadn't been set up as a fortress. And he truly didn't have much time, where life and death were concerned. That whoever was here had run so quickly meant they knew people were after them. The hairs on his arms rose. Had Vatrine been moving from location to location, chased by their father's enemies, while Homaj had been busy changing and napping, and generally not being productive? He was right to not have taken the time to sleep longer. Whatever other mistakes he'd made, he was sure he was right to have kept pursuing his sibling. But would those same enemies after Vatrine start chasing him now, too? He was increasingly convinced that Vatrine had been here of their own free will, seeing the empty takeout containers near the couch, knowing Laudry's demeanor before they'd alerted the occupants, and just not having the sense that this had been a place of unwilling violence. And yes, he had royally screwed that up. Or could Vatrine possibly be afraid of him? Even of Iata, if Vatrine had seen him coming in. If he didn't know who to trust just now, who did Vatrine think they could trust? He was mostly sure Vatrine hadn't seen him coming in, though. There was no surveillance equipment here, and there'd been no sign that the people here had known anyone was coming until Zhang had creaked the hallway door. So Vatrine wouldn't be with professionals. Wasn't even with their assigned guards, maybe. Vatrine themselves had much less training and proficiency with municipal and palace guard practices than he did. A deus, he hoped whoever was with Vatrine would keep them safe. They'd bundled Vatrine out of here quickly enough, which also made him more certain than before that it had in fact been Vatrine here. Silently, with tension crackling around them, they all filed back through the building and out the front door. Homaj did his best to maintain some appearance of the ordinary. Not that anyone watching outside wouldn't have noted an unconscious person being hauled out the front door, or an expensive air car idling. People would draw their conclusions. The municipal guard might already have been called. All weapons were away again at least. He glanced again at the stranger, then waved them into the waiting car. Chapter 50. Dynastic Citizen. The Anabrai caste dynasty successfully broke away from the kingdom of Valoris over 200 years ago, but they don't let their people forget it. Animosities between citizens of the dynasty and citizens of Valoris have been cooling in recent years, however, with the last war falling out of immediate public memory. One would think it's almost time to start a new one. Dr. Ami Tierney in the opinion piece, Dynastic Follies, What the Onabri caste dynasty can do to give their citizens peace. Laudry lifted the car. I'm not keen to use autopilot just now. Do we have a destination? Homaj considered the stranger sitting beside him in the back seat. Across from him, facing back, Zhang sat tensely, pistol in her lap, very much not hiding the fact that she was a guard, not a civilian. The stranger's eyes flicked to Zhang, back to him. Their lips drew tighter, and they turned in their seat to more fully face Homaj. Their familiarity was itching at Homaj's mind. Their bearing was self-assured, aware of themselves and those around them. That, in itself, wasn't the mark of a truth spoken, but it certainly was in that direction. Were they someone among the nobility? Who happened to have an uncanny knowledge of Ida's own tells? Could he possibly have missed someone truth-spoken trained at court? Just because they had truth-spoken training hardly meant they were a friend, too. All right, Laudry said. I'll just fly a pattern around the usual nighttime tourist traps. For the record, again, it's safe to talk in here. I just changed the chameleon systems too. We have a different ident and color now than we had on the ground. But I don't want to keep flying a holding pattern if anyone's flagged us and it's stuck. Please, make this quick. The stranger nodded as if that was all very reasonable. They didn't, however, take their eyes off Homaj. Homaj studied them more closely. They wore plain clothes, a little casual for this district, a black jacket and denim pants. They wore no cosmetics that he could see. No jewelry either, except for a dark blue ring on the ring finger of their left hand, which looked like some kind of tech rather than ornamentation. They gave off firm, masked gender cues, but that didn't mean they were male. Their look back at him was bemused. They took a breath, the intensity of their gaze finally breaking. "It's safe to talk? What level of security?" "Military," Laudry said. "Flag equivalent." Homaj only had her word on that, and he'd trusted her before. But if she was a high-ranking, unsealed magicker, it was something he was willing to trust. He nodded. The stranger paused as if deciding whether to trust that themselves, and he wondered if they had their own dampener or scrambler on them. But military-grade scramblers weren't small or light, so he doubted anything the stranger had would equal Laudry's tech. "Good," the stranger finally said. "My name is Wyanodea. He and him pronouns." His accent here in the car, was turning more dynastic from the Onabrai caste dynasty. That was the hint Homaj had picked up on before, and that was unusual. With tensions as they were between Valoris and the dynasty, dynastic citizens on Valon who weren't also ambassadorial were rare. Wait, but was that how Homaj knew him? Was he part of the dynastic ambassadorial staff? He hadn't paid that much attention, and it would make sense, a horrible sort of sense, if the dynasty trained truth-spoken of their own. It wasn't as if that had never been speculated or watched for. They had, after all, used to be a part of the United Kingdom of Valoris, before they'd broken off into their own kingdom. They had a Seritarchus, too, if not quite the same as Valoris. No, not even remotely the same. His father usually saw to ambassadorial things, though. Adeus. Why had he been so set on not paying attention to anything political these last few years? "You're dynastic," Homaj said, keeping his own persona and accent as Tanaran tight. That's what Iata would do, and he kept Iata's personality centered too. Wayan smiled tightly, glanced at Zhong again, then at Laudry. For a long moment he seemed to be weighing his options for trusting there too. Then he straightened, which was odd. The move felt spontaneous, not calculated. If he was truth-spoken trained, he should be more tightly controlled than that. "I was also once known as Karasorian Rhialden." Homaj choked and had to smooth out his breath. His aunt, his uncle. The familiarity. It wasn't his appearance, though, now that Homaj knew. He could see the barest hints of Rhialden in the sharp cheekbones, the particular shape of his face. But more like a very distant cousin than his uncle. But his uncle had left court when he was young, had gone into exile. His uncle had forsworn change. Truth spoken trained. Yes, but no longer truth spoken. You've been living in the dynasty. Does the Seritarchus..." He bit off his words, bile rising. Did the Seritarchus know? New suspicion rose up with the bile. Was it coincidence? No, of course it wasn't coincidence that his uncle was already here, on-world, when his parents were assassinated. Could he have done it? Was he trying to take out all of the truth spoken so only he would remain, reclaim his status as truth spoken, and claim the throne? Wayan held up his hands. "I have absolutely no desire to rule Valoris. I gave up that claim years ago. I have a family in the dynasty. I have 2 lovely husbands and 5 children, and I would very much like to get back to them." What? Homaj's already sluggish mind was struggling to keep up with this new information. He had dynastic cousins. He wasn't a magicier, and he wasn't going to ask Laudry to verify all of this and expose her as a magicier. But he was truth-spoken trained, and truth-spoken could verify the truth too. He could read enough signals to know with reasonable certainty that Wayan was telling the truth. But then, his uncle was truth-spoken trained too. "Why are you here?" he asked, spreading his hands with, he feared, more than a little exasperation. His head felt stuffed, too full of things he was struggling to understand, not full enough of the things he needed to know. Wayan's eyes flicked again to Zhang. Apparently he had things even more sensitive to discuss than his identity, which was a political bomb, all on its own. "She's sworn to me," Homaj said, and realized his mistake. A deus. Sworn to Homaj. He was broadcasting himself as Iata. Wayan's brows went up, a gesture so like his father's that it made his throat tighten. Wayan's look sharpened, recalculating. So his layering Iata beneath Tanarin had been working, until he'd made a child's mistake and blown it. "Does everyone in this car know who you are but me?" Wayan demanded. It was a probing question, without giving everything away. Homaj could still say he was Iata, and Wayan would know otherwise, but it would tell Wayan that the others in the car still thought he was Iata too. "They know," he said quietly. He saw the flash in his uncle's eyes, something he had a vivid flashback to from childhood. His uncle's temper had been legendary, and he'd been on the receiving end of it more than once. He absolutely remembered that. "Why are you here? And why, by all the gods, were you storming into that house without backup?" He didn't address Homaj by name or mention his true position, and maybe that was wise, even with Laudry's security. If it got out that there was a blood servant impersonating him in the palace. Deus. Homaj gave a tight shrug. "I'm trying to find Vatrine. Yes, I've been tracking them too. And I would have made contact, I think, if you hadn't flushed them out just before I got to them." Homaj sat up straighter. "Then that was Vatrine. I thought. But I didn't know. You need to get back to the palace." Wayan leaned forward, tapping the side of Laudry's seat. "Take us to the river district." He frowned at Homaj. "I still remember the ways in. You'll have to open the doors. I'll have been keyed out and I can't change. But I'll see you back in safely. And stay there, please, Iata. This kingdom needs you to be alive right now." Chapter 51. The Argument. We can't afford to trust. Homaj Rhialden, Seritarchus 9 in a private letter, never sent, as quoted in the change dialogues. Homaj felt his face heat, his world narrow. This was the first time he'd spoken to his uncle in years. He did remember the last time, but he'd been a child. But his uncle had just shown up again and was now trying to give him orders. His uncle, who wasn't even truth-spoken anymore? If he had been more centered in his own personality, he knew he'd have already bitten out a sharp retort. Iata's personality, too, was trying to meet that indignity with something. He closed his eyes briefly, looked out the window at city lights moving past below them. They weren't near the river but into Blue District, heading back toward Financial. As far as he could tell, Laudry hadn't veered from her current course, though he saw her increase tension. An uncle or not, he still couldn't trust this person beside him. He didn't know why Wayan was here. He also didn't know exactly why his uncle had left all those years ago. Why he'd done something so drastic as to swear off change and renounce his title, position, and holy mandate. Years before he'd had to. Homaj didn't know what that epic fight between his father and his uncle had been about, and that was suddenly vastly important. "What did you fight about?" he asked quietly, moderating the volume of his voice being the only thing he knew would work to moderate the tone. Wayan grunted, sighed, sat back. His mannerisms were far too casual, too spontaneous for someone truth-spoken trained, and that was weirding Homaj out. It wasn't feigned or controlled, he was sure of that. Wayan had been living a life that wasn't truth spoken. Did his husbands know his origins? Did they know his position before he'd left Valoris? Did it matter? It mattered here, but this was Valon, where every political apostrophe and period mattered. The Seritarchus. Wayan stopped. He grimaced and then just looked grim. "I am sorry. He sent for me because, well..." He glanced again at Zhang, then Lodri. Homaj bridled. He'd already said Zhang was sworn to him. If both Zhang and Lodri knew who he was, that should imply he trusted them. He trusted both of them a lot more than he trusted Wayan Odea. "You can speak here," he snapped. And that ire was completely in line with Ida's values of loyalty.